Dear Europa, October 2nd, 2025. Legend. What a time to be alive. I think you spelled that with a Y for real. Double L, double J, double Y, one of them letters. Shout out to the Hebrews that made it to the Americas. Today's a wonderful day. We're going to keep it that way. Oh man, it's almost noon. Oh, yeah, it's almost noon where I'm at. Hopefully you find this video in good spirits, good cheer. May everything be walking in your favor, squad. Shout out to Composure Slim. Whoa. Speaking of, I think someone asked me to send a link to them. Hold on. What is going on in Europa today? The moon that we call Earth. Damn self. Been up to lately. Last night, I was on got down my phone looking up studio gear and shit. I thought that was interesting. Normally I'm trying to meditate, manifest, think about life. But I was like, let me check out some of this new gear that I missed this year. I already bought everything in my head. I don't go from one setup to another. But my little intermediary setup shouldn't cost that much. The most expensive thing is gonna be that MacBook. But I done did so many Pigeon and the Biscuit remixes that I kind of know what I need. I'm in between a Studio One setup for now, because I still got all my DAWs and my software, my keys and all that shit. But I'm gonna try to not do that this time, not drive myself crazy with every plugin and every DAW. And I was doing this shit in my head. I was like, well, if I make a beat like this, then damn, I need Ableton Live because I got the repitch mode. But then Ableton Live, you know, when you start arranging shit, that shit get all clunky, and I hate that. And I'm definitely gonna hate that on a small ass laptop screen. So then I was like, but Studio One, you know, they give you the best of Cubase, Pro Tools, and Logic in one. But then I don't like his piano roll, but maybe I should learn how to play piano better. I don't know what's going on. More so ear training, not the actual playing part. I don't know. But I saw Studio One got that Quantum ES4. And it got a daisy chain loop on it, line 3, 4 out, and line 3, 4 in. And then I was gonna send the bitch to I got down, what's that little guitar pedal called? The stereo one? Chroma? For all that low, it's basically RC20 guitar pedal. I was thinking about doing that and then step my weight up and just get the 500 series. And then from there, then I'll upgrade to the real shit. But yeah, it should come in soon. I feel it. I feel it in my spirit. Give me another Novation real quick, a 37 joint, so I have room. And then, what else did I saw? Little ass speakers. They actually sell it in a bundle, the ES4 with everything. I forgot. Then I'll just replace, I'll upgrade everything next year. But hopefully I get this before my birthday. I want to start making beats again for my health. Because like as soon as I start thinking about music and like solving problems, like I'm about to do a video or something, I was up for like 2 or 3 more hours. That's the longest I ever stayed up, like on some other shit, like on some shit that I actually love. Since so that is good. You gotta let the tide of that energy lift you up out of whatever this madness is. Shout out to Composure Slim. What you say? Alphabet. The alphabet group on my top already refreezing already. Hopefully I'm back. It might not freeze as much if we get all the likes we're supposed to get. Mr. Now says, peace, boot, 831, that's 11, that's 12, by the way. Elijah 3, Composure Slim, I just got the push 2 for cheap, just let me know. Hey! Kingwell 3, thumbs up, gang, we in here, DJ Georgie Porgy, see you. Mr. Now 3, Jonathan L, peace, come on now, the Kai 3.0 looks crazy. Oh, don't threaten me with a good time. They making a new MPC Live anytime soon? Shit, let a brother know. Yeah. I'll figure it out. There's a little ticket here. What do these numbers mean? I don't know why I picked that up. I don't know how long I've been out here, but there's the numbers. 11771. What is that? 14, 15, 16, 17, 8? Or just Foley. 3 and 77, or 3 ones. 3, 14, 7. Same story. It's always the same numbers, right? Base 9 math, by the way. Yeah, that's crazy. 17711. What is that? 17, 711? There's always 711. No, it's not. 711 backwards. It's 17 711 backwards. 17 711s. There we go. Shout out to the tribe, DJ Georgie Porgy. Composure Slim. Whoa. I don't know Composure Slim. I don't know if I want to do. I want to do Ableton because Ableton is the only one that got the racks to create the style or the sound that I need for now. Because the way it does parallels and stuff. But I think you can do buses and achieve a similar thing. I think I was thinking about it last night. I don't remember the Ableton change, but I know there's different sins, and I think Studio One will let you group them, and you can kind of accomplish a very similar thing. Because once you get into that box, when you're what is those things called? The audio effects strips. And you got your plugins, and you got like a very specific sound. So like for instance, when you chop samples in Serato or whatever, you know how it is. You pick an MP3 or Wave, and all of them sound different. I don't like that. I want my beat tape to have cohesion from track to track. So that's what the channel strip flow is for. Air windows, Beyonce channel strip, and some impulse responses, basically. But if I end up getting that PreSonus sound card, it comes with Studio One 7 Pro. So I just want to keep it simple. I'll figure it out, god damn it. And just go ham. Still got my Melodyne key too, so I'll be able to find all the bass lines and chords. But I'm not even making that heavy type of music where it'll require that. I'm literally gonna go back to early 2000s. We got all the drums. I got all the drums. I ain't gotta worry about that. I got all the drums. I ain't got it. It'd be like Tim and Bob, MG the third or some shit. I'm going hard, boy. I'll at least do 100 of those. I already know it. I'm gonna get my Museo re-upped. We got all the fucking Motorola chip synths. And I forgot I got Nexus. If I get everything before my birthday, then I'll just upgrade Nexus. And then I'm out of here. That's it. You ain't gotta go no further. You can't go further than that. Or I might not do that. I might just get arcade for a few months. Shit. Hell yeah. I ain't used all those sounds yet. Especially all the voices, man. You know I love that shit. So yeah, man. I can't wait. That shit gonna sound crazy. I already know. I haven't created, or I'm no longer in beatmaker burnout, so. 2023 is dope. Shout out to Tribe. Salute to the whole entire Roller Tribe. We out here, TBFB. Yes, we is. Yes, we is. I made the mistake of looking at threads before I went live. They bugging, boy. People who are really tuned into the, what we call it, the people who are still tuned into the Matrix headlines and, you know, have made it a habit to respond to them, much like I do. But those who do it in text format, oh my God, they're not having a good day out here. I didn't know a government shutdown was that damn serious to regular people. You're not in the government. So why are you worrying about their business? Remember, Obama shut down the government for 17 days to force Obamacare. The most interesting stat about the shutdown, though, is they said their GDP suffers $15 billion a day shut down. Can you imagine that? So the GDP is what's causing the deficit. So the shutdown is going to cause a bigger deficit, on top of the fact that they got $30 billion of interest to owe to the Federal Reserve every day. So that's up to $45 billion a day negative for every day they're shut down. Can you imagine the science on that shit? And we worrying about bills and credit and all kind of other goofy shit. The federal government don't worry enough. They just living life willy-nilly. I'm gonna start copying them. I'm gonna start just feeling willy-nilly about everything. Like shit, 45 billion ain't 45 billion light. And while the government shut down, Trump is still doing military something. Like, then what's the shutdown? Just the business? Oh yeah, that's right. The United States is a corporation. The business is shut down, but the executive branch controls the military. That's a different story, I think. Something going on. The picture I used for this thumbnail is a triangle shape. That's not how the triangle looked that I saw, by the way. My triangle looked more like a halo, like a plane. It was a huge triangle wingspan, but the body. That's just a fucking triangle. They said that shit was hovering in Dubai for 4 hours. Can you imagine? Just chilling in Dubai, like, you know what I'm saying? The place with the tallest building, like, you just right there. for 4 fucking hours? Hell no. And then there's another one. There's a craft 100 times bigger than Atlas 1-3 or I-3 or 3I. And I was like, they showed a picture of it behind the moon. I was like, y'all know the moon under the firmament, right? They don't believe that. I ain't gotta worry about their belief system because I can see it. Like you can see I can see the surface of the moon. I don't have nigga. I can't read that damn man. They stopped fucking playing with me. The moon right there. So that craft was like a big disc, like a big CD. If you remember the NASA tether incident, there's an old video from the early 2000s. The NASA tether incident had a bunch of discs flying around, like for whatever dumb reason, NASA went to like the low Earth orbit and had a tether, like a string, to, I don't know, to gather energy or some dumb shit. I don't know. They're trying to Tesla some shit. And these discs started to appear, different sizes. And in the background, these big ones went by, and then something sliced the tether and it fell down. Right. They don't want them up there. That's why they ain't leaving, by the way. Because I ain't forget that. Look it up. NASA tether incident. T-E-T-H-E-R. NASA know they ain't going nowhere because they ain't do nothing with them discs then. So now the shit that's supposed to be bigger than Cloud Atlas is 100 times bigger than it, and it's one of those. Oh my god. Oh my god. But they're saying 100 times because they're pretending like it's millions of miles away. It don't matter. If it's as close as I think the moon and sun is, that shit still big. That shit that shit was behind the moon. It's like a quarter of the size of the moon. Like if you just look at your sky, you look at the moon, then there's a disc that's around that size. No. Please don't park. Where they gonna park that at? I don't even know where you park some shit like that. In the middle of the ocean, maybe. And then the Navy is like, they took a picture of the floor of the ocean, and there's another round object under the sand, I guess, and it's creating a trail, and it's actively moving. I'm like, oh my god, you got the Rephium, the Nomo, the Reptilians, you got Finding Nemo, you got Ponyo, you got Spirited Away. All that shit happening today, boy. I've never seen this much UFO phenomenon covered. Thank God we in a new era with that. And then, come on now, just go to my YouTube shorts real quick. I've been posting them. I told you that. Listen, they talking about they waiting about the shit getting here. Nah, that shit here already. And they're not the same craft. They're not. They're different makes and models. There's BMWs, there's Benzes, and there's Aston Martin UFOs out here. I ain't got time. That shit crazy. Even Haru posted some of his story out of Denmark. Shit don't make no sense. What they want from us? Congressman still getting paid. You know that's right. TBFB says, hashtag no direct deposit, no fight. I'm your biggest fan from Sudan. I know that rhymes, bro. They're going, what's a billion to a trillion? What's a trillion if it's all fiat? Come on now. Peace to Haru. The distractions at all-time high. Georgie Porter says, yo, anything goes 2025. Oh, shit, 9. It's a 9-year after all. It's a 4-year for me, but it's a 9-year for us. Yeah, we're at the end of a season. So next year will be a 1 year, right? 226, 10, 10. Yeah. We're going into a 1 year now, boy. There's no such thing as zero. How can zero be nothing? It can't be. Well, if it's nothing, then it's nothing. So it can't be a zero either. Zero has no value. It's just one. Hello. I saw Will Tide the Future today. He sat next to me and started asking me for things. You know how they are. But it was very interesting because he came up to me and said that his mother had passed away September 15th. Rest in peace to her. She was 80 years old from Honduras, I think. This kid looked just like Will Tide, just taller. I think he's a couple years older too. But he'd be on drugs. But his life's kind of weird. He said he lost 2 kids or something. You know how it is when you get flunked out. But he was telling me, it's such an odd time because I did such a good job waking up, lifting my vibration to the sky. And I knew like as soon as I did that, someone's going to sit in my energy and try to drain it down. So I'm still trying to keep my mood up. But at least I was able to be conscientious of the fact that would happen. So when he sat next to me and talking about the death of his mother and all that shit, I was like, oh my God, come on, let's raise it up. Raise the roof. Uncle Luke, raise the roof. Don't pull me down because, you know, I have a dead mother too. So you know how that shit goes. You start mirror neuron feelings and shit. So it didn't go that way. I was trying to give him some metaphysical advice. Like, yo, you gotta do that shit for your mama because Gucci got cloned. Like, your mom gone, go ahead and pick the highest vibration of your reality that would honor her. and living that shit before you fall asleep and as soon as you wake up. He kind of received it. Then he started getting, you know, his philosophy back. You know how these West Coast people are. And he was talking about, you know, the Holy Spirit asked him something about his personal or humanity. And he was like, well, I'm nothing without humanity. I was like, we ain't got time for this narcissistic rigmarole. Don't play with me. You need to stand on business for your personal self, especially if you're out here and your brother being weird since your mother died. The same story. It's always the 15th, ain't it? Like, it's always something going on the 15th this year. Like, nah, fam. Lighten that shit up. And then he was saying how he, as soon as it happened, he walked for days to the other side of town. And he was talking about how it took 2 days to get to one side of town and shit like that. And how, like, people, he was saying how, like, people, I guess it was a better side of Vegas, how people will put food on the ground. And he's looking at him like, would you eat it off the ground? You know what I'm saying? Like, that type of indecency, if you will. And then he was saying how some type of proverb he had, or philosophy, he was saying, like, if you got the money for 2 plates and you know someone's hungry and you only get 1, then you'll never be full from that plate. I was like, what? I want to take that fortune cookie with me. I want to do better. And some other shit. It was very unusual because I haven't seen him for weeks. Remember, one time he pulled up onto me trying to pull out a meth pipe and I snapped on him. And then I saw him a few weeks ago and he apologized for that, and I ain't seen him again. Then he pulled up again and his mother had passed. And I had warned him of that, by the way. That's the illest thing about life. I remember knowing something was going to happen and telling him. She had died of stomach cancer, I think. Damn. Fucking vaccines. But he got up with his backpack, with his skateboard attached. He just kept it on moving. I really hope you take my advice, man. Because you know how it is when a person is already out in the elements. I think he got somewhere to live, though. I don't know. It's weird. But he spends most of his time outside because of the elements. I just hope that he doesn't use that as an excuse to go too hard. I don't want him to overdose or nothing like that. Because they ain't hit him yet. It takes a while for that shit, to some shit like that, when that happens, to hit you. You get hit with all the drama and the fakeness of the people and the funeral and all that, yeah. You'll cry and everything, but it doesn't hit you like you still wake up assuming that all that shit's still in place. I don't wish that on nobody, for real. That feeling. I think living without my mom was pretty tough. And I kind of framed everything around that. Like, wow. I didn't have a fucking mother, did I? I had a mother, but I'm saying I never got a chance to go through all those stories. Like, there's a whole chapter of my life I never went through. And then all the substitutes and stand-ins, you know, they put me through the shit I'm going through now. So imagine how my face felt. You know how my face felt. And I'm not even on drugs. I ain't robbed nobody. I didn't steal money. I got straight A's for the most part. I was an awesome fucking kid, bro. And I knew how to do backflips and land them. So I couldn't imagine how much more different that would have been if I had my actual mother the whole time. And how some of those different choices and how life would have panned out. And I would have avoided a lot of shit, though. I know that. I don't think she would let me go through half the shit I went through. That's the only part that sucks. That's the only thought that sucks. It's like, if my mama was here then. But my mom isn't here. So that. And into that sphere of things and how my life ended up going, it's all right. It's all right. I'm tough enough. What choice you fucking got? Death does not leave you a choice. And that's the hardest thing. If you cannot release certain things that die. And not even just people, just death to jobs, death to relationships, death to the past, death to old locations and maps. Like when you play in San Andreas, you don't go back to where Niccolo is. You gotta deal with San Fierro and shit. You can't go back. Not yet. Some people pivot off of it like the world owes them something. Nah, I know no one doesn't care. Some people pivot off of the resentment and the living in that energy. Like, oh, it would have been, it could have been, it should have been. All right, Bryson Tiller. For all you know, it could have been worse. Same with the story here. I could have taken for granted that I had a mother and then tried, you know, to leave the block on my bike a little bit further, metaphorically, and learn some harder lessons, actually, because I had support in that way. But because I didn't have support in that way, I was like, listen, you gotta stay within 1 mile radius of your fuckery. I did. Now I go anywhere the fuck I want. And I choose not to. It's weird. I ain't miss out on anything. If I did, I caught up on it. So, especially these last 4 or 5 years. This shit's been rough, boy. Like on the timeline of like things going normally. Not for me. Not for me, buddy. Even the way I survived wasn't normal. I was just thinking about that this morning. I was like, I had some thought in doing gratitudes and finding different things to be grateful for just in my mind, especially when I was taking a shower. Something about the water. And I was like, yeah, I got some impossible obstacles that wouldn't happen to a person like me on paper. But at the same time, I got over some impossible obstacles that no one would relate to. Like, how the fuck? I know how. But how the fuck you get through this and that? And I just start stacking that shit. I was like, yo, you went from here to there and everywhere in between it. Yeah, those people turn their back and betray you, try to do something to you, and it didn't happen. You always bounce back. I always fucking bounce back, like always. It ain't easy. It don't feel good. There's a lot of loading and waiting in between where it's just flunked out and I'm sitting quietly in the darkness battling what ifs and shit like that. But nah, at the end of the day, it's the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's the end of the day, man. Life goes on until it doesn't. So I was preaching to myself like, bro, no matter what happened, don't happen, you got to master your energy for all the days of your life. Even when it's going good, even when it's going kind of shaky. You got to be solid because you only got the present moment anyway. And that was my biggest setback internally, is just that I reached too far forward and not know what's going on and then reverse engineer all the feelings and uncertainties of that. Or I reached too far backwards and not try to fix it, but just thinking about it and playing it out in different ways will cause you to inherit a feeling that's not real. Like, I didn't feel like that when I was back in that time period. It wasn't like that. It was more like this, actually. Now I think about it, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't, nothing was going on, actually. That's the weirdest shit about it. That's why I be tripping. I like, nothing's going on. Why is this happening? You realize it ain't you. Then you realize you don't control other people, situations, circumstances, and especially the unseen stuff. You influence it, but you do not control it. Don't get confused with controlling it. But the mind, the playground of the mind, wow. A little van just went by that was teal and white, and it says mind on it, M-Y-N-D. But the mind, the playground of the mind, it's whatever you say it is. So why don't you say some dope shit? Why don't you say some awesome shit? I know. It take time for it to show up, but what the fuck else we got? If it takes time and time don't matter, then what? All this shit happening in your head anyway. Thank God I woke up with all my senses. Thank God I woke up with warm blood in my veins moving around doing this thing. Thank God I woke up with breath. Thank God I can do this walk. It's 1.5 miles, 2 miles every time I do this shit. I'm 40 years old, used to be almost 400 pounds. Like shit. I'm losing weight still somehow. I don't know what the fuck going on. Thank God for that. Thank God I can hold an image in my mind and watch it happen. It just happened. It just happened. I'm all digital, so I rarely have cash. So I don't know how many days ago it was. I was thinking about opening up my wallet and actually seeing bills in there. And then someone just gave me a bill to put in my wallet for no fucking reason. And they said, even if the person talking to me said, even if, how did they position it? It's like they read my mind, but they didn't. They read my aura. They read the download, but they had their own correspondence to it. They're saying like, even if I just have $10 in my wallet, blah, 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 blah. And mind you, they got way more than that. But I was like, yeah, it does. Knowing that it's there, opening your wallet and it not being empty, even in a digital world, it does something to you. It's like, no matter what, I got this. I got an Arizona and Black and Mild on deck. You feel me? No matter where I'm at, God is good. But that's because, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 days I did that little simulation. And then I was playing music, and I think Shogun was in the chat when I was playing music off the laptop. And he be tripping on Pigeon on a Biscuit, that little freestyle I did on Twitch. And I was like joking about Pigeon on a Biscuit and remembering when Popeyes announced the chicken sandwich right at the beginning of the pandemic. Nice little bookmark landmark. And yesterday I had Pigeon on a Biscuit. I had Compatos. It was a piece of rotisserie chicken and one of those biscuits, well, you know, rolls. I was like, ain't that a bitch? I just remembered Pigeon on a Biscuit. I listened to Pigeon on a Biscuit. I cracked myself up about Pigeon on a Biscuit. And then I get a Pigeon on a Biscuit within 2 to 3 days. What? Get the fuck out of my face. I didn't order it. I didn't ask for it. I didn't expect it. It wasn't announced. Just pass me a bag of a Pigeon on a Biscuit, bro. And that was it. That was all that was in that bag. That was it. How? How's that even? What, you know what I'm talking about? Like this shit, like I be knowing how, but it's still, that's the one thing about God in this universal metaphysical plane of non-seen randomness. It's like, it don't matter how long you've known, it don't matter how much you've prayed and got answers, no matter how much you read about it, you know it, and you know it be real. But when it happens, it's such a, it just does something to you. It's like how a deja vu kind of stops you. It's almost like that. It's not as well, deja vus are weird, but it's in that family. It's in that box of timelessness. And then you can't say nothing to nobody. You sound like a fucking madman trying to explain to somebody, yo, bro, I was just playing a rap I did about Pigeon on a Biscuit. You know, like, this is not a pigeon. Nigga, you know what I'm talking about. Or you tell somebody, yo, I was just visualizing money in this wallet. Like, bro, you know what I'm saying? You can't project how magical it is to nobody else usually. And so it just becomes between you and God at that point. Or to you heathens out there, you and the universe. Look. I support the internationals, man. I just can't afford to forget that God's in the middle of it. That's all. That's just me though. That's just on my ancestors. I can't forget that. But you're familiar with the science if you've ever experienced. It's one thing to experience like the big miracle, because the miracle is like, everything's fucked up and God made a way. I like those too. I lived through them. But it's the little things that are way more interesting. Because like, where's the line on this shit? How much of a day can you actually design all the way? Like, at what level do I unlock that mana? Like, do I gotta collect dragon hearts? Do I need like eagle talons? Like, what do I need to go all the way there? And then of course, you know, on the other end of that, which I think is why it's kind of like wobbly, is that you think and you try and you ask and you want and you desire so many other things that don't just seem to happen like that. But if I really think about the shit, it's not that it hasn't happened, it's that it hasn't happened fucking yet. And then you gotta ask yourself, because you know, we're in this psychic, well, some of us are in this psychic program, this MK Ultra training of the unseen somehow. I think they're doing it with the satellites. Where you know, I know too much actually. I was thinking about that too, how much I do know. Why did I know all this? But you have this concept of precog and postcognition. So is it you're thinking it and it happens because you thought it? Or are you thinking it because it's going to happen and you saw it? That's like a fucking paradox of the Matrix. Because if life already happened and time don't matter, then it's kind of like, are you remembering things? Did I remember the pigeon on a biscuit? Is it that damn serious to make sure I'm in the same? Oh, my dad used to say that. That's his family superstition. When you have a deja vu, it's confirmation that you're on the right path. Now go back to the pigeon on the biscuit. Pigeon on the biscuit means I'm on the right path. You know what I'm saying? Well, wait a minute. Why? You know? You could psych yourself out with that shit. But what I know is it works. That's all I know. Whatever it is, post, pre, in between. Huh? You just gotta capture that moment. It's usually a higher elevated frequency too. Like when you're fine. Like you go from fine to better, and then you call things, or you speak things, or you think things. That seems to be the preferred channel to call things into physical reality. Lower vibrations, sadness, doubt, fear, inconvenience, pissed off, anger, all those things, they're lower waves, and you'll manifest those too. But it's slower. It's math. It's like you're calling for something positive while you're feeling negative. So it takes longer. Whereas if you can get out of feeling negative and feel positive now, and then go to just going about your day, you then allow more positive things to get to you. This way you ain't got to work so hard trying to force it. The only thing you really got to quote unquote force is staying. I'll never get used to that. It'd be the ugliest pickup truck with the ugliest sounding whatever modification they put on it. And I just don't understand the science behind that. I can get it if it was like, you know, Fast and the Furious or Need for Speed or some shit. It ain't that. It ain't that. You ain't racing. Your ass going to the construction site for the A stadium that'll never be built. But you gotta float above the water. And then you gotta fly. You gotta get closer. That's what it is. It's math. If the thing that you want or that you're desiring is a positive thing, think of it like being on a counter, on a shelf. And what you're doing in your vibration day to day or moment to moment is raising yourself like a ladder. You're climbing the ladder of mood. You're climbing the ladder of your attitude. You're climbing the ladder of your faith. And more so, the biggest way to have faith is to let go. Let go knowing that it's going to work out, whatever it is that's going on. Like, to let go of trying to use your logic and all the programs you learn from other people and the how-tos and all the physical things. Like, the faith is saying, nah, got to make a way out of no way. He has, or she has, you know, however you want to do it. It has. It's made ways out of no ways. So, like, I didn't need to figure it out then. I don't need to figure it out now. All I got to figure out is how to climb this ladder to positivity. That's something you got to do by yourself. Nothing can make you feel that. No one can make you feel that. You got to have that. So as you climb that ladder, then you reach for the things that are positive and in that shelf, and they're easier to reach. Hopefully that fucking makes sense. If you laying down on the ground just crying and just wailing all over the place like a child who can't get the fucking sippy cup, you're never gonna get the sippy cup. You're gonna need someone else to come and get it for you, right? When I was a child, I did childlike things. So thus, it's more adulting than we think it is. The most adult thing you could do in this life is take control of your mind and your moods. Can't nobody do that for you. Ain't no course for that. Ain't no car, ain't no house, ain't no dollar amount that'll do that. Rest in peace, Robin Williams, you feel me? Rest in peace, Chester from Lincoln Park, you feel me? Rest in peace to all the people that had all the things that we think we want on that shelf, and it was still down to the mind. At the end of the day, it's the end of the day, man. One cool thing about Threads is, like, there's a lot of people announcing they beat cancer. And they were like, the medicine failed, the doctor failed, but Jesus did it. I was like, come on now, amen. I see like one of those a day, which is, sidebar, the craziest thing, that many people have cancer on Threads, that many people are beating it, thank God, given the background of what's happened in the past 5-6 years. And they're just remembering that. Like, God be helping people beat cancer, bro. That's not a judgment. That's not a jail sentence. That's not an inconvenience. That's not homelessness. That's a fucking death sentence. So I really ain't got no problems like that, for real. You know what I'm saying? That monkey ain't hanging on my back, I don't think. I mean, I feel great. I'm still smoking Black and Miles. I know. Shh. I don't want to hear it. But today the Lord has made. I'm good. Other people out there are thugging it out. Just like the brother Will Ty Part 2. His mother was thugging it out. She was 80. Maybe she was ready to go. You know, all this shit, you know. I don't know her story like that. Just like no one knows yours. Just like no one really knows mine. But we be thugging it. You gotta keep your head above water, man. That's it. That's all this year has taught me. Like, no matter how this shit play out, no matter what happens, the end of the day is the end of the day. I gotta keep my head above water. The waters of uncertainty, doubts, and bullshit, and everybody else's shit. You know, people like adding on to the shit. Nah, I don't need that. That shit don't apply to me either way. On God, that don't apply to me. You got to convince yourself that, though. There's no announcements. There's no contest. You just got to live in that energy for all the days of your life. Go forth and sin no more. The biggest sin that you have is the sins you do against yourself. Did you know that? Doubting yourself. Disconnecting yourself from source. A lot of people think it's like, you know, your actions or your attitude or your morals or something. They ain't talking about that. They are when it came to Israel, though. I'll give you some context. So Exodus, when you got the 10 Commandments, shh, don't tell me about the laws of Maya. I swear to goodness, they're both in Egypt. Stop playing with me. So Israel already had its promise and its kings, and somehow they fucked up. They ended up in captivity, dealing with foreign gods and people and bitches, running amok. Actually, it wasn't the slavery that they sell you in TV. Neither was America's slavery, by the way. It was nothing like that. But you get it. It's still a terrible thing. And so when it was time for them to be freed from captivity, when Moses was like, let my people go. He's talking about his bloodline, his family, literally. They didn't want to go. They were scared because their generation's in captivity. They're born in captivity, so they don't remember. They just heard about before. So they're not sold on it. They got used, they got indoctrinated. They got conditioned to be anything less than kingdoms. Just like we are. Hence. So there, a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them were nagging. What's the point of leaving this if we're just going to die in the desert? Where's the bitches? Where's the food? They didn't have food at first, remember? They're way more complaining about the flesh than the fact that their captivity and that their subservience is behind them. Drowned in the ocean. Mind you, they had a bigger advantage than we do. They know Moses talked to God. They saw the thunder. They heard the voice. Whatever that metaphor translates to. So it's not like it's a rumor to them. It's not like they go to Sunday and read a book and they believe something. No. They were not in a disbelief system. They already believed that there was other gods. So they have a whole different paradigm. But they're conditioned towards whoever the pharaoh was, the foreigner, the foreign leader. They wanted to rank up. They wanted to do those things. They wanted to practice that magic. Mind you, Israel's a bunch of magicians. Not all of them. The priests. Royal high priest. Aaron. So they watch God split the ocean open. Walk at the bottom of the ocean. Get to the other side. Close that bitch back up. Everyone chasing them died. And some of them did too, I'm sure. You know how these stories go. So they know. Like, they ain't waiting for proof. And then for 40 fucking years after that, they don't want to go forward to the promised land. They got used to the desert. Can you imagine that? They got so used to the desert that Moses didn't make it to the promised land. Your pastor don't tell you that. They talk about Moses being marked for death and God saving him via his mother putting him in a basket down the creek so she can pick him up at work the next morning and have the goddamn Pharaoh daughter, auntie, nephew, niece person raise him. That's some nigga shit, man. That's a hustle right there. She saw her baby every day. I know y'all didn't read that part. I know y'all didn't know that. I know. Our pastors of the recent generation don't really be sticking it like they need to. And then he became man's pots and pans with Pharaoh, man. He escaped death because Pharaoh or his uncle or whatever it was wanted to kill all the firstborn so they don't have claim to the throne. Then his mama put him up for adoption so she could be his babysitter at least. Then Pharaoh really fucked with this nigga because he probably related to him, you know, half and half. You know how this shit go. And then he got all these promises if he stay, but he heard the voice of God and he did it anyway. And then he get to the desert, what, he about 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, some shit like that. He getting old and shit. And he listening to everybody else from bondage, what they think, what they feel, what they've been through for the past 40 years. And all they did was they recreated Egypt in a new desert. By themselves, though. They got what they asked for. Mind you, Aaron old too. Aaron and Moses are similar in age. I think Aaron's a little older. So Aaron, Caleb, and the rest of them, they're the ones that moved on and went head-to-head with the giants 40 years later. Mind you, how powerful Aaron was 40 years prior. So he getting washed up a little bit. And he still kept going. And then boom. That's how we got back out here. So, it's the same thing for everything else. Being conditioned and attached to some bullshit from the past and not letting it go and allowing it to reanimate itself in the meantime. That's where the sin is. The sin is let my people go so that they can go to the promised land. Not let my people go so they get a new job, a new boss, a new management, and do the same bullshit somewhere else. That's not what the promise was. Because remember, the idea of God blessing that bloodline started before them. So you know, it's not broken. Like, nah, I'm getting you out of captivity because I need you to rebuild the kingdom of Israel, the kingdom of Jerusalem. I need you to rebuild that. And I'm gonna rebuild it. You're gonna get out the desert, whatever that means. The ocean is a desert with its life at the bottom of the sea. Whatever. I'm gonna get you to this better place. Easier for you to feed yourself. Easier for you to build and expand. You're gonna have a few ops, and you're gonna run into a few old family members. And yeah, there's a couple of giants. They ain't want no smoke with you. If anything, they gonna help you build this shit even faster. You know what I'm saying? You take out the bad guy, and the rest of them like, all right, no smoke with us. We know who you are. Everyone does. Everyone but yourself. That's the sin. Forgetting who the fuck you are. Because if you knew who you are, you wouldn't do those things. If you knew who you are, you wouldn't doubt yourself. If you knew who you are, you wouldn't doubt God. If you knew who you are, you wouldn't be backbiting and bickering about the meantime. We're human though, I get it. But if you know, that'd be impossible, right? If you know you're not a fucking frog. If you know you're not a fucking dog. You ain't crawling on all fours barking, are you? Because you know. Some people do, though. They think that shit funny. I don't. It's the same thing for everything else. And if you start to remember who you are, then you gotta go to the next pyramid step. Whose you are. W-H-O-S-E. Whose you are. Who's responsible for you? Who created you? Who gave you the promise? Who's seeing you out of darkness? Who's taking you out the desert? Who's meeting you in the UFO at the top of the mountain? I ain't forget. Whose you are. Whose blood. That other shit they be talking about don't apply to me. What the cats be talking about don't apply to the dog. What the birds be talking about don't apply to the fish. Kumbaya, we're all the same and we're all equal. We haven't even mastered that. We haven't seen that lie mastered in America yet. I can't tell. Can you tell? Can you tell everyone's equal? Everyone's the same? No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. They wouldn't act like they do if they were. They wouldn't be shutting down the government if they were. They wouldn't be neglecting their own people and their family and the people who believe in them if they were. They're sinning right now. Don't forget that. the United States Congress forgot who they are and whose they are. I thought it was we the people, for the people, by the people, representation and taxation and shit. All this shit about taxes, ain't it? Well, are you representing us with this idea? And nah, mind you, I already know the fucking legalese and paperwork and all the bullshit they've been on for the past 80 years with the Nazis. But I'm just saying, in theory, I know a lot of them Congress people don't. They're just happy they got a fucking job and some benefits. That's the problem. They became jobs and benefits. They didn't become the humanitarian, that little shit, that stupid shit they said when they were 8 to 16 years old, saying, I'm going to get in there and make a change for the better because of my backdrop and where I come from, because I know where I come from. Nah, they spent 40 years in Congress getting used to being congressional, and then boom, same story. Same thing with the shorties. I saw a few of that this morning. Lovely ladies, lovely looking ladies. One of them was like, can we just get past this gender war? Go to her comments. All the men are like, no. Another girl said, men, and she put in capital no. Men are not, men of this time or generation are not dealing with women's emotions or something. And all the men in the comments was like, the biggest comment with the most liked was a girl. She was like, no, men just ain't dealing with emotional manipulation. And then the men went in. I was like, yeah, because they forgot who they are. You can't just change your mask and expect everyone to like, okay, you're ready now? Hey, let me go back to the old program I haven't been able to execute with your whole ass for the past 10 years. You must be from Israel. Yeah. That's not who you were when you were 8. That's not who you were when you were 12, 16, 18, 20 even. You started pandering to yourself. You started sinning in your own mind. You created an avatar in real life. That's never who you are. But now you got all the problems that come with that avatar. Thus, don't forget the diseases are sky high either. And it's not because they're not married. It's because that is the lifestyle that so many of these people in this desert voted for. It's like they voted against Jesus. It was sworn it was his own people that voted for him. He didn't have to die that day. His people voted for that, right? Remember, Herod gave that's where they get the jury of peers thing from, which is a curse, I think. It was a stupid fucking idea. Stupid fucking people that came in. Anyway, but yeah, they voted against Jesus. Now how the fuck they gonna sit there and cry that he's dead? Oh my God, oh, things are getting so bad now. Oh my God, no one's gonna heal it. Oh my God, but we being cute and clamorous on Twitter, voting for dumb shit. Free NBA Youngboy, free Bobby Shmurda. A nigga with murder in his name. Just like Barbarous, Paul Barbarous, right? Same fucking story, boy. These hoes do the same stupid shit every time. Not all of them. I know. I need to use the colorful language to get the point across. So, yeah, don't be a stupid hoe. Remember who you are and whose you are. Was your mama a stupid hoe? Was your grandma? Was your greatest grandma a stupid hoe? How the fuck she get to America? Because I thought the smart people of Israel made it here. I can't tell. So, it's losing track of who you are. Even the white people, a lot of them, going through it more than we are. I didn't think I'd live to see the day to see white people making excuses like they used to say black people made excuses. Why are you always blaming everybody else? Why are you always blaming the government? Why don't you pick yourself up by your bushel? Why you need a handout? Now every last single one burnt out because they can't get handouts. Burnt out because the game ain't going their way. Burnt out because they got to work as hard as they casted the spell collectively for all 40 years of my life, reflected back to them. And now they done with it. Nah, you just started. I was born into this. Nah, you just got started. You got about goddamn 34 more years to go before you actually burnt out with the bullshit. Have fun, because it ain't turning around. And I'm just saying that. That's not all of them. I know, but the sentiment, the collective, their tribe. They're not having it either. They're like, what the fuck? What happened? And that's got to be a crazy fall from Mount Olympus for them in their imagination that they made up.
is that they thought that this system was serving them to their betterment because the narrative favored them, because they were the majority of the population who was earning the majority of the taxes. Favor ain't fair, I guess, even within the government. AI, the suggestion of AI is wiping them out. The corporations leaving is wiping them out. Trump bailing out Argentina is wiping out Arkansas. That's the government they voted for, man. That's the government they voted for. They ain't our government. I mean, none of them look like Moses or Aaron to me. I don't see no copper and no woolly hair nowhere in the fucking White House. So, you know what I'm saying? Remember whose you are. So, their tribe gets to live through the story that they pretend that they're from. They want to believe in Jesus. They want to believe in God. They want to believe in these things. Cool. Now you know why we need you. Now you know why we need to. Now they know why we needed that. Now they know why we believe so different. Now they know why in this impossible as matrix, as it's always been for us, we needed something a little bit more intangible to get us through the day. Now everybody kind of saying that. God works in mysterious ways. Nobody previous to my generation thought they'd see the day. I knew we'd see that day. On Martin Luther King. We see the day that we'll all be free from the disillusion of the American dream. And everybody will be equal finally. We getting the equality, ain't we? We're all equally fucked by this system. Inshallah. We're all equally fucked by the same system. Inshallah, man. Come on now. Come on now. Where the block party at? Welcome. You gotta welcome them. You gotta pat them on their back. Like, oh, you finally snapped out the matrix, huh? That shit hit different, don't it? When you in your mind you thought you was at the top of the matrix. Now the matrix is like, nah, we don't need you. You here now. Because they know their population is not gonna be the majority population no matter what happens. That's the one thing about systems that have benefits and profits, is that it must find profit. That's the code. That's what it's about to begin with. That's what it's about when it ends too. If the system ends, it's because it stopped making profit. The people, the labor, the force, the thoughts, the energy stops being profitable. We're sitting in the middle of that. The old world is no longer profitable. So they must adjust to the new world and make new profits. But they don't have enough people. Yeah. So another people want to have to do it. That's all it is. It's not personal. It can't be. It's business, never personal. Remember, that's what they told us, I think. Like, nah, you tripping. Ain't no racism. Ain't nobody stopping you from taking care of it. No one's stopping you either. No one's stopping you from starting your own government. Y'all came over here starting governments, I heard. Why don't you start a new one? I don't hear that conversation yet. Make a new government. The fuck? This government ain't serving you? Go ahead. Do like, who were your ancestors again? Do what your ancestors did. Start a new government. Boston Tea Party some shit. Let's see it. I want to see that genetic memory kick in for you. Go ahead. Make a new government. I might even vote for it. Come on now. They all crying about the government. They cannot be the descendants of the Boston Tea Party people. Where my Masons at? Where y'all at? Where my white Masons at? Y'all remember that story? You know most of the Masons in America are black, by the way. Where my Masons at? Y'all betrayed the Tomahawk Indians. What's that about? How y'all doing today? Y'all want to start a new government again? No. They have no trader. They have no king to betray. They have no gold to steal. They have no boats to steal. They don't have to actually sit here and build everything. They ain't trying to build everything. They got ChatGPT and everything. They ain't trying to think like that. They ain't down like that. They ain't trying to be responsible for everybody else. So, hence, what else could it be but God? Same story. Same fucking story. Let's catch up on the comments. Oh shit.
Anything goes 2025. Distractions at all-time high. Demo Brown, what's good? Smasher Rooney, peace to the gods. Connection is here. He is. JPX, peace. Taryn Art, I see you. King Llewell, Jonathan L3. Yes, I have those real conversations with myself too. We got to, bro. Smash Rooney 3, Haru 3. Jonathan 3 says, oh, pigeon on a biscuit. Come on now. 3 crazy, crazy. Water Tiger. Oh, man. Shout out to Water Tiger, man. Come on now. He said the Crystal Skull collection. Come on now. That's just a hole in the exhaust. 3, real shit. 3, 3, 3. They wanted to stay in Vegas. What happens in Vegas does stay in Vegas. Yo, Vegas is cooked. I don't know how Vegas going to pull out of this one, man. It requires people to have extra money. Rail in the building, Jersey House. What's good? I'm here. Hope y'all good. We good. We won't figure out how to be gooder too. We won't get out this fucking Exodus. We won't get out this fucking desert, boy. Fuck it. Moses and them want to stay behind. I don't. I'll be Caleb. I'll be Aaron. I'll be the little homie they didn't have a name for. I'll be one of them. Keep on moving, don't stop now. Keep on moving, just. You got soul to soul some shit out here, boy. Goddamn, I can't get this do-rag straight to save my goddamn big-ass head light. Mr. Now says, took out a 10-year loan to think they don't have to pay it back. That's crazy. A root in the building, Jonathan L. Unlovable monsters that got handouts now are receiving as many offerings as their unlovable self deserves. Mr. Now is relentless. Mr. Now says they think the world running out of hands, but they also have an abundance mindset. No, that's just lip service. They're learning that magic requires more than just saying shit. You gotta actually believe it. Rail says, what's good, bro? I hope you good. And yeah, I feel you, bro. I'm out here navigating this matrix. The shit getting weird. How's it getting weird on your side? What have you been noticing, Rail? I'm good-ish. I'm faking it until I make it. I'll make it. I've made it before. I've made it without any of the things that I have now, actually. So. Good chance, good chance, good chance. I'm surrounded by good energies and people that are wishing me well more than the ones that are not. Shout out to them. I'm sure their life is lovely these days. But what's going on in your life? Yeah, death will reset a lot of people's clocks. Whatever bullshit energy they was on, and they lose that, and then they gotta see the funeral and the collapse of their family and all that shit, man. That other game they was playing did not work anymore. Tough. I know way too well. What else the Matrix doing today? What else I see? The government shutdowns, mad distractions in the media, people crashing out, or not knowing how to function UAVs. I saw someone says, are we all just going insane? Now, you know I had to read those fucking comments. People are like, I got insomnia. That word comes up a lot. Even on the fucking DJ posts, they keep reposting insomnia, the dance song. Insomnia. So people talking about insomnia. People talking about, someone said anxiety has entered the chat. Somebody said, we all died during COVID. This is hell. No, we all the fuck didn't. Others are saying some of us with some type of diseases or whatever that will have flare-ups. They're saying that their flare-ups are really bad right now. Yeah. It's a hot fucking mess. And somehow they connected that to Trump and the government shutdowns or something. I'm like, damn, you're way too invested in something you don't know nothing about. Imagine if you knew what the fuck you were talking about. Maybe it wouldn't feel like that. Half our worries and concerns is because we don't know. Real shit. Most definitely anxiety, yes. The radiation is doing it. On top of everything else. But if you got 2 motherships hovering around the moon, you got giant triangles right above my big ass head going to the mountains. If you got Denmark shutting down airports, if you got everybody scrambling to a wartime scenario, and they still ain't tell you what the war is for. Bitch, your problem is you suck at making money. Why are you trying to blow up something? That shit costs money, don't it? We're broke. Let's spend all of our rest of our money and credit blowing up other people who are broke. Yeah,
Good math. Really good fucking math. Everyone else ain't want to go to war with this barely making it. The fuck? Have we ever tried it? Have we tried the united part of this story yet? Have we tried working together? Nah, we ain't gonna do that. Nah. We gonna start fighting again. Nah, fuck out my face. I ain't fighting nobody. The fuck I'm fighting some other person who's just as fucking disillusioned by the bullshit of 2025. That's what serves them. Nah, I don't know nothing about them. They don't live on this street. It's funny that that particular tribe of people, when shit don't go their way and they cap catches up to them, they want to like distract people by blowing up other people. That shit ain't gonna work. That is not the time period we in. You cannot keep rinsing and repeating some bullshit. That's how they got fucked up to begin with. That's how they lost all their money to begin with, trying to be big brother of a whole bunch of other people that don't even know who the fuck they are in human history. I'm watching a fucking plastic bag just levitate. That is weird. What in the spirit of the Oya is going on outside? It's like taking it somewhere. That is fucking weird. They took the plastic bag from this parking lot to across the street. To the other gas station. That's weird. Sleep is the cousin of death. Word to Nas. They will look for sleep, but they won't find it. They taken that program, only had a few more good Moors graduates. He said, my grandfather said there was less than a handful of good Moors, man. I hate to see it. Mr. Now says government shutdown also includes weather prediction shutdown. It did. On top of the previous airwave shutdown, which we experienced. If planes are landing, it's only by the mercy and technicity of God and tower control. The technicity. You're lucky I show you a little generosity. I don't know. It ain't that bad though. It really ain't that bad. What's bad is what's going on inside of people. Like, I'm really outside right now, looking at people driving, filling up their gas, washing their car, buying their lick. Kids skipping school to go to lunch somewhere else, you know. It's a new month. Ugly people still ugly. Like, if you just take it at face value and you remove yourself from the matrix, if you will, and its paradigm of thought, ain't nothing going on. Then we tune into the matrix and everybody else got something going on. And then you read it, you internalize it, you respond to it, you resonate with it, collectively magnify it, and then something going on. But if I was lost in the middle of the goddamn ocean, none of that shit would apply to me. We don't know how to do that. We have not learned how to mind our own business. But we're social creatures, so it makes sense. Something's happening. Something's happening. Something's changing. Let's see. Let's see if I can find another angle. Make sure I got my keys. Walk back to the plantation. Yeah, but that government shutdown vicious, man. We used to call that shit a nigga wake-up call. All those people that lost their jobs. It's a wake-up call. They can't afford those jobs, so y'all know that. It's not like, it's not a mean-spirited thing that they're going through. They broke, baby. They're unpaid in full. The thing that's fucked up, though, is those suspended checks, though. I don't know what jobs those are, but that sounds vicious. But it makes sense, though. If your ass ain't working, what they paying you for? Still fucked up on a per diem basis. What happened? You know what's funny, Mr. Now? You were talking about that loop. 3 months forward, 3 months back. Now it's March, October. Because the spring happened again here. All the flowers here at least rebloomed. Weird. And remember back in March, we were saying to people, go find God? And there wasn't a whole bunch of God talk just yet, because then the realization or the download didn't hit everybody the way it was hitting us. What we call it, the downloads, right? Universal language. And because people at that time in March weren't really tuned out of the matrix just yet, so to speak, they missed it. They missed the cues, the signs. Remember, we had all these UAPs back in January to March too, right? New Jersey especially. So this ain't new. There was issues with jobs and all that kind of bullshit, so that ain't new. I just think people, most people, the general consensus doesn't respond until the top responds. Yeah. But they the main ones talking about unplug from the matrix. And why are you just not responding because the matrix says some shit? That's weird. But the Foley cards, go find God. Now, it's March-tober, and that's exactly what the language model is starting to do. 6 fucking months later. Now people are talking about something's going on. Raptures, Jesus is king. I'm stepping away from that sinful lifestyle that I had. They haven't positioned it that way yet, but that's exactly what it was. And so on and so forth. Meanwhile, the sun is beating. It's beautiful, boy. This is a nice neighborhood. I'm in a very nice place. Truly. Second to where I was in Seattle. Or maybe better, because it's Vegas. So, I went through all that fucking dismay of receiving the heads up, I guess. That's how prophets are, I guess. We start having dreams and seeing shit. Niggas were like, oh, you're going crazy. It's a psychosis. It's a this. Nigga, no. I know how to do quantum algebra. You show me the motherfucker that smoked some weed and start doing algebra homework. I want to meet him. That's not that. God is real, silly. Go find him. Or her. Nah, they won't listen to us. Now they can't hear anything. Remember that little smoke that was coming out of the Gulf of America? They thought we was playing about that, bro. Remember Gibraltar? All those comets were coming down, touching down? They thought we was playing, bro. Remember? We were like, yo, well, if A is happening, B is happening. Everything was just green just a little while ago. Venus is happening. Oh shit, that's bad. They thought we was playing. They thought all niggas just be saying shit. Nah, on con. I'm not that. We one of them ones, man. Favor ain't fair, man. God always give you the heads up before it happens when you tap in. Even when you don't want to be tapped in. God go through his black book. They're like, nah, we don't use him. Like, yeah, call him real quick. He got a lot going on, man. Nah, call him real quick. Tell him I need him. Nah, he's taking care of business. He's trying to get his life together. Nah, call him. Watch. He'll answer. Shows God made green apples. Shit, beautiful, bro. Same story. March-tober. I see dragonflies and hummingbirds out here. Don't make no damn sense. But it hadn't made sense all year either. I'm not surprised. UFOs showing up everywhere? Ain't that what I've been talking about my whole goddamn life? I've been telling, listen, most of y'all found me because I had UFO in the goddamn SEO by damn video. I told him. For whatever reason, Mr. Now in Italy, he gets it. He got it somehow. I don't know how the fuck that works. He wasn't outside during 9/11, but he got it somehow. Jonathan gets it. He had notifications and pings and nudges, and there's something else happening. There's just something else. And it's unfolding again. Like a Fibonacci spiral. We ran around the staircase, and we're looking at the same vantage point all over again. Come on, man. We're just a higher elevation of the same perspective. So we get to see more of it. You know how it is. You go to the second floor, look out the window, go to the fifth floor, look out the window. See the neighborhoods in the background. It ain't a normal day for me if I don't see a UFO in the sky once a night. I see about 5 to 10 of them on average. I gotta calculate it for Area 51 in Nellis, but that's assuming that it's theirs. We don't know it's theirs. They might just be there because it's there. Walking down the street, feather in my head. Goddamn Falcon just landed right there the other time, remember? The American Kestrel landed right there for no damn reason. So, I don't think people are crazy enough, man. They're not crazy enough to believe that God can use them. Cool story. Cool story. Cool story. I don't know what the Bible about, man. Last time I checked, God uses people. If the devil uses people, y'all believe in scary people and demonically possessed people and drunks and drug addicts. You see how they shift their personalities. Something's using them. So if the dark forces, if the pedophile forces, if the stupid, lying, narcissistic forces exist, you don't think God got an all-star team down here? That's a weird fucking belief system. That's for them. I can't believe no dumb shit like that. I can believe some of the dumb shit I'll be going through and witnessing, but as soon as I get to the other side of the movie, I'm like, God did it again, shit. When am I gonna start just letting this shit go? Same sort of shit. It's not a general consensus that we all need. It's a godlike consensus that you need to find. You need to find the people that know. Not the people that are trying to figure it out one day. Not the people who believed one thing the other day. But people who gotta walk in this shit. And unfortunately, not enough of us. But it's gonna start to. Because there ain't gonna be nothing else left for most people to do. They can't rely on their voter line. They can't rely on their job. Unfortunately for many of us, people we rely on in our real life, like y'all said, something's going on up here. Health is taking some critical members out of their life or ours. That old world of thought is dead. Cooked. Well done. Running over. Burnt hot dogs off the grill, just falling in the grass and shit. It is. I think we started knowing that at the end of last year. So it's a yearly. Damn. It's been a fucking year for. It's a hell of a year, bro. Mr. Now says 3. Verbo Artiste. Shout out to the real. I saw that little you making fun of that fat boy in the battle rap video. I see you. Mr. Now says planes were falling from the sky for a whole week and it wasn't enough for a wake-up call. Delta was upside down. We were talking about it. Like message. Like God sending us symbols from Canada. That's a long reach. Upstairs cards casted. When it rains in Foley's. When it rains it does Foley. Bruce says, hey, salute for Bartiz. Won't let you down. Straight facts. Elvis is a faggot. I know you like those. Mr. Now says, everybody all of a sudden had a family member that went crazy and sounded like a quantum algebra somehow. I want to compare notes. If they got a family that went crazy like that. Shout out to Red JX. Miss and love you, MG. I believe you. Come on now. Thank you, brother. I'll be out here, man. I don't know how I got out here, though, bro. I'm trying to get back to California, man. I've never been there before. But I feel like I'm getting back to it. And God has, like, kicked my ass. to make sure I don't forget where I come from. All dimensions. That's why I love music. I love that guy. Yeah, it's gonna work. It's gonna work, man. Ah, man, that's all we need. We just need someone to believe that our crazy ain't that damn crazy. We don't choose this. It'd be impossible. I'm fairly rational. I'm a straight A student. I want to pick this. But it picked me, so my mama told me to tell you what's going on. And all that's going on is that we're going through the change. We're going through the shift. What do the New Agers say? The fifth dimensional consciousness. They be praying for that stuff, and then when it starts to happen, they be like, no, nah, for real. The ancestors predicted all this. Nothing stays the same. This too shall pass. The time in between time is always preparation for the next time. Always. Always. That's why it's important that you stay focused on the thing that brings you your joy. That you find your heart desire and your passion. And that's how you get the time to go by. But it's going to change. Shit going to change. People going to change. The map changes. On Grand Theft Auto, it changes. You can't stay on the same map the whole time. Every Grand Theft Auto will give you at least 3 of them, right? Time to move on. Some of them be empty as fuck. Most of those desert maps in Grand Theft Auto, ain't nothing be going on. Just a place to drive fast and do rampages with trouble. It be like that. Sometimes you gotta go on a rampage too. There's a time for peace and a time for war. I could have sworn that was in the Bible. But it's never a fixed state. It's quantum. Shout to the pigeons. What you want? The hell? 2 pigeons trying to lead my path. Okay. I'll follow it. Mr. Now says, they all start to remember the schizophrenic family members while ignoring the voice of God, no UAD. That's a good plugin. Now they know, you said now they know why they're retarded? That's crazy. Now they know, hold on, let me cross the street before I start reading. One good thing about Vegas is that they stop, for me at least. I don't know. They get into a lot of car accidents and pedestrian bullshit, but pedestrians be tweakers. But for everybody else who's MasterCard, they let you pass. They'll stop and just stare at you until you walk. I'm like, God damn. And now I hear Bernie Mac in my head. Needs the chest, motherfucker. Needs the chest. Beautiful. Now they know why they retarded like that. They all have an asylum trial in their blood. Yeah. You know the history. Sheesh. Listen, now cooking. First UFO visited me 2 years ago before finding your channel. It almost hit me in the back of my head. I've been on my arts degree ever since. Jonathan L333. No way, bro. I was like 19. What the fuck? You better... What do you do after that? It's 61 more years till I'm 80 to tell the documentary people about it. Yeah, they ain't gonna talk to me. They ain't gonna talk to me. Dr. Stephen Greer don't respond to my emails. I'm like, bro, I'm the UFO whisperer, bro, for real. Fuck with me. Fuck with me. Taryn Art, feathers, come on. If hell is easily distinguishable in people, then it must mean that our eyes are shaped by the opposite. Come on now. They're gonna figure this out a little too late, Rail says. Something is definitely going on. They're cooked. Yeah. That's my biggest concern though. Even in faith and all that stuff and what I've experienced personally, I don't know what's causing everyone else to really change. Because they're not using this vocabulary, they're not describing the same thing, but they're noticing the change in people. And that's what I'm trying to, what's it called, tracking or understand. It's a white feather, wow. Angel. I'm trying to perceive what exactly are other people feeling and responding and thinking to cause them to act so different. And it can't be the thing, catalyst. Because there's no catalyst that causes so many people to say the same thing in the same time anyway. Even like when something bad happens to a certain person, everybody ain't boycotting, everybody ain't parading.
But one thing that everyone that I can talk to says is something's different. And it's like 6 years since the pandemic, and even during the pandemic, that wasn't the lingo. The pandemic had its own lingo, you know, things being shut down, essential workers, getting to COVID, overcoming sickness, you know, the deaths during that time. It was, you know, the airways was crowded, but it was coming from the backdrop of, once we get to the other side of this, business as usual. So you didn't have a consensus of what the fuck. Everyone knew what the fuck that was, or, you know, had an idea. There's a pandemic, placeholder. Now that we're years beyond that. When was the pandemic officially over? What, 2022, 23? So we're more time removed from it than we were in it. And now, just this year, people are noticing shit. I want to get to the bottom of that. That's a new type of chemtrail. I never seen some shit like that. But I got thrusters on that bitch. And this sun is not the same sun. You see how bright that shit is? That ain't the normal, man. I don't know what that is, but it's got a sensu beam. It's got a power up for real, boy. Making the damn flowers grow twice in a year. Never heard that before. Not down south at least. You seen the geostorms on the past 3 days or so? Radiation. I was just about to say that. I have no idea what that science is, so I don't have a language model for it just yet. But there's a giant geostorm that is persisting, like not like a thunderstorm that just moves on. It's a giant circle. That's funny. The UFO is a giant circle too. That might be the UFO, Mr. No? That might be why they would shut down the weather things and the government. That giant UFO by the moon I was telling you about. That's on the screen. No, not this one. I'll find it in a second. It's AC. See? Thank God for air conditioning. Seattle sure didn't have no damn AC. How you gonna have a heat wave and no air conditioners? Let me know if this switch. Before I switch to Wi-Fi, I'm sorry, the comments. Aurora Borealis. Yep. Wait, what? Where? Yeah, we have a huge geostorm happening, and then the Schumann resonance was going crazy last night. But I was feeling it before last night. I was feeling weird for the past 72 hours until last night. That's funny. It's inverted for me. When there isn't something, I feel ugh. But when there is something, I'm like, you know what? Life ain't that bad. I got rewired for real. Maybe that's what it is though. I just saw that flabby bitch clip. Shout out to Elise. Check the category G3 Geostorm. Let me see if the laptop's charged. Opens new tab. BRB. Jesse Ruffin, watch out. Septimus X, peace and power, always a pleasure. Shout out. Elise says, I hope you see my comment. I do. How you doing? VerbRT says, peace, everyone. I'm on the road, so I can't see the comments. Thanks. I'm trying to use the jokes as weapons in my battle. Best way to do it on Richard Pryor. Mr. Nell says, oh, I seen the UFO dropping some shit. Yeah, the geostorm was going on since Monday or Sunday. No wonder. Wait, what's today? Hold on. I'm gonna see if my phone catches Wi-Fi. Hold on. The quality will get better too. Come on, Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi, allegedly. 3 in the chat if you can still see and hear me. I keep getting the video of northern lights everywhere, even in places where it shouldn't be. Yeah, the northern lights was in America. They could see the northern lights from, what state was that, Mr. Nell? I'm still here, PT Cruiser, Mr. Nell. The northern lights was close. And I couldn't see it from here, but we got light pollution and chemtrails. But when they had the northern lights, it was around the same time I seen that giant UFO. That'd be fucking interesting if the UFOs are causing all of this. I'm not ready for that one, y'all. I ain't got nothing for y'all. I don't know which team all of them are on. I know God got a few of them because they respond to thoughts and colors and all that shit. I'll be testing the spirit, if you will. But not all of them. Not all, I don't know. Just like not all jets are good jets. You know what I'm talking about? Not all drones are good drones. I don't know, man. There's definitely something else in the goddamn dancery. Please have some power, please. I'll find it for you if this. The laptop got. Oh, the laptop got. Oh, the laptop battery does stay. That's good. I thought it was going to be drained by now, being unplugged. But I got 60% battery. Let's see if I can take this stream to another level. June Zama 3. Yeah, it was in Utah. That's what was throwing me off. I was like, you can see the Aurora Borealis in Utah? Nigga, I'm right here. I want to see it. I've never seen it in real life. We did have weird skies though, like a blended, you know what a tangerine sky is? We have like purple and orange on sunset. Those are beautiful out here. They have them shits most of the time since I've been here. But then it changed a little bit. It looked more like Photoshop gradient sliders. And I was wondering what was in the atmosphere to do that. And then, you know, that shit caught our attention. So, what the hell was we looking for? The giant UFO not minding this business at somebody's grandma's house. Hold on. It's 100 times bigger scale-wise than Atlas I3. Oh, so the mouse just ain't gonna work. The mouse ain't gonna work. Okay. I want you to see the moon of it. Like, it was 3 days ago, Atlas just got bigger. Pause. They're saying it's bigger than Mars. Yeah, bigger than the light in the sky they call Mars. Duh. What's that other one called? "100 times bigger." Pause. Donde? They found another craft 100 times bigger than the Milky Way. They know what James Webb scope. Name it already so we can find it. They call it Swan. New Comet C2025R2. They're making it look like Elysium, like a Dyson sphere. They noticed it a month ago. I'm looking for the picture where it's by the moon, though. It's a ring. There it is. I found one. This from a month ago. Hold on, let me switch the camera on. Sunsets have been a little different out here recently, too. Shot the Rocket Escobar, Piece of the Gods, Part 3. Utah, too. All right, let's listen. This shit right here. That motherfucker right there.
Evening of the 9th of August, an amateur astronomer set out with a simple intention. Using basic equipment and an iPhone pressed to the eyepiece of his telescope, he hoped to capture the beauty of the full moon.
That shit right
His
there.
goal was modest, to film the right-hand portion of the lunar surface, particularly the striking craters that pockmark the moon's face. Yet, what began as a routine observation would soon transform into something far more extraordinary. A sighting that has since sparked widespread debate and speculation. As the man steadied his phone, he admitted that the slight shakiness in the video came from holding the device in his hand rather than mounting it. Nevertheless, the footage was clear enough to reveal the details of the moon's surface. Then, within a span of just 6 seconds, a mysterious object appeared in the frame. Shaped unmistakably like a massive donut, the disc-shaped form drifted upward across the right-hand side of the moon.
Now we want to do NASA.
The appearance of the object was startling in its clarity. Against the textured, cratered face of the moon, the smooth outline of the donut-like
it's the same type of craft,
too.
Problem is there's thousands of them. It's not just one, it's thousands of them. So get ready for that bullshit. It cuts that tether. They floated in space. See all those UAVs? Where's the enlarge button? Stop fucking playing with me, boy. You see it? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh, they up there. And this is low Earth orbit, by the way, too. They're not in space. They're under our firmament, so We got tons of them, whatever the fuck those are. And they may not even be like man, like, you know what I'm saying? It might not even be technology. It might be like space jellyfish. You know what I'm talking about? They might be like an organism, but they're huge. Whatever they are, they're pulsing. So they have a power source. And it's going to cut that tether in a second. They don't like it. They try to say it was dust on the fucking telescope. Stop fucking playing with me. It was a 20-minute clip. They're talking too. They know. They seen it.
Well, the long line is a tether, and there's a little bit of debris that kind of flies with us, and it's illuminated. Houston, Columbia. I was using both the 20 power binocular spots. Right, I did not.
Show it, blow it up, boy. Stop playing with me. Oh, they went into a whole nother movie.
In the image.
Franklin, we see a long line, a couple of star-like things, and a lot of things swimming in the foreground. Can you describe what you're seeing?
Well, the long line is a tether, and there's a little bit of debris that kind of flies with us, and it's illuminated by the sun quickly.
Look how many there are. That's the shit I be talking about. Like, we be waiting for them to come from another planet or galaxy. Nigga, they're right there. They're right fucking there already. That shit look like you under a microscope. But you gotta realize scale-wise how big those are. It cuts it, but they don't show it in this video for some reason. Maybe NASA's like, fuck it. Yeah, they cut it before this film is cut. This is an edit of an edit. Fucking weirdos. But the original that we could download on Kazaa and shit back in the day. You see it, and all of a sudden that tether bends, and then it falls. I guess it falls to the ocean or whatever the fuck. Or maybe NASA didn't put that tether up there. I have no fucking clue. They be lying about that too. It may as well come from the galaxy cluster I told you the other day. Seen. That's why Leonardo was back in the airwaves at the same time. Low Earth orbit, Leo. Yep. Man, the one in that background is huge. I'm telling you, when you see them in real life, you'd be like, no sir. No sir. I don't want no problem. Whoever military that is, you got it. Good news is it don't look like they need slaves. It do not look like they need to save money by having free labor. That does not look like that's at the top of their fucking Pokemon list. They don't need slaves. They can shapeshift into whatever the fuck they want. That's the thing. That's just one of its forms. And it goes through the sun. It goes behind the moon. That's how I met Crow 777. He was showing you that the moon is underwater. And then he got spooked. And he stopped posting his videos publicly. I guess some assholes pretending to be some intelligence agency was threatening him. Because he was blowing up the narrative. Like, there's no way the United States and the military are at the top of the list when they're ignoring things you can see so clearly through his own amateur telescope. And it's a good one too. It's thousands of dollars, but they're supposed to have the Lucifer telescope, the NASA telescopes, the satellites. Y'all don't notice this? Y'all don't notice the thing? Y'all don't notice those big triangle aircraft going back and forth to the moon? Y'all don't notice that? Y'all just ain't gonna talk about it. He was getting tired of that. But benign neglect. If you wanna know who's in power, find out who you can't talk about. Same story. So obviously your government's not in control of the planet if those things cannot be talked about. They're in the Bible though. If you want to find them in literature, you look up Manny Sola. M-A-N-I-S-O-L-O-A-S. M-A-N-I, Manny, Solas, like solar. M-A-N-I-S-O-L-A-S. Manny Solas. I forgot what book that is. Noel knows. In the same book, they talk about that. They talk about the Gregorian queen. This is during the time of Stalin.
Y'all know what time period that is? Early 1900s, I think. So they were writing about them 100 years ago. And then my grandfather mentions them, Noble Drew Ali, in passing. Then Elijah Muhammad, one of his students, during the 20s, when Elijah comes onto the scene around the 40s or 50s, he mentions it. And that's why the Nation of Islam be like, we're the first ones to like bring that topic to the narrative of white people. And then Farrakhan, next generation, late 80s, when NLI disbanded, I guess, financially, and then came back together with him, he went crazy. Let's see if I can find one of those. Because they talk about him being anti-Zionist and racist and all that stuff. No. If you want to get that nigga out the paint, call him crazy, because he talk about UFOs. My grandfather did too, 100 years ago, before there was an Area 51, before there was anything. And not his visions of UFOs, because he had a vision that he seen Elijah on a UFO. It's more of a Scientology thing. They think that their prophets go back onto the mothership. I can't answer for that. I'm not into that. I don't think Jesus is who they think it is, because of who I am. But we'll go with it. There's a UFOologist in Mexico that he did an interview with that is hard to find. I'm gonna find it in a second. But first we're gonna talk about his vision, I guess, of one. Jay Electronica was rapping about it. Yep. He was Fruit of Islam.
Farrakhan's giving a speech. And,
it's on his new album too?
It's apparently Savior's Day event at the United Center in Chicago. And so who's the savior? Well, of course, Farrakhan. Don't be ridiculous. First he says that he's concerned that the white right is conspiring to make Obama a one-term president. Yeah, curious. Light in the midst of...
You want to show what Farrakhan said?
Word prophet. Onto the... Okay. Yeah, back in... Hey, you... I had for a while. Heard of...
Oh, it's just the Young Turks talking.
Many things that actually make sense to
He changed his tune in recent years, too. Hashtag growth. Famous Mexican UFOologist. I was typing, bitch. They gonna show me white people. If they don't stop fucking playing with me. Hold on. They're playing with my emotions. Jamie Mousson. Hame. No J in Hebrew. Hame Mousson. Mousson. And Farrakhan. Oh, they don't want to autocorrect. They don't want to autofill that shit. Why can't you find that? Nah, fam. Nah, bro. Nah, you can't be scrubbing. They doing too much. Yeah, don't play with me. They don't put, nah, fuck you. Play this shit. Stop playing with me, boy. It's all chopped and screwed too, I bet. They never bring this up about Farrakhan though. If they want to get him out the paint, I would have brought this up. Me personally. Some crazy shit, right? You don't even hear about him no more. He has a booty food too.
Resulta por demás interesante mantener una conversación con Luis Farrakhan, un hombre que encabezó una marcha de 1 millón de hombres en Washington, un hombre que es reconocido de alguna manera como el sucesor de los líderes negros más importantes y que above top secret in the United States and in governments around the world, but more recently
governments have
This is years
decided
ago. This is almost 20 years ago.
expose to their populace the reality of the existence of these so-called unidentified flying objects.
Do you think it's time now to let everybody know about this? Are we ready for this?
Whether those in power think it's time or not is immaterial or irrelevant, because these wheels are now being seen over the major cities. And when human beings of intelligence can look up and see these phenomenon, or this phenomena, how can you keep hiding it in the midst of thousands upon thousands of people now seeing them? And in this modern age of technology, with recording instruments in a telephone that is now in the hands of millions and billions of people, then when they show up, the people film it. So now, what can you say now? You could say it was swamp gas yesterday. You could say it was a balloon. You could say it was all these explain away techniques of masterful liars and artful deceivers. But today, it is time. And now it is being made manifest. So somebody has to answer the question, what are they? Why are they there? Why have they been over all of the atomic installations, not only in America, but all over the world? Why has the power from these so-called unidentified flying objects been able to nullify the power of rockets to go up in case there is an atomic warfare? The power that these machines exercise, which America has not fully seen yet. I think it is more than time that the populace of our planet should know where these wheels are from, what their real purpose is, who is behind it all. Then the people can either accept it or reject it.
Are you in your position going to ask the American government to open the files like other countries have done around this extraterrestrial or so-called wheels phenomenon? What is going to be the official position of Islam in the United States?
It doesn't make any difference to me whether they open them or don't open them.
He is
Because
a very
it's
good
going to
speaker.
be so evident. These wheels will be seen by the American people by the millions in a few days. So whether they open the files or not, how can you continue to lie in the face of the people seeing with their eyes what you have been trying to hide? I heard the other day, and I don't know how true this is, that Hillary Clinton wanted the files to be destroyed.
She did.
I don't know the truth of that. But if they destroy all of their files, they can't destroy the wheels. So it makes no difference to me. I wouldn't care whether they said it or said it not. I know the truth of it, and soon the American people will know the truth of it. And if Mexico is willing to show what she knows, and France is willing to show it, Russia is willing, China is willing, well, that's the whole world. So America's going to stand by and still act like it doesn't exist? Why would you take such a silly, unscientific, foolish position? Because you are the boss of the world, and you don't want anybody to think that you don't have the intelligence, the technology, the firepower to cope with what is above your head. And I'll say this, dear brother, in conclusion. First, I want to thank you from the depth of my heart for what you have been doing all these years. And I'm sure you have had your share of suffering and rejection and mockery and scorn
over this shit.
But who can mock you now? Who can reject you now? Who can say that Dr. Mausan didn't know what he was talking about when the whole world now is talking about it? So on behalf of the Muslims and on behalf of all those who will view...
Why did he put this soundtrack in there? Like, can you let him cook? Then do the fucking Inya Pure Moods, bitch. They gonna do Inya Pure Moods when he giving his man the flowers, man. But yeah, bro, that was 2011, so 14 years ago. 14 years ago, bro. Now they really outside. Ever since I was a baby, I was worried about them. I have no idea. No one around me believed. They love X-Files, Star Trek, though. That's one thing. My natural father, I grew up, or I had to go to bed and shit because Star Trek used to come on late, but he loved Star Trek. He loves Star Trek. So I already had that language model. Romulans. That's crazy. Romulans. But yep. So as soon as I start seeing moving stars when I was a kid, and that's a crazy thing for it not to exist. There's plenty of people with narratives to prove they don't exist, which is unusual. You don't do that for any other lie or imagination. You don't come up with all the different cases and context of people knocking on your door to like prove to you that spirits, poltergeists, and the boogeyman doesn't exist. But when it came to flying craft, at the very least, a technology, they get fucking gay about it. I'm talking about the government and the official narrative. And that's so strange. And you would think it's because it's their technology and they're hiding it. Nah, they wouldn't have all these wars and power and money issues if it was their technology. First of all, let's get that out of the way. But it's something else, obviously, that seems indifferent to them. Maybe even indifferent to us. Which is fair. Because, I mean, if we went to another planet, I know you're not going to, like, land and the first thing you're going to do is, like, start a civil war, are you? But if they're to this planet, which is what the other people today are saying, is that, no, these are not foreigners. They're no more foreign than humans are, I should say. Because humans are not from this moon. This is Europa. So something planted us here, like a plantation. The moon itself is a plantation. So for humans, for this, it's terraformed a long time ago, though. It's old. And we're just now recovering the, what is that called? It's in the books, man. I have them somewhere on my hard drive, but it's hard to imagine with those people, without our language model, without our camera phones, without these videos, then what they're trying to say to you. I know the Salish, there's a cool book you can get from Oxford Library on Amazon. It's called Salish Myths. I think there's some stories in there. The Dogon, you hear about the Dogon, but the Salish are very similar to them in terms of culture. And they talk about the Nomo, which are the fish people. Rephium in the Bible. The Bible mentions seraphim. Let me see if I can find that. I can't find that. Mr. Now, do you remember what book of Esther that was that Wyatt sent? I can't find that screenshot either. I gotta charge my old phone up. But it was a version, it was an Apocrypha of Esther. It's not the one that's in the Septuagint. Sacred Text should have it. Original Star Trek or Next Generation. He grew up on the original, but when I was a baby, it was the Next Generation. Salish Myths, Legends, One People Story? Yes. That's the Pacific Northwest tribe of Indians. It's different people today, but you know how that shit go. Yo, I have no idea. I know what Discord Wyatt got it from. That fucking Discord still bothers me to this day. They're saying we're going through the... It was, man, I can't even... My brain can't even fathom what the fuck that was, what the White Boys was on. It was weird. That was the weirdest people Discord I've ever seen in human history. Around January, February. The seraphim, fiery serpents, flying craft, yes. They're in the book of Isaiah 6:2, they said. But that's not what he showed me. Flying dragons.
UFOs. Oh, come on. Why did it Google's fucking bullshit, boy? I say wolf and seraphim, and it's like, I can't find what you're talking about. He highlighted it too. I could see it in my head. I could see the scan of it. I thought it was the book of apocryphal book of Esther. It was 3 angels. It was Ezekiel, Micaiah, one of they all female names too. Fuck. That's gonna bother me. Do I have a? Hold on. It won't take long to charge. It'll turn on. I hope I took a screenshot of that because I think he sent it to me when I was on my computer. But I sent it to people. It's like February or March. Because Google AI don't want you to find none of the cool shit. Officially, I didn't ask you for official, bitch. I asked you to find the words I typed. Wolf, seraphim, Esther, Ezekiel. You ain't got nothing in your database about that? Cap. Fucking cap. All right, we got the red bar on it. So I'll give it a few minutes. I'll look for something else in the meantime. Let me try this hard drive. Deep down inside, deep. Smash Ready for free. You still here? Cool, sorry. Let me see. I saved the book too, which is on the computer. Maybe it's in files on the phone. I feel like my dumb ass should have put, man, I uploaded to Discord and everything. My goofy ass. It was the Book of Esther though. I could have sworn it was. But it was more than one book. The one in the Septuagint is pretty straightforward. The ones they remove, not so much. Deep down inside, deep. Beautiful people. Valerian, Matrix 3. Hebrew is Greek light. Yellen's Complete Book of Astrology. Meditate, The Magic Candle. Everybody's Guide to Natural ESP. Ingo Swan. I got the hits. But I don't have this. Oh, Lord have mercy on my goofy ass. I'm gonna do better next time. I'm gonna do better next time. Keep better record of this shit next time. All right, MG the Hood. I got any books in here, damn it? Beautiful people. Deep down inside, deep. Oh, that was a string of UFOs I saw in Charlotte. Try to get the glare off of that shit. Right there. So I've been seeing them for years. They've been pulling up right above my head. Oh, 9/11 picture from '92. We took it on a train. Let me see if I can find the goddamn thing. Beautiful people. Come on now. The phone just turned on. It's kind of important because this is not new. If the Bible is alleged to be 2,000 years old, then we're not getting UFO visitations. They never went nowhere. Black Jewish mafia family pictures. All right, all right, all right now. All right now, all right now, all right, all right, all right. I got so many Heru Falcon pictures. He just kept pulling up on me day after day. And never the same one either. Like the whole family of them pulled up on my ass. That's what I got the feather of.
It's an American kestrel. It's Heru, the Egyptian god. And there was my great-grandmother, Golden Mighty, with a Noble Drew Ali's style turban. But they never talk about Moors or nothing. They just talk about Christianity and church, but no, not her. She was the one that's trying to get me to call her from her thing before she died. But they wouldn't put her on the phone with me. But I could feel her telling me to call her. She one of those. I kind of have a feeling why. Why she doesn't do the call. The Great Khan Falcon, all of that shit. Show me the damn book of Esther, bitch. Why should be like the book of somebody else? My goofy ass. I think Esther was mentioned though. More American kestrels. And then a different moment, just one. They weren't there prior though. They don't live there. They visited, and then you don't see them again. They call them guardians. That correspond to your bloodline. When they show up like that. There goes Montezuma. He's a black guy. They call it a Moorish headdress, but more importantly because of the colors. You know what culture it is. But remember I was telling you about Montezuma? You got the do-rag on and the headdress, but look at the buildings he made. Those are Tartarian buildings. See the dome ceiling on the right side? You see the red terracotta roofs right behind him? And how great those buildings are? Like, but he's an Indian though. You understand? How like the way they interpret their colonization, they make you think because they're dressed like this that they don't have architecture, science, and technology. That nigga just fresh. It's probably a fucking Indian parade like New Orleans. That probably ain't how he dress every day. Alpha, Text, Targums, Midrashic Esters, any of that look familiar? A little bit. A little bit it do. I'm gonna find it. That phone just turned on. I was just checking these notes one more time. I took a lot of like when I found out what my name meant. It's Japanese. A study for a larger work. There was my grandfather, Mr. Hindu magician himself. Them beads, boy. Don't sleep. There goes other ones. More kestrels. Like, right before I was almost killed, around the time I was almost killed, they were showing up all the damn time. It was freaking me the fuck out. It's like, why are they watching me? There goes Prester John down to me. So I be saying shit and people think I just be saying shit. I don't be saying shit. I do be saying shit, but I don't be saying shit. I mean that shit. I'm really their grandson. So my life is in shambles when it comes to like trying to keep my mind centered on what's important. Because this is the most important thing I know. That John Smith the Explorer is my 13th grandfather. Jamestown Colony, King Jesus Colony, yep, 1608 to 1609, where they document that. So from 1581 to 1631, that time period. Sire Knight. Mind you, this is all anglicized for modernism. These are Khans. So it's Prester John is who he is. And then he had a daughter, Queen Elizabeth, my grandmother. Then her son, John Henry Roberts, Thomas Roberts, and Robard turned into Robert. And then he's a twin. So this is all through the wars. You got Teresa Thomas. You got the Ludwigs and Ludwig and Hills. These are all Jew names, by the way. You got Jewett, Lewis, that's a Jew name. Stevens is a Jew name. Joseph Stevens. And this is the generation of Noble Drew Ali. And Manly Beasley was who married or had a kid with Noble Drew Ali's daughter. And then St, his son. And then my grandmother. So the Beasley Jews, all the way up to the Stephen Jews, to the Hill Jews, all the way up to John Smith, a Jew. But they're Khans, they're Judeans, not Jewish, like how you see them in your head today. I'll show you what we look like 400 years ago. Don't miss that. These white folks weren't here. Not in those numbers to give for it to matter in terms of the narrative. It's not their story. Unless they're the king or emperor or something, and they should fucking let us know that. So this is what Prester John is depicted as. My grandfather, John Smith. It's Prester John Smith. He's an Israelite. That's who discovered America. That is my grandfather, literally. This is Genghis Khan, son or grandson. See the cross everywhere? Yeah, they're Judeans. You see the head wrap? Mm-hmm. Different story, isn't it? And it's connected to Genghis Khan. Exactly. But that's not how Genghis Khan looks. They play too fucking much. King Prester John Smith of America. Yep. And I'm Dwayne Deson Smith. Yep. Same story. Same story. Yep. That's why we're in America, reading Bibles and speaking English, by the way. So that's why I be bugging the way I be bugging. Because how the fuck these faggots gonna tell me something? I just want to know how. On what basis? On what basis, what the fuck would they know? It's deeper than rap. You know they want to make a white version every time they get a chance, bitch. Stop fucking playing with my granddad, motherfuckers. Stop fucking playing with me. Stop fucking playing with me. Come on now. Tell him to stop fucking playing with me, man. Tell him to stop it. Tell him to stop it. Yeah, of course Khan gonna come up. Yeah. They ain't the real Khan though. Hold on, let me find Temujin, King of Tartars for you real quick so you can understand they look exactly the same. You gotta spell their names in 30 different flavors to get a black version of them. All we need is love. Beards, cheekbones, and everything. You see the hat again? Same story. Temujin, a.k.a. Genghis Khan, a.k.a. King James, a.k.a. Jesus. King of Kings, Emperor of Azareth, not Nazareth. That's why you can't find these places, because they fucked up the name spinning variables to hide it, because they're black. But it's not because we're making them black, it's because they are black. So when you talk about King of Kings, that's my grandfather. That's Prester John's dad. I'm Prester John's 13th grandson. Hence. And so is Carlos V. My other grandfather, by the way. I'm related to both of them. Both bloodlines, both sons. My mom is on one side, my dad's on the other side. South America and North America, united, DNA-wise. Deep down inside deep. I'm on some bullshit deep down inside my blood, boy. He got the 2 braids just like all the Cherokees. So you know he ain't white if he got 2 cornrows down the side of his damn neck and a beard that goddamn long. So don't stop playing with us. That wide-ass nose, a top lip, a connected beard, a goatee. And he has that Asiatic hat on. For magicians, by the way. But he's an emperor, though. Hold on, we got another one, too. That ain't the only one we got. I got a version of him when he's younger. So you know it's real. Hold on. Beautiful people. This is when Ezekiel Will showed up and started writing letters in the sky on me. Right above my apartment. That's how I know my spiritual awakening was happening. See, people talk about spiritual awakening and chosen one beloveds, but they don't be having none of the fucking artifacts that go with it.
But I do. And some motherfucker gonna say I was going crazy. How? That says paradise upside down. Stop fucking playing with me. I ain't shit. I ain't write it. I didn't put that shit there. I didn't put no goatee on the Pharaoh of America either. Space Force did. Space Force put a chubby-cheeked Negro with a goatee. I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know about that, Chief. On Genghis Khan, I don't know about that, Chief. Dasan Ben Isaiah, I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. You know, we got receipts out here. They said the 4 horsemen. All right, then. My birth chart tell me I'm a 4 horseman and shit. Where my Pluto at? My Pluto is in Scorpio. That's what's going on right now, isn't it? Fuck. No wonder why that shit's hit my 2nd house right now. Jesus Louises. Yeah, Sag. 4 horsemen, man. Real life. Just like the Bible promised you. We don't miss. All in the 3rd and 2nd house. No, they don't miss. They don't miss. They don't miss. They're prophets. They speak it into existence. King James. Demonologies. Oh, I got it. 1591. Yep. This is the chronology of time, but it's in the wrong language, so I got to translate it one day with Anatoly Fomenko. The quote-unquote real history of time, at least. Ancient Egypt. It's about America. Como en las profecías bíblicas en diversas mascaritas históricas. Yeah, it's here. Ancient Egypt is America. Tell them stop fucking playing with us. Tell them stop it. Tell them stop it. They're pharaohs of Egypt, bro. Tell them stop it. That was my empress grandmother. They're Hindu. But don't she look like a black woman? With 2 braids? Yeah, just like the Cherokee and Saponi Indians. I know that's right. Same big ass nostrils I got. Same big ass eyebrows I got. Damn near bar for bar. She just got different type of eyes. All them damn beads though. They're magicians. Quite literally. They got magic. Abracadabra. More niggas back then. Stir it in my witches brew. Afroasiatics, man. It's a thing. That's why I got that Batman ass hairline and a goatee, just like you do, don't I? We got, because that's who we are. We got, man, we're not African. Abracadabra. And there was that hat that my grandmother had a version of, but Noble Drew Ali got his on with the feather. I got magic. Abracadabra. I got magic. Same story. Same story. Quite literally the same story. No one believes us until we're dead. We got magic. Abracadabra. Oh, man, let's see what this phone find a goddamn book of extra real quick. Look through some images I probably don't want to see right now, but I'll do it for the culture. I do it for the culture. To undo some of the spells of these masterful liars. Let me see if the AI works on this old OS, where you can type in a word. Bitch, you type in a word and it'll find it in the image. Oh, God is good, part 3. Oh, the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. That's in the Bible already. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf with the young lion, and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. So it doesn't understand wolf. Okay, how about Esther? How about Wyatt? Mordecai, Zoroaster. That time period is where my ancestors are from. Shout to Newell, by the way. He built the timeline for that. They're black. Obviously, because I'm black. But you know what I'm talking about. It matters very much if you have a whole bunch of white people leading us to hell. Yes, it matters. I heard someone say, does it matter? Yes, it does. If they lied about it, it matters. Am I mad? You just gotta figure out who they are to lie about it. All right, let me try this one more time. Let me try Wyatt. No results. Fuck. All right, so I know it happened. Did it happen this year? Or did it happen at the end of last year? Jeez Louise, we don't know. Let me see if I put in my favorites, maybe. That'll be something to favor. There goes Solomon. Solomon the Wise. With the seashell on him. Telling you, our boys love the beach, man. Yeah, you can see it better. Solomon the Wise. Oh shit, the glare is ass. Happy is the man that finds wisdom. That's Solomon. So who the fuck's in Israel? I got magic, abracadabra-cadoo. So who the fuck's in Israel? Who's this Benjamin Polish Netanyahu nigga? That's his daddy? He my cousin? I got magic, abracadabra-kazoo. They're my grandparents. Otto and Edith. They look white. You see him leaning to the side? You see his shoes? You see him holding a beehive? Beasley. You see the tridents? You see the threes? See the fleur de lis everywhere? That's Otto the First and Edith. That's Carlos V's great-grandfather. Carlos V is my 16th great-grandfather. So they're my 21st grandparents. Generations back. We got magic. I'm looking for this damn Book of Esther thing, though. He dropped that shit off and just ran. I could see it in my head, though. It was a scan, a photocopy of the book. Ephraim and Judah? This is a parallel to the Bible from the so-called Native Americans, who are Judeans. The following account in Gomorrah's conquest of Mexico, which is Montezuma, so they came over on some fuck shit, of a certain Chichimeca prevailing over Quetzalcoatl, which is a chief, and binding him and detaining him amongst men. This bears some analogy to what is said of Jacob wrestling and prevailing with God in the 32nd chapter of Genesis. The kings of Mexico, who are the most powerful and the greatest, and in fact kings of that country, emperors, Montezuma, pride themselves on being and on calling themselves Culhua, C-U-L-H-U-A, declaring that they descend from a certain Chichimeca, who was a very strong chief, who bound a leather thong around the arm of Quetzalcoatl when he was going and detained him, which they considered a great feat, and said that the man who combined a god combined all mortals, and according everything afterwards, they called him Akel Hematel, shoulder, blade, or arm bone is what it translates to. The Akel Mantle became very powerful and blah, 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 blah. Same story. But they're not wrestling with them physically. There's Negroes amongst us. Obviously. The word Africa comes from Mauritania, which is what you think Greece is, Northwest Africa. His name is Malik Yafrik, Y-A-R-F-R-I-C-K. At the time, he was the king of Arabia Felix,
who conducted a people called the Sabe, like Sabian, they're Judeans, they're Jews, into Libya. So he brought the Jews into Libya, and he made himself master of that country, and he established his followers there and gave it the name of Africa, after his name, Afrique. Has nothing to do with white people or Greek. But Mauritania is what they consider Greece, so that's why they fucking fucked up that translation, because they're hiding Jews in their history. I got magic, abracadabra. The Algonquin from Delaware were Muslims. It's supposed to be an Indian tribe, but they're Muslims. Where'd they get Allah from? Tell them stop fucking playing with us. The Mauritanian races is who America belongs to. This is in the annexation of Texas. Mauritanian races. Keep that in mind. There beyond the Bravo begin the Moorish people and their Indian associates to whom Mexico properly belong. That's like saying it belongs to Moors. These are the Moors. All the mixes of Moriscos, because they're all black. This is early America. This is who you think the slaves are. You notice how all of them are black? Yeah. Again, we the people could not be nothing but them. Which is why this is important. This is not their constitution or their government. They weren't fucking here. Same observations. The population consists of various races. The Moors inhabit the towns and are the ruling people. The Arabs live in tents. In the large herds of horses and camels, the Jews are chiefly engaged in the trade thereof. The Berbers in the Chalouths of Morocco, in the Cables of Algeria, live in small villages amongst the mountains. They are brave and hardy people, and they are ruined by their own chiefs. Ruled by their own chiefs, so they're not under a different kingdom. The Negroes of Barbary, so the Barbary Wars were with Negroes, right? Right, Thomas Jefferson? I thought so. Have been brought as slaves from Sudan. The Moors are bigoted and ignorant, according to the writer. They are skilled in horsemanship, and in their forms it makes their principal business. They don't like us, because we did everything by our damn selves. Why wouldn't we be? Ogu Khan, one of us. Genghis' successor, so it's probably Carlos. At the year of one age, he miraculously pronounced and continually said the word Allah, Allah, just like Jesus on the cross, right? Same story. Same fucking story. Same fucking story. Just someone else's asshole-ass translation to try to hypothecate it and make it more palatable to some other group of people for whatever fucking weird reason. And that's what we're living through today. I'm going to go back one more time. I skip all the goofy bitch things and all the dumbass shit that I went through and acts of random violence. Let's see. Same story. Same color that Montezuma wears. I don't know why they painted a person green. There goes the UFO battle in DC. Just like the tethers and all the orbs, they drew it in the 1500s. Pelted the cities. A UFO battle. There goes the incubator babies with the white folks. That's in America, by the way. That's what Richmond looked like after whatever the fuck happened. It sliced those buildings in half. That is not a musket. That is not a cannonball. Those are megaliths. Sliced. These pictures are very fucking hard to find again. There goes the write-up about it. It's in German, by the way. Heinz 57. Proto-Indo-European is where English comes from. There goes the king of Judah of the slave coast. So if you had slavery from West Africa, you're talking about Jews, not Africans. Keep that in mind. Jews can move anywhere they want to go. That's the Tomahawk Indians that they portrayed during the Boston Tea Party. My grandmothers. Notice they're holding a cross. Look at their cheekbones. Look at their eyebrows. Long hair, copper colored. And she got some type of timepiece on her wrist. Those are the Tomahawk Indians. They're black people.
I know. A bunch of black samurai at the Sphinx before it was dug up. So you see how long that Egypt was buried. But those are all black samurai. Every last single one of them. So I don't know who did their History Channel. I don't know who did their History Channel. I can't save them. I don't know what the fuck they talking about. I don't know. It probably don't even fucking matter what they talking about. They talking about it in my grandfather's language. Hold on. Him, the King of Jews. See how it goes to Germany right after that? Holy Roman Empire of Jews. That's us. The black ones. That's why the white people going to Palestine and Madagascar don't make sense to us. You own the whole fucking Europe. If you're us. 15 to 1578, by the way. My 16th grandfather's the King of Jews. In recent timeline. We ain't got to go to the Bible. We talking about real life. I'm the King of Jews, man. By blood. 2 times. Is he Etruscan and gold? Yep. Troy. Trojan. Tuscarora. Carolina. They just demonized us. They made us the bad guys and then pivoted off of it and stole it and made them the good guys. That's all. Weird nigga shit. E-ring, Pentagon, E-ring, Saturn. Where Europa is. It's not in Jupiter. We're in Saturn's ring. I know that intuitively. I don't know how I know that, but it rings off. Those are the dimensions of what it would look like. We got the maps now. We're not the first people to come across this revelation. Kind of like my ancestors already did this and they stole it and burned it. We know. That's why the bloodline's important, because we would remember. In that day. They were white and they were slaves. That makes sense if everyone's here was black already. Why would you need more black slaves on a black continent? That don't make no sense. The real map. So it's a circle, not a spear. Outside of its ice. Just like Europa's shrouded in ice. This is the part that's melted by the sun and the moon, the radiation above us. The circuit that they're in. This is the Holy Grail that my grandfather, Otto I, Charles I, holds. He's a Jew, by the way, not a Christian. It's blood. The golden vial of blood. The Holy Grail is a bloodline symbol. There was my grandfather right there, Carlos V. He's a black guy. He's a Judean. He's a Jew. And she's handing him the staff of Solomon. They're Jews. I'm a Jew. The real kind. They're not doing shit for Israel or Jews. Trust me, I'm right fucking here. That's Carlos V. Carlos V. Ablu Khan. They can't fuck that up. He got a connected beard and everything. His Excellency George Washington. He's a black guy, not a white one. This is the original daguerreotypes, not the shit they drew for McGraw-Hill. This whole country is black. The Europeans, the Americans, the Indians, they're all black. It changed after Reconstruction, and I think that's what the Reconstruction is. How do we make this white people shit? The man himself, George Washington. Contemporaries of George Washington have commented that none of his portraits accurately resemble him. And a member of his immediate family is quoted as having said that pictures of him, painted by various artists, all look very much alike, but are not really like the general himself. Yeah, because they're fucking white people. Look at the damn nose. Tell them stop fucking playing. Your United States is completely fraud, bro. The whole United States that we live in today is not what happened here. That's my point. Conquest of the Mongols, Khans, Peru, Mexico. And how they brought all the elephants here. Khans came here. They're the ones that use elephants in war. My grandfathers. Perusum, Chimexum, Kings of America. There was a capital at Istanbul. At that time, it was considered Jerusalem, where the Khans are from, like the guy at the damn liquor store told me. Istanbul was Jerusalem, not Palestine. Tell them to shut the fuck up. Istanbul was Jerusalem, where Khan is from, where my grandfather is from, the king of Jews. Could you fucking imagine some shit like that? And then his son came to America, Prester John. Same fucking story. This is what Hitler was saying these niggas were. They're a mix of all the black people and some alien shit. Nah, remove the Moors and the Africans from that mix right there, my nigga. They their own thing. They gotta find out where they grandma from, because they not my cousins. Hell no. Where the fuck they come from to get something else? They gonna tell you it's alien, but not tell you where it's from. Tell them to stop fucking playing with me. Stop trying to graft your way into our story and steal everything, you weirdos. This was the so-called propaganda. They're saying that they're a bastardization of niggas. What the fuck that got to do with Genghis Khan and my people in America, though? Nothing. Same story, man. They can't just keep making shit up. Lizard people's catacomb cities, so the lizard people underground, newspapers about it. Yeah, we got it now. More niggas. King of England. Mulatto. That big ass nose and a top lip. And that nappy hair. The King of England. They don't turn white. Look at these niggas. Nah, bro. They lied about everything. Hence, education, school. Take 12 years to put a whole bunch of bullshit in people's head. And then they can't stand on it. And then when you start figuring it out, they run out of money. Ain't that a bitch? That the more we figure out, the worse it gets for them? I know. I'm wondering my damn self. What is that about? The Peruvians had 12 monarchies, sis. Israel. They're Jews, originally. Got the kingdom maps. Virginia and Carolinas. Saponi region, where my grandmother's the empress of. Maratha kingdom, we're Moors. Pedigree-wise. See how there's 4 different kingdoms? Yellow, orange, pink, and green? All the way down to the tip of South America. All the way through Brasilia. So this place was already here rocking with kingdoms. They didn't help us by bringing niggas here. Look at all them cities and all those red dots. Those are kingdoms. Come on now. Come on now, tell them to reason with us. And I told you, Genghis Khan at the owl, baby. I told you now, emperor in the empire of Tartary. Not the kingdom, not the town of Tartary. The whole fucking thing, Bruce. The seat of Istanbul, aka Jerusalem. We know. We know. We know because the owl came to see me. We know who we are. Because the American God came to see me. On the same damn totem. At the same damn time. Day to day. Back to back. Back to back, they kept telling me, look up, nigga. Stop playing. We'll come around and we'll dance for you. If you need confirmation, law of attraction, we got you, buddy. We got you, baby. We'll dance for you. You gonna play this damn video? Oh, it's the other one. There he is. He in the sand. He got closer to me. He came down to my level and let me approach him. I'm right by him. Yep. Trust issues. That's how it used to look. Where else? I still haven't found the shit Wyatt sent me. We got St. Peter's and all that shit. The influence of ancient Peru upon China, Assyria, and Egypt. I wonder why. Bitch. Why does it keep blowing out the zoom on the damn thing? Yep. Ancient Jerusalem. That word be fucking them up. So the Algonquins from America conquested the Mediterranean, which is why they try to put Jesus there, because we went to there. Americans went there and came back 11,000 years ago. We've been all over this bitch the whole time. Why wouldn't we? It's ours. There's only one new crew on this planet, and it ain't us. Lost History of America. They documented this hundreds of years ago, by the way. This is before McGraw-Hill and white people start being presidents. Meaning they know. That means they lie for a living. Ashes and ashes and curses and hills of ashes to their bloodline then. On King Genghis. American. A native of America. Copper-colored, obviously. The oldest English translation of American, by the way. Don't worry, we got proof. Jaguar kings and all kind of shit. They're black. There's several of them, by the way. Don't worry. We got the Africans too. Don't worry. There goes the Asian emperors. I knew I'd find it. They're black. You see them Caesars and them Fays they got? Those are emperors of China. Do you see them? Do you see their clothes, their habit? Those are Afro-Asiatics in recent history. Talking to white people. Nah, nigga, you ain't hearing me. You see them swords he got? Nah, ain't no last black samurai, ain't no African Yasuki samurai. Fuck out my face. The emperor of fucking Asia is a nigga 150 years ago. You feel me? Now you understand what the last samurai was about? Is it getting rid of all the black people over there? He in Europe with that goblet. These are Africans and Moors from Northwest Africa, Mauritanians. But with the pink on them, under Judah. Come on now. These are what American warriors look like. They look like black guys to me, nigga. All right, then. What's a Native American to me, then? That's how big the boats used to be. And there's flying craft above them. It's like a Noah's Ark. They'll take their whole town with them. They take the whole town with them. Look, they already got the orbs in space back then. They already drawn them. They've been had UFOs popping up on us. The whole time, bro. This ain't new. There was our flying craft from back then. It flies. That's man-made, by the way. We've been had that. That's empire level, though. Everybody in empire level, though. Cool story. I still did not find the shit that Wyatt sent. God damn. I got all the shit that Mr. Now sent me, all the Negroes in Italy. Well, it's the Sicilians. Shut the fuck up. They're the kings of Italy, period, bitch. Ain't nobody else there to argue with. The fuck are they talking about? What the actual fuck are they talking about? What the actual fuck are they talking about? What the actual fuck are they talking about? Who these niggas? So nah, nigga. Same. There ain't a white woman. That's Whitley. Come on now. Tell him stop fucking playing. Tell him stop playing. Please. An African, a mulatto, and an Indian. Europe supported by Africa and America. And notice that Europe in the middle is not a white woman. It's a black mulatto. See her hair texture? So that's America. That's Europe in this demonstration. And that's Africa. Different hair. So Africa and America is supporting their little light-skinned cousin. Tell them stop fucking playing with me. Tell them stop. They gotta cut it out. They really gotta stop fucking playing out here. New Canaan. Canada. Like Cain and Abel, like Canaan land. Same story. It's ancient Egypt. So Canada's ancient Canaan land. Same story. And then once you adjust that in your mind and you read the Bible, it makes so much sense why they're going all the way where all these kingdoms are today. Yep, it was them. Or us. We ain't changed. The game changed, baby. The game changed, that's all. In Masonry, Egypt is known as ancient, America is known as ancient Egypt. The Masons know. That's why they're wearing Shriner fezzes and all that goofy shit they doing, cosplaying on Moore Street. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or Masonry, but to America. Many thousand years ago, but at that time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same. In America, rediscovered by these faggots in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th century, it wasn't densely populated because of the freeze, was recovered Egypt in the Promised Land. America's the Promised Land of the Bible. In the land of the constellation of the eagle, on your dollar bill. Angels, angel land. The Promised Land went to descendants of angels, in case you're wondering why. I got it all. I got it in ancient history. I got the ancient history proof. Not this bullshit they teach you on Wiki. Like before white people got over here and started fucking going nuts, censoring shit. Or my granddaddy, the King of Kings. So I know. I know. It's a shitty something. But here we are. What can we do about it, right? Just a little baby from Camden. Hood nigga. I'm in the hood nigga section. Tell them stop fucking playing with me. Yeah. I know. I did not find that damn document. But I found so much more in the meantime. How y'all doing? Thank you for joining my show and tell. Hajj Sophia is the temple. Ancient and Modern Britons by David Mack Ritchie. Shout out to Eamon Ra. In the Italy picture, one of the carriages with the girls, if you zoom in, you can see how Asiatic that king looks. They're all Judeans, the Asiatic ones. And Jaguar meant Europe on top of that. Come on now. Hopped on my porch one day and dipped and recorded it. Picasso. Tamara Sr. Oh, wow. Yep, I remember he was dancing. 333. Yep, I just read this afternoon a passage from Dante's and it's called The Eagle, Jupiter's Bird. Judah, Jupiter, Peter, Petersburg. That's us. Did you just say bound him with a leather thong? Wasn't the BDSM? Well, you know, it's bounding his arm. It's like they didn't have handcuffs, bro. It's kind of like BDSM, but not really. But don't forget that he bounded a god. A son of God, an angel. Quetzalcoatl is a sky person. And that's why that's how you became a king or emperor. You can beat them. Like Indian leg wrestling and stuff like that. Not kill them, but like Jacob's ladder, basically. But I'm telling you, it's not physical. It's the algebra. It's mental. It's probably ceremoniously physical for people who don't know math. But it's because he's an emperor. He's an emperor of magic, of mind. It's math. What we call math, I should say. Not math, like arithmetic. It's beautiful, though. So, even though the devil tried to hide it from us, we still found it. Because he don't fucking read all the books that he tells us to read. He don't know what's left. Thank God. Command F been saving us for the past 5 years. Then once you learn what they called it, then you find more of that. Then you go, oh, these niggas trying to hold Genghis back. These niggas don't want Genghis Khan to come back. Oh, my grandfather, now I come back to my damn self. How about that? I'll come down here my damn self. How about that? And that's what I did. They sent me. We'll see what happens. Die for my district. The whole fucking moon. Europa. Jaguar Kings. No Wakanda forever over here, buddy. We are the Wakanda. And all y'all my cousins. Better act like you fucking know. That's why the UFOs pull up on me. I'm almost certain. We're dragonborn. And the dragons are the UFOs. Same story. It's intense. It's intense as fuck. Because I'll snap into that reality and I'll come back and like, shit, I gotta walk to the goddamn store. But the government's shutting down like I said it would. Don't miss that part of the story. Everything I say about them happens to them. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it precog or postcog? And if I'm causing it, my bad. I can't prove it yet. But if I'm tired and you tired, then it's tiresome. So it's got to go. We got to do something better this time. I haven't quite figured out what that looks like. I've only been here 40 years of human history. I don't know where I was before, but I doubt it was here. It's a fucking moon for girls. Both post-cog and pre-cog. Meets and happening in the middle. Yeah. 3 + 3 - 3. If it's mid-cog, then it's both. Wakanda equals Econ Daui. David, yeah. Bloodline of David. Sitting with Gabriella and them over the dunes. Venetians. Maybe they don't know what planet they come from. Maybe they don't know how they got here. They'll find out when they die. They'll go right back wherever that soul or that spark goes or comes from. They act like we all have the same heaven or something. We're not the same design. That's why they try to make a one world God, a one world religion, a one world. That's what they mean by that. They did that already. They suggested to you that everyone comes from the same space. They don't. I think ultimately, you know, the stuff that material is made out of, if you look at God or the creation that way, yeah. But for this story on this planet, no. They were not created here. So even if there's a hierarchy of that, this ain't theirs. This is a very particular moon in a very particular space with a very particular language and very particular people and very particular books, all by those people who've been in this space the longest. You can't graft into that and be like, okay, I'm gonna redefine the narrative. No, the fuck you can't. And they tried, and that's why none of this shit makes sense. That's why people seem like they're losing their damn mind, talking about God and this and Jesus and that. Like, they're missing the bigger picture, unironically. The thing that created us already gave us dominion of the physical reality of this place. So you don't have to invoke it in the sense that way to control it. You already do. You just lost control of it because we've been brainwashed for 12 years or more. That's all. Confirmation. But once you start getting the controls back, which is what I'm trying to teach people, because I know a lot of my brothers and cousins are out there. Once they start getting back, look at this cat. He's a pigeon hunter. He keeps getting closer and closer to me. He favors my spot. But then when I talk to him, he just ignores me. But he always come back over. Another spiritual totem, the cat. I told you I had to bring back a missing or dead cat this year. And did. That girl's so ungrateful. Mr. Now was there for that, weren't you? That really fucking happened. James used to bring back dead birds. I've done a chihuahua and a cat so far. I'm gonna catch up. I don't like touching dead birds, so they say they got diseases or something. But fried chicken, though, fried chicken. We really are. We're really like that. We just don't know how to do it. You have to teach yourself, and that's the shittiest thing about it. How the fuck you teach yourself anything? Doesn't make sense. So you're gonna miss, and shit gonna go left because there's other people making shit go left because they're not in their right fucking mind, obviously. More so now than ever. Most people are not in their right fucking mind. That's why I'm saying the mind, the universe is mind and all is mental. So it's like you gotta, if you believe anything, you gotta believe that. That God gave you the equipment. At the very least, to master this dimension. And we forget that with all that hateful and stupid shit. Back to the 10 Commandments. But breaking those 10 Commandments is what takes you out of vibration. They weren't trying to tell people what to do. They're trying to tell people how to be awesome. Because once you can be awesome, you do whatever the fuck you want. And hopefully you want to do better things than being fucking reprobate. Like, you know, families that exist and are prosperous and relationships that are real and tangible and not having lack and worry and all kind of bullshit. And then when you have a problem, because, you know, someone's been off the fucking rails, you can course correct it without taking damage to your whole fucking civilization. Hi, Mom. Discipline is always better than sacrifice. And we got to do it from the bottom of the barrel. It's fucking second-class citizens in our own fucking kingdom. Just like the Bible. So is the book about the past? Or is the book about the present? The world may never know. Because none of them faggots that talk about it were there. But I know my grandparents were. How the fuck you gonna make a profitable mega church off of our goddamn book? And the motherfuckers think, listen to these assholes gonna take them to some fucking white boy heaven. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's not even their fucking language. Why the fuck would they be speaking the language of Jews if they're not Jews? Like, in which story did they come across us? And you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, they brought their dusty ass here in the last 300 years, little by little. And then the main surge came in the late 1800s, after the Civil War, not before. And they've been fucking it up ever since, with their bullshit narratives and beliefs and how they see things. No one fucking asks them. In our goddamn backyard. Drugs, alcohol, all that bullshit. I mean, a lot of us lose our mind. But all of us aren't angels. They try to kill them. I see why now. I see why now. If you're a fucking idiot, you want to get around, you get rid of the people that make you look like an idiot. So you can be the king of sandcastles. They need slaves and shit. The fuck? I'm building my damn self. They need other people to do the shit for them. I do it my damn self. They need other people to write the book. I'll write the book my damn self. They ain't got enough of that in them to be running no goddamn country. They depend on too much of the rest of the poor world to have anything. That sounds like some sucker shit. That's some weak, frail bitch nigga shit where I'm from. And hence, the reality we live in. It writes itself. I ain't saying nothing strange. It's just strange that maybe someone like me is saying it. That's all. I know. I did not expect my 40s to be this bullshit. That's for damn sure. Hell no. Hell no. We ain't supposed to be doing this right now. Hell no. We like the archaeologists of genetics. Like, we trying to figure out who the fuck we are. And now I understand why they buried it. Think about how hateful and evil that is. Like, yeah, I realize how fucking twisted these motherfuckers really are. That they would sacrifice the dignity of who they are to steal from us. Which tells me they never had shit worth keeping. Because they ain't us. So what they got? That's a weirder story, actually. We are not these people, and you're not us, and this ain't yours, and this ain't where you're from. Where you come from again? What language you used to speak? Where your grandma from? Where my grandfather was? Interesting. You don't know who my grandfather is, though. Even more interesting. And you treat him like this. You didn't treat your grandma like that. What the fuck happened to you? They need to figure that shit out ASAP. Or their reprobate mind gonna go crazy. They need to find themselves before they find Jesus. That's for sure. So I did it. Seek God's face. And all of a sudden I'm looking in the fucking mirror. I have their face. Order of operations. Well, they're going chemtrail crazy today, boy. They're just not manifesting as clouds. Shout out to John. How are you, brother? Lee Hutchison. How are you doing from the UK? Shout out to UK. Foresight better than hindsight, Terry. Wasita Besel Alex Nashit. Washington, D.C. De facto corporation. You know it. I wonder what this demonstration looks like outside the BS government system that currently in pay. People aren't ready yet, though. Whenever I bring that up, it'll be an anarchy response. Pigeon on the Biscuit Part 3, Mr. Jonathan. Yep, rest in peace and welcome back, Mr. Bitches. Welcome back, Mr. Bitches. That's hilarious. He's a cool cat. There's a black cat with yellow eyes. He did not get along with me. But I brought his goofy ass back. That's how kind I am. I could have left him for dead. The way he treated me. But she was really torn by that cat. So I was like, let me do the decent thing. She probably won't even remember that. That's how ungrateful these women are. You can bring their cat back from the grave, and they'll still find a fucking problem. Tough. But I really didn't do it for her. I did it to see if I can do it. Now, if I could just land all the other tricks I got spinning in here right now, I'll be all right. Because my limitations ain't my mind. My limitations is the system and the people in a way. That's a different story. They're so easy to kill us for having our own fucking brain. They're so easy to turn against you because you say something different. They're so easy to say you're crazy because you took God seriously. That's weird. You're doing a thing uncomfortable. The thing that hasn't worked for 100 years, you're doing it differently. I know. Notice it's working for me though. What else can you do? Where's the goddamn charger at? This phone say fuck you. There you go. I've been looking for a minute now. Shout out to BT in the building. Astrolarius, how's it going? It's all right. Everyone's talking about how the energy is weird and everyone's going through the thing in terms of consensus in the program. Because it's dead. They ain't got a better answer than this. They don't have nothing better to do but to lose me. It'll be anarchy's been the program response. Yeah, they're afraid of losing order because they have no other point of reference. Because they don't know who they are. It's only anarchy. It's like, it's going to be anarchy? No, nigga, this system is the anarchy. It's not going to be anarchy, it is anarchy. This is anarchy compared to kingdoms and empires. Like, they forgot. Yes, because we're not the generation that went through it. We're the products. All colors, all shapes, all sizes. That's why I'm not tripping on the white boys too much. They did not do it. They benefit, but they don't do it. They didn't do anything. They weren't here to do it. They got moved into position. I got X-ray vision though. I look right past them. Ain't got shit to do with them. No Polish, German, Nazi was here in the making of America. If anything, they helped. Their activities and their beliefs and their shenanigans helped me. Like, oh, this ain't it. They don't know what they're talking about. They sound smart to stupid people. Unfortunately, they put me in school with them, so I knew what it was. They were mad at me for not giving a fuck my whole life. Why would the fuck would I give a fuck about all these apparent lies? I told your bitch ass my grandmother Indian. I don't give a fuck about your story. Where's my story at? Where's their story at? Oh, we were here first, right? Okay, cool. Hold that. Fuck I want to hear about you for? Arrogant, narcissistic. They act like only their world exists here. That's where they fall. Because if you push that pressure point on them, it's like, well, tell me where your grandmother was in 1612. They fall apart. And please don't tell me she was speaking English. Why is she speaking a Judean language? But you don't believe in Jesus. You're speaking Jesus language. Aramaic, American. Wake your ass up. Jordan Maxwell, Graham Hancock, they try to tell you. Their truthers is like pussyfooters. They don't just tell the whole truth. But they circumscribe it. They draw lines around it, and they expect you to fill in the blank or something. Nah, man, this is all nigga shit. Yep, it is. What's the problem with that? We didn't do this. They did. Now imagine if their future generation is going to look at this time period the same way we do. Like, what the fuck happened? Thank God for the internet, I guess. What happened was they lied too much, and they ran out of space to lie more. No new lie can fix the foundation of their lies. It'll always break. It's called a reprobate mind. It's by design. I don't know why God does that. I don't know. I don't know why this is a required experience for our generation, at least. But we're getting out of it, though. Like, we're not going into that. We're getting out of what it was. It just takes time, and it's quite painful. Especially when you're losing people along the way. We'll never see the promised land, I guess. Because the shit I'm talking about now, people ain't even talking about yet. That means I'm still ahead. I'm still in the future. It'll take a while. It's just 9 months. They're 9 months late just to catch up to the government part of what happened during the pandemic 6 years ago. They're still running. What is that called? Running out of gas, I guess. But they haven't come to a complete stop yet. There's still more gas in their tank. They haven't really given up yet. They're gonna have to surrender. Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. They're gonna have to surrender everything back to Caesar. Everything. Everything. Their livelihoods, their beliefs, what they thought it was, where they thought it was going, they have to surrender that. If they want something better, that's real. They be feeling like giving up on the bullshit is a loss. No, giving up on the bullshit is why you don't have nothing better. You're not gonna get nothing better if you keep holding on to the bullshit. You keep looking back, Saracens. Now the white boys are the Saracens. Stop looking back. It'll never go back to that. You have to live up to your word that you're honorable. You have to live up to your word that your IQ and your smarts and your people are the best people since sliced bread, and you gotta rebuild some shit. You gotta live up to that. You have to, or you're gonna die. They're gonna die if they don't. That's the ill shit about it. They claim that that's what this was, that's who they are, that this is what they did, that they killed all my ancestors to play in my fucking face. Cool. I'll take it. Now rebuild it. Now fix it. By yourself. Since you always did it by yourself. You didn't need no help. You didn't have none of us. We didn't exist. That's a spell. That's a context. That's a worldview they created. And as they're suffering, we're watching it from the outside looking in. It ain't my system falling apart. Ain't my government falling apart. Ain't my country falling apart. And it sucks. Because I thought they believed that shit. At the very least. I thought they had some white pride. Like, nah, we're going to come back together and build back stronger. We're going to get this economy back together. We're going to take care of our families and make sure our daughters can have daughters. Nah, they fagging out. Talking about what they didn't vote for. Man, you worse than the niggas in the 60s. At least they was outside. They're feeding them children. They're making them lunches. With nothing. Y'all out here just waiting to expire. Waiting for drugs. Waiting for handouts. Waiting for fucking benefits to come back and emerge when you're short negative $37 fucking trillion. Does anyone know what the fuck that means? That means your ass bankrupt. Where are the ideas? Where are the scientists? I heard about all these fucking scientists, all these brilliant people. I've heard about all these great ideas and DMT trips. I've heard so much about these people. Where is it? Don't tell me it's on the other side of a flotilla. Don't tell me it's on the other side of a bombing a little fucking 1700 style village. Don't tell me it requires you to steal something else from someone else. Please don't tell me that your whole claim to fame is that you can steal shit from people who can't defend themselves. Please don't tell me that's the backbone of their fucking current realm of civilization. That we only have what we have if we steal the labor, the ideas, and resources from other people. Please don't tell me that's where we're at. Please don't tell me that that's the reality. Tell me there's some good white boys out there. Tell me there's some decent, God-fearing white boys out there. Tell me that exists, and I can't wait for them to show up. since this is their mess. They need to fix it, not us. We did not break it. They stole it. They broke what they stole. And if they want to live, they must repair it with integrity, with love, with peace, with justice, with honor. They have to fix the justice system. It's their system. They got to fix this economy. It's their economy. The motherfuckers in them other United Nations don't come meeting with me on Pocahontas, nigga. Nah, it's your shit. You beat us upside our head to make sure that we use your shit. Cool. I'll eat that. When you want to fix it? So I can get back in line as a second-class citizen. Nothing? No new moves, no new ideas? Cool. I guess we'll just die together. BT in the building, new channel. Okay, salute. Yeah, man. I've been looking for a minute now. I'm glad you found me. Welcome back. We've been here since a couple weeks from the other channel being deleted. Bob Lamb, prepper mode type of vocabulary. I figured all the prepper maxers talk like that. Of course I found y'all though. It was written. 12 cans of beans, 400 bottles of water, and a piss filter that fills your blood with asbestos. 3. Jonathan says, oh, Mr. Now. Lil Omar, subscribe. Martin Portillo, I can rap. Does it look like a rap channel? You can rap. What is that? I don't even understand the correspondence here. What's going on, Martin? You can rap? We talking about rap or something? You saw something going on here? Do I look like music or something? Is that what's going on? On Judah, like people just come up to me and start talking to me about music. That's so funny. When I did music, people didn't come up to me just doing, well, maybe they did. I never talk about music though. That's why it's funny. Outside of if I do a video about it. I'm talking about like in life. I don't talk about it. What do you do? Oh, I'm a content creator. Whatever that means. I do not lead with music. Music leads with me. I didn't choose music. Music chose me. I didn't land on Plymouth Rock. I landed on Plymouth Hip Hop. Shout out to Ms. Baby Doll 868 something. 868 is what? Foley 6, 9, 16 plus 6. What is that? 22, 4, Foley 22. Those numbers do not exist. Where the fuck that cat go? Try and think of what else. Because I can see it. Like, I can see where this is going. I can feel it, I mean. And then I take the feeling and I convert it to images. But ain't nothing going on. Everything that's going on is here. Everything in this world right now that's going on is just ideas. People running out of ideas, or bad ideas, or scary ideas, or anxious ideas. It's just ideas. And it's only because they have nothing to replace it with. That is what's kicking everybody's ass, even mine. There's nothing, we haven't found the other side of the polarity of what the problem is yet. Like the old world is dead, but no one has started to, not no one, but I'm saying like the consensus, the zeitgeist hasn't loaded the new world all the way. We're loading it day by day, I guess. But where is their northern star? I don't know. I don't know how to save the white people, man. I don't. They ain't gonna listen to no niggas. Definitely ain't gonna listen to no nigga talking about he the great grandson of Jesus. And I absolutely am. I don't know. I don't know if I can help them. It's sad. That's a lot of people. I want to do them like they did me. I don't have that bone in my body. Yeah, I can never do them like they did us. Even after all I've seen and experienced my damn self. I can never do them like they did us. Hello from South Korea, squad. Hey. Miss Baby Doll says, how's your day been so far? Huh? Not too bad. The topic I've been talking about is kind of heavy, but that's about it. Just thugging it out, one day at a time, channeling, showing some history, showing some alien shit, representing for my district, man. The Empire of Tartary. That's it. That's all I can do. I literally genetically cannot do nothing else. There's nothing else for me to do, actually. That's the fuck shit about this. I don't have a choice in the matter. God won't let me do nothing else, man. I tried every fucking thing else not to do this shit. I do not want to do 3 a.m. Like, that was not what I signed up for. But it's the only thing that just keeps happening. It just keeps, more and more of it keeps coming to me. It's almost like music. Like music and rewriting the timeline is like neck and neck for me. Relationships don't work. Jobs don't work long enough. But if I need to figure out some shit, guess what's gonna happen? I won't figure out that shit in 48 hours. If I need to find something that someone's lying about or hiding, guess what? I won't find out what the fuck they're lying about and hiding. If I need some confirmations and some signs, guess what? My brother's gonna text me, message me, and they're gonna bring it up. I ain't even tell them I was looking for it. So, you know, when you know what works when it works, but it's like, I don't know why. I don't know where that shit go. Like, I'm here right now from years of doing this, but it's like, if you look at it in the physical sense, it got me away from danger, thank God. It put me in a situation where I could survive right now, thank God, again. But it's not the destination, you feel me? And even in the destination, I'm a Sagittarius, I'm gonna leave again, you know what I mean? I ain't sitting still nowhere until I die. So to me, it's very strange. It is. And I'm looking for other people to do it instead. Pass the baton. I'm gonna pass it lateral to one of my cousins or something. I know King James got some more babies out here somewhere. I got plenty of cousins. But a lot of them that I know, that I've met, like, I've even seen some of the ones that I haven't met, that I know are my family, you know, Facebook and shit like that. They ain't on that type of time. They're not. Either they're very indoctrinated, or they just on some hood nigga shit in New York. They're not tapped in. And of course, they got different parents. I got it twice. The ones I'm talking about got it once. And then where I got Carlos V from in my bloodline, I don't have no cousins. I only have 2. My grandmother's sister, her and my grandmother haven't talked, well, as far as I know, they have not been in proximity with each other since she had her 2 daughters. My mom, who's deceased, and her other one. So I know there's probably more white cousins through her sister. I have no idea who they are. I know how to find them. I know where to go, but I don't know them. So, of course, they're not on this type of time. But yeah, my family in this generation, from those bloodlines, are not on this. They'll be in sororities, they'll be in churches, they'll be in Masonry or Eastern Stars or all that other goofy shit. But they won't stand on King James, they won't stand on John Smith, and they won't stand on Carlos V. And that is weird, because all those things they'd rather do come from that. Like, oh, you want to be a witch? Nigga, granddad's a royal high priest. Stop fucking playing with me. What do you think his wife is? Like, step your magic up at least. Stop manifesting fiat and stupid shit while you're getting sick and dying and hurting yourself. That's the thing, too, about the rest of my family. They get sick a lot. I don't get sick. All glory be to God, though. I don't get sick because I'm not in that space mentally. I'm not allowing I can get negative, but I don't stay there. I don't live there. If I'm negative for more than 15 minutes, I'm having a bad day. They live there. And they dig themselves out of it by digging themselves further down. And that's just me outside looking in. Years and years of watching them. What they say and what happens. What they believe and what happens. And they're always confused. There's always drama. There's always someone lying. And that's what I hate most about some of the people that I grew up around. Like, there's a lot of drama that happens because they're fucking liars. And the drama comes from them standing on the lie. Rather than copping to the bullshit that they did and then, like, going through that easy process of no one's gonna give a fuck tomorrow. Nah. They're gonna turn on each other and such didn't believe me. Man, I can't believe my mama took the other side of my lie. Because you're a liar. You lie a lot. Y'all lie a lot. Y'all lie a lot, whole fucking lot. Not y'all, but the memory I'm speaking to. I watched them lie as a psychic. I don't care. I think the shit funny. But it wears on them, because then you have a history, right? Let's say a family member did some weird shit and they lied about it. Then you build off of that linear timeline, and then something else happens. Now, if it wasn't a lie, or if you knew what the truth was, you see the linearity of why it keeps happening, because they had never taken accountability for what they lied about to begin with. And whole family secrets and all kinds of shit is built off of that. Especially with men. They'll run away before they tell the truth. Women won't take accountability, but they won't disappear. Men will disappear. Like the father that has the kids on the other side of town. I'll be back and get some cigarettes. That story. They'd rather run away. The women will just take the lie to the grave, but at least they're still, or were, mothers, you know, providing for you until you're old enough. Then when everyone's old and stuff, motherfuckers wondering why they got cancers. Motherfuckers are wondering why they got like blood issues or pancreas and kidney issues. All that damn lying. Real life. Lying lowers your vibration. Not because of the lie itself though, because who gives a fuck? It's the mindset you need to manipulate everything, and the shame and what you think you're hiding is what causes you to have those negative recursive thoughts. And they can't talk about it. Because they can't talk about what their mental health condition is without telling you it's a side effect of them fucking lying all the time. It becomes a two-part problem. And I watch them die like that, bro. It'd be secrets, like family secrets. Ain't no fucking secret. They're just not admitting to the damn lie they told, or the thing they did, or the thing they stole, or the person they killed. All kind of shit, man. All kind of shit. And then when someone else find out, oh, granddad shot his girlfriend when she was 14. And he got away with it. Cool fucking story. How you get away with it? Why you gonna just hide that? The nigga's a shooter. The fuck? Of course he did. But then you have a whole distorted reality of who you are and who your family is, because someone's pride or someone's benefits is at stake. If you realize, like, yeah, you're just like everybody fucking else. You're not fucking special. They lie to be special. That's what I'm trying to say. They don't just lie because it's private or they're ashamed. They lie because if you knew what the truth was, they think you look at them less than or something. And that's only a problem because they want to be seen as more than something. So they lie for status. They lie to project themselves higher in respect and honor. And it's like, you can't lie and be honorable. I mean, you can't just say Jesus, Jesus 3 times in the mirror and make it go away. Oh, Jesus died for my sins. Yeah, okay, cool, sorry, bitch. The fuck's I gotta do with you living, though? You're still a liar. I don't give a fuck about where you going to heaven, nigga. You lying in real life. Where we pay rent tomorrow. I don't give a fuck about what's going to happen to you whenever you die. You feel me? Truthfully. I don't even know if I want to see you on the other side. So a lot of people pivot off of the unseen all of a sudden. And what I've learned at 40 years old is that what I was wondering, what was wrong with people I met in my family, not just like blood family, I'm talking about like associates and friends of family, like people you grew up around. The root issue of our community is that it's full of fucking liars. But they're not liars because like they can't tell the truth. It's what it is. They don't want to lie because they don't want to be isolated or seen as the black sheep or seen as a bad person. And then in that desire, they become a bad person. And they're so used to fucking pathologically lying that they even lie to themselves. And it doesn't, like, just like the mind control breaks, it happens to them too when they're old. And that's when the diseases and everything flood in. I've experienced with that. I've lied to myself. And then those were the thoughts that came up. And that's what made me sick. So I know how it worked. I can tell. I can tell if you can't confront that and deal with it, it'll get worse. Like if I ran away from that, it'll be anxiety. If you run away from that, you gotta take medicine. If you run away from that, you gotta drink a lot. If you run away from that, you gotta do drugs. I see it. I know what it is. I've lied to myself about the past and about what really happened. Like I wouldn't let myself confront something even though it had nothing to do with me. It morphs you. Then you got to tell the truth to yourself, and then you got to rewrite everything you did. And the sooner you do that, the better off you are. The sooner you accept it for what it is, or who you were, or what you did, or what they did to you, or what happened, or what you didn't step up for, all those things, all those categories. You gotta own up to that shit. That's why a lot of girls are having a hard time finding partners and stuff, because they haven't stopped lying about the story of what they did to all those other men. They just can't. They don't want to be seen as hoes or something. You know the story. They ain't what the real problem is. They don't want to be seen as dishonest and unloyal and untrustworthy and desperate and crazy. All the things that'll take their esteem down. That's why it's called self-esteem. Because I guarantee you, no one gives a fuck. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, no one gives a fuck. I guarantee it. Whatever you think your worst fear of someone finding out, man, outside of them laughing at you like it's a fucking movie, by this time tomorrow, they're gonna be talking about rent. So anyway, cool fucking story. That's kind of weird. But anyway, so how are we gonna pay rent tomorrow? It's just to show you how to make your apples. That's the benefit of the time that we're in. That people have way bigger concerns than the internal lie or story or the way you want to be seen. No one cares. That man like you, he like you. He don't care. And that's the thing, a lot of people in that generation, our generations, the boomers, it's always the fucking boomers. I don't know what their parents did to them, but they made it seem like they cannot exist in this reality and be successful by being themselves. They preach the hardest that you gotta be at the top of some stupid fucking ladder after meeting all the new Nazi people. Wonder what happened to their country, right? Yeah, it's rinse and repeat. We inherited their bullshit from Poland. Culturally, the attitude, they have to be seen as, and you look at the Germans and the SS and the Nazis, and that's what they were doing. I get it now. I get it. They rubbed shoulders with a bunch of devils, and then they inherited that as a mainstream culture zeitgeist in the radio, the TV, the newspapers. No one wanted to be seen as themselves. They want to be seen as great. Like, just like everyone wants to manifest $1 million. Like, bitch, you can't manage 10,000. God would give you $1 million and be gone in a year. Then what? You're gonna be on fucking drugs. You're saving your stupid ass life. So, yeah, boomers didn't know how to be themselves. And the ones that did, they went the other way. Hippies, they went to the other side. Drugs and acid, they went too far. They went to Akasha or something, or Akasha Pond or something. So there's no balance. And then Gen X came, there was the latchkey kids, they went outside, the new outside, got to do what they want, couldn't tell them what to do, but they knew how to work hard, some of them, most of them maybe. And then we just watched all of them and all their shenanigans, and it was like, you better go to school and do good in school. None of them niggas did good in school, by the way. But we better do good in school because that's a new hustle to get the new jobs and new corporate tech and the offices. And this way you can buy one of these nice little houses and, you know, get married and stuff while they're still cheating. Nigga, please. I did all that shit and I'm still here. None of that mattered. Because the boomers were lying. Lying ain't just, when they become a pathological liar, it's not just like a lie like, did you do it? No, it's a way of life after that. Because of those thoughts, I'm telling you, they gotta be able to recreate a new false narrative and false reality to get out of those feelings. And then when they interact with the public, they're showing you a fake face. And then when they're interacting and talking about things that may lean towards negativity, they push positive. You see Trump do it all the time. He lies, but his lies are positive. I don't know if you caught that. He's not just like lying, like a liar. I didn't do that. No, what you talking about? We ain't talking about gaslighting in this sense. He is gaslighting though. But listen to him lie. He only speaks positive, or tries to. The greatest economy ever. We're doing good. The tariffs are great. Blah 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 blah. Y'all love Obama for doing the same stupid fucking lying, by the way. Obama was a big liar. He just had more finesse. That's why you didn't know he was lying to you. But Trump, you look at him and his sentences are more basic. But that's a testament to how he sees things in his mind too. He don't just do that on TV. He does that in every element of his life. And it worked for a long time. You know how it is. He's speaking into existence. At first, maybe the science was he's speaking opposite so that it goes that way. Because he's a commander, right? He's in lead, so he ain't gonna tell you, nah, it's fucked up. We ain't got the budget. Ain't shit we can do about it. Everything sucks out here. Your kids are fucking retarded. Everyone's dying, but you know, have fun. No, he couldn't be a leader and do that. But just pay attention to how he weaponizes language. Like, that's one of his strongest abilities, by the way. If he didn't have to be a president of a fucking filming corporation, and then you put him in any of those Tony Robbins conferences, he'd be better than Tony Robbins. Because he don't know how to think no other way. Like, he's programmed to be like that. So now you take people who, without that success, without that finesse, without that network, they're programmed after a point to like constantly see themselves in the right, even when they're wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a different tint. Cousin tints, but it's, yeah, I fucked everything up, but it ain't that fucked up, is it? It could be worse. Like, it's weird until you've interacted with it and it's been projected, or you've been in it, or even if you're a kid. Kids do that. Kids do that a lot to stay out of trouble. Yeah, it's like these people constantly have that kid thing where they're lying to not get whoopings or get punished or to lose favor. And then they become an adult with that as the prequel. They never just ate it. They never just faced fear. They never just said, what's the worst that can happen? Fuck it. It is what the fuck it is. They don't have say lo que lo say in them. It has to be something else. Or my value, my esteem, or nigga, you're in your 30s. You're in your 40s. You're in your 50s. No one gives a fuck no more. You're not home with your single father or your single mother or broken family or drunken, you know, all that other goofy shit. So really, 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 you're waiting for these people to grow the fuck up. They're not going to take nothing serious and fix it until they grow the fuck up. I'm talking about your leadership. I'm talking about everyone. I'm talking about all the people lamenting about, even people that are talking about they don't know what's going on and all this shit, that they're overreacting to headlines. They're liars too. Every fucking clue, every fucking symbol, every fucking conspiracy theorist, everybody fucking said it. And you argued against it. So you can't say you didn't know. You argued against it. So now you're lying. Now you're lying and act like you didn't know the vaccines were harmful. You did dissertations on Facebook, TikTok, and everything saying that these people are stupid and they deserve what's going to happen to them. Now it's happening to you. Now they can't say nothing. Now they gotta lie. They act like, how come no one told us? How come the government? Like, no. You are so sure of yourself. And now you're fucking lying because you do not want to admit what? You are fucking wrong. And their esteem is so fucking fragile that admitting they were wrong about some new fucking biolab weapon and fucking mRNA agenda, like, why the fuck would they know? They're so mad, they don't want to be seen as wrong that they'd rather fucking die of cancer. We're watching them die. We're talking about them people who are very active, with big followers, condemning people for not wanting to get vaccinated with mRNA, but the problem is COVID. There's no COVID in mRNA. They're not even related. So understand everything. So now they just sitting there looking stupid, eating their words. Well, guys, the type of cancer that I have is untreatable, so it's been a good ride. I guess they were right. No, bitch, you were just wrong. You were dead wrong. Your ego ain't gonna make it. Your feelings ain't gonna make it. Your esteem ain't gonna make it. Now your ass is dead. Like, they lied to death. I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about, you're probably not in the algorithm, but there's mad people eating this shit, boy, because they don't know how to exist being wrong because of all the damage they did by lying. It's not the like, oh, I was wrong, fuck, cool, now I'm right, now I know what's going on, let me fix it, let me help other people fix it. No, it's that if I admit that I'm wrong, I gotta put my face back out there to all these other people that I misled. Talking about how it's called moral high ground, taking the moral high ground. Well, once they lose the moral high ground, they feel like they're worthless. It's like, how about you just don't be fucking stupid? Fuck a moral high ground. Fuck these concepts. Fuck these ideas. We're not in a fucking high school cafeteria, nigga. You got bio-bombed. You got attacked. And then you were poisoned. How about you look at it like that? Nope. Well, guys, my time is up. We know. We knew that when we told you what the fucking truth was. Real life. I knew. I knew if I was right, they would fucking die. And they are. And that's the saddest part about this story. If I was wrong, I would still live. They don't know how to do punch squares. If I was wrong about everything, and it wasn't this, we also live, right? Me included. I didn't get sick. I ain't vaccinated or not, I'm still fine. So if I was wrong, like, damn, I don't trust these niggas. I thought it was going the other way. And they would just be right, and they would be alive too. Everyone would be alive if they were right and I was wrong. The difference is, because I was right, I'm living. Now they're dying. That's a weird wager to be wrong about. So what I'm saying is they could have afforded to be wrong and live. They didn't want to be wrong that much that they're willing to die for it. I'll never relate. And I guess they won't too much longer either. And that pisses me the fuck off. Because it ain't their fault either. It's a third-party problem. They made it personal. Righteousness. Political. Well, you're just irresponsible. Very much so, am I? Well, you don't care about other people. Look who's talking for too. Well, you just don't know the science. Trust the science. What is science? What science? What the fuck are y'all talking about? What science? Are you scientists? Like, how the fuck are you talking about science? I bet you I did better in science than you did. I bet you. I fucking bet you I did. They thought I was so good that they put me in AP science in 10th grade. I hate fucking science because it's stupid. They're lying. Same story. They told you that mRNA is a fucking vaccine. Vaccine is a drug. mRNA is a technology. Different categories, different boxes. Like, just off the words alone, I knew something was wrong. Dead wrong. They lied to kill people, boy. This was intentional. I hope y'all don't miss this. I wasn't wrong about none of that other shit. And I'm telling you, the reason why everyone's wrong about it that's dying is because they wanted them to die. It's like they wanted people's pride and faith into the bullshit to kill themselves so that there is no blame. It's Joseph. Remember, his brothers wanted to look like a bear killed him instead of them throwing him into the pit to be captured by a bear. Same story. That's how I know the people who did it are pussy. So you got a bunch of faggots, a bunch of pussies, and a bunch of fucking narcissistic idiots willing to kill or die. And people are wondering today, what's wrong with the world right now? I just answered it for you. Now, you gotta think about a liar, though. They're not immune to feelings. So if Trump, for instance, was read in on the agenda, and he still, remember, Trump was read in on it, but he tried to save people, right? He was telling people about ivermectin. He was telling people about the sun. It kills COVID. The sun kills everything. Are these people fucking stupid? But science. He said you should drink some Clorox and things like that. No, the fuck he didn't. Y'all dumbasses trying to make it a fucking joke and make him stupid said that. He didn't say that. He said bleach can kill COVID. And there are different therapies where you can get it into your body like that. It's not drinking Clorox, you dumbass. But he's supposed to be educated people my age and higher. They're dumb. And they're petty. They're childlike. They took everything he said trying to covertly saved people's lives and fucking died over it. Being cute and clamorous is what I used to call it. The sun thing is easy. He's saying you can put the UV lights in offices and kill all the germs. You can, bitch. People been doing that for the other germs, like the flu. Like, how are they contradicting him? Because they don't give a fuck. They give a fuck about feeling right and being on the right side of the argument. It's like being in the fucking cafeteria in the cool kids area. These niggas was losers. This is their first time to feel important because they're part of the consensus. Now they're dying. I'm not happy for them. I'm pissed off at them. What else he say? Ivermectin. Oh, he said if you take the horse thing, yeah, bitch. What does it do for horses, you dumbass? Trust the science. It kills parasites. So what does that tell you what your virus is? It's a parasite. What does it tell you what cancer is? It's a parasite. Mel Gibson told you that. RFK told you that. Joe Rogan told you that. Ivermectin is all we ever needed for COVID and cancer. Horse medicine. These people are stupid. It's not horse medicine. It's medicine man-made for horses who have parasites. It's parasite medicine. All of your viruses are parasites. There's no fucking such thing else. You have a parasite and a toxic leak that feeds it. How the fuck an mRNA and graphene oxide and fucking spike proteins gonna attack a virus? They don't. So what is it instead? Oh, the one world agenda and the mark of the beast and the ID and the bio and the radiation and the 5G. All right. Where the flu at? I ain't been sick since. Somebody lied. Power of suggestion. Nocebos. It's spellcraft, man. It's witchcraft. It's the bullshit they put in your food on purpose. You see how many recalls they did this year? Someone was poisoning your food supply for profit. I wonder what companies profit off of people being sick, by the way. Can we guess? Can we guess? If there's a profit for sickness, would it profit them to make people sicker, to make more profit? That's a, they ain't watching enough Scooby-Doo mysteries when they were a kid, I guess. Now, this is fucking common sense. They're trying to come up off of making America sick. Now here we are. They ain't come up off of anything, did they? If anything, they made everything worse. Greed. It's a deadly sin. It's not a regular sin. It's a deadly sin. For the wages of sin of death is death. That's one of them. But they won't call on Jesus and God now. Shut the fuck up. Y'all skipping steps. Go forth and sin no more. Correct your thinking. Deal with the root issue. Now people talking about anxiety and all this shit. No, nigga. Skipping steps. It's not anxiety. It's unresolved, fucked up thinking. It's fear. It's a side effect of fear. Why are they afraid right now? Because they're dying. They're afraid of death. But want to embrace Jesus, the King of Death. Make up your mind. I can't wait to die. Hopefully there's not so many fucking liars on the other side. People be lying to themselves about everything. I can't see what's wrong. It's Trump. My life ain't going the way it's supposed to. My money is looking weird. Your money's fake. It's not money. Money is only constitutional legal tender. What is that? Gold, silver, copper. What do we have? Cotton notes. Is cotton more valuable than gold? So what do you have? They said the dollar lost 30 or 40% of its value since the lockdowns. $97% of its value since it was invented. It's worthless. The only thing that has the value is the people that participate in trade and services, the value that we create. Now the values are being broken, as within, so without. People aren't valuing the same things, and if those same things is what made you rich, that make you poor now. This is what your corporations are finding out. AI is not valuable. It's cool, it's interesting, it could be useful, but it's not valuable. It doesn't make you money. The people who invested the most into AI are not making no money off of it. Did you know that? So the people like Sam Altman who molested his sister, according to her, they're liars. They'll do anything for that dollar bill. And he got a narcissistic problem because he's a fucking molester of his own damn sister. He fit right in with those motherfuckers, don't he? So you start to see, you got a bunch of fucking rapey, molesting, pedophile ass niggas running corporations. And people are trying to figure out what's happening. One more fucking time. All the niggas is on the Epstein list. All of them niggas love that. All of them niggas party together. All of them niggas are in their group chats. All of them niggas play golf together. All of them niggas visit Israel. All of them niggas, all of them niggas. Israel is the only people that have a Talmud that justifies molesting children. They justify it. In the Talmud. They're Talmudian. They're not Israel. Don't get that fucked up with the Bible or my people, please. We don't have a Talmud. They do. They're Radonites. They're Khazarians. They're not people of the book. So they have a book, Talmud. It justifies all that ritual, sacrifice, all that dumb shit. And these are their best friends. Because of money. Real life. You think the 48 Laws of Power is dark? Read the Talmud. Fucking narcissist handbook right there, boy. Narcissists are prolific in lying. Not only are they prolific in lying to themselves and you, they're prolific at convincing other people to lie for them. Extortion, blackmail, bribes. All that requires a lie. Don't forget that. Extortion means you gotta lie. Bribe means you gotta lie. Blackmail means you gotta lie. It's a whole system ran by liars. Maxine got the black book. She might not even be locked up for real. That's how much they fucking lie. They lied about Epstein killing himself. He probably doing just fine. They just can't be in the public again. Cool. Probably go to Greece or Italy. Face off, Nicolas Cage shit. They don't look out for their friends. Because they still got those fucking tapes of them doing all that weird shit to kids and killing people. They're murderers too, by the way. No justice, no peace. No wonder. They're worrying about Donald Trump fucking up the economy. Well, he blew up a whole bunch of innocent fishermen. He's now a murderer. So you have a murderer as a president. I can't wait for them to flip that. He just murdered some innocent fishermen. 3 of them. 3 boats. They didn't have no drugs. And even if they did, what the fuck they gotta do with him? Yeah, let's murder them instead of, I don't know, send a SEAL Team 6 in to capture them and bring them to the trial. Maritime law be damned, I guess. Don't tell me they ain't got a military operation that can stop a fisher boat. Nah, let's blow them up. Murderers. Benjamin Netanyahu, a murderer. These are murderers, guys. Fuck all that other shit. So while you're being led by murderers and everyone's dying, I wonder what's going on. Wait, you talking about the United States that exists because it murdered all my people? You wondering what happened? You wondering why all the people that are okay being here and upholding the system that murdered my relatives is dying off? I can't afford to be that fucking stupid. They believe in God but not karma. That's weird. They believe in spirit but not karma. They believe in tarot but not karma. They believe in gods and energies and Molechs and Baals but not karma. They know to lie because of karma. They know to hide because of justice. But somehow they think karma won't find the address. Imagine how much you gotta lie to yourself to think you can get away with bullshit forever. Just because you said so. Narcissism. 2025 is the death of narcissism. E.T. can't phone home. Then they got that problem. They lied about space. They lied about technology. They lied about freedom. They lied about energy. They got proof all over your sky that someone's fucking lying, even NASA. They all lie. This whole system is a goddamn lie by liars and murderers. And we're trying to figure out, like, why they lie about who they are. Because they murdered the people they're trying to be. And they'll murder you if you speak. And get away with it. You notice how the FBI and CIA don't figure out who all these assassins are? You got a bunch of killers at large, FBI. You worrying about what the fuck niggas are reading. You got a bunch of murderers at large. They ain't doing their job, are they? They must have a different modus operandi. Their secrecy is lying, isn't it? Their clearance is about lying, isn't it? The whole thing is based on lies. So then when you get to the numbers, no, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. Nah, men come up with the numbers, so the numbers is a lie. But now the real numbers coming in. Oh shit, all these people got fucking autism because of this. Oh shit, all these people got fucking myocarditis. Oh shit, all these people got these weird veins. Oh shit, all these people got that shit in their brain. Oh shit, all these people got these plastics being built out of their bones from the graphene oxide. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, we can't lie about this no more. RFK, hurry up quick. Hurry up. Change the flavor of Capri Suns real quick. Hurry up. Go out there quick. Tell the girls to have kids. Fuck out my face. Fix the money first. No. Go back to work and have kids. No. Everything costs too much. Lower the prices. Subsidize the cost of living for 300 million Americans since you love Ukraine, Israel, and Argentina more than us. Fix that first. Don't tell me you ain't got it pimping. Don't tell me you ain't got it big time. You got it big time. I know you got it. Because you're still spending it on everything else. Fucking liars. Can't bail out your own fucking white farmers, but they gonna bail out Argentina's farmers. You feel me? Like, what? I get the white boys on this one. What? The lies are supposed to benefit me, baby. My grandfather killed these niggas for this land. You know? Easy come, easy go. Thank God. Karma is a real bitch, ain't she? I just feel bad for those who had good intentions, who were just caught up in the rapture of everything, who weren't on that type of time, but due to who they are and where they are, what else can they do? Exactly. Nothing, I fucking guess. Because you did nothing, because you can't do nothing, because you didn't think of doing nothing. You gotta eat the karma with them. We did. I know my people did. We've been eating bullshit for at least 100 years. Thus, this time, there's just too much bullshit to eat for everybody. Everybody come together and protest these things. No. They're gonna die by themselves. I don't gotta go outside. They ain't gonna make it. They ain't closing because you boycotting it. They closing because you broke, baby. Boycotting for brokies. I remember. Protesting for brokies. I remember. Don't boycott now. You should have boycotted that shit before it got started. Before it wasted all your tax dollars and raised up the prices of everything. That's when you should boycott it. Don't boycott it when it's dying and try to take credit for that shit. No, it's dying because you dying. Law of correspondence. So what the people of the internet have realized is my favorite chapter of life called survival mode. Better play Resident Evil real quick. Get used to it. Better get used to it. It ain't gonna get better if you're in that wrong polarity, at least. You don't believe in God for real anyway. Better get used to it. These niggas ain't playing with you. They're willing to let you die 6 years ago. They're willing to hide research and burn it and hide it. They're telling you now, if you ain't paying fucking attention, they've been had the research that this shit was killing niggas. They've been had the research that this shit was causing autism. These single mothers are stressed out because their kids are fucking a lot to handle. I know. I've lived around it. I've seen it myself. It's terrible. But your government allowed it. Keep that in mind. It's not the Republicans. It's all them faggots. I could have sworn half that shit was Democratic. All your scientists are Democrats that did this, by the way. Don't miss it. It was the liberals that told you to get the shot. Don't miss it. It's the Republicans telling you it's not. Oh man, they're lying, but you're still dying. So what are they lying about? That's not why I'm dying. We're dying at all random ages for no reason because, yeah, tell us why. Come on, Backstreet Boys, tell me why. Tell me why you dying then, if they're lying. Why the fuck are so many people dying? If the liberal Democrats were right. They can't answer that. Because they have to admit that they were lied to. What they say, it's harder to commit a fool that they were fooled than to tell them the truth? No, it's harder to convince somebody of the truth than to convince them that they were lied to. Stupid as hell, dumb as hell, goofy as hell. They ain't the government fault. That's pride. Let me see if I can find something. What is it about? I don't know if YouTube's gonna have it since they take so much fucking hush money and wonder why their platform can't get ads. Spike proteins is what's killing people. They gave you the spike proteins, by the way. They're man-made. They gave it to you. They said, go fuck yourself.
Crossan and colleagues, Harvard, the messenger RNA is physically stuck in the heart. It physically gets stuck in the heart, and it installs the genetic code, and the spike protein is produced. The heart should be nice and pink, as shown on the right, and not all white and full of inflammation, as shown on the left. The hearts are inflamed in people who took the shots. This paper by Baumeier shows the spike protein staining in that salmon color is physically in the heart. We shouldn't have Wuhan spike protein in young boys hospitalized in Germany with myocarditis. It should not be in the heart of young men, but it is in those who took the vaccine. Schreckenberg showed that even putting Pfizer or Moderna directly on a cardiomyocyte, a heart muscle cell in the test tube, the heart muscle cell is poisoned. It doesn't contract normally. It doesn't repolarize normally. It's cardiotoxic. If this experiment would have been done in the fall of 2020, it would have been full stop. No drug company would bring a product to market where it looks like it poisons the cell right in the test tube. But these studies weren't done. They were brought out and we were told these are safe, they're effective, and we're going to take it and we're going to go with it. An article of faith, vaccine ideology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they posting the videos now. They talking about it now, ain't they? Oh, they talking about it now, ain't they? Oh, everyone's fucking dead. My grandmother's dead already, but now they want to talk about it. Now they want to tell you what the science is. Now science has science.
Another thing that came out in our Senate hearings on May 21st, 2025 is a cover-up, a U.S. public agency cover-up, that our CDC, FDA, and other agencies, even the White House, was in communication with the Israelis. The Israelis already had 62 cases of vaccine myocarditis, and there were 2 deaths. And they knew about this in February of 2021. They were emailing each other in the U.S. agency saying, listen, how do we keep this under wraps? We don't want to discourage anybody from taking these shots.
We need the money,
baby. This was actually kept quiet all the way into the summer of 2021, where finally the CDC and FDA came out and said, the vaccines cause heart damage. And it wasn't until after my testimony as a cardiologist this year did Pfizer Moderna finally update their labels. They're still not disclosing what's happening here. They say the vaccines can cause heart damage, and believe me, they do. I see it every day in practice. But they still don't tell, prospective patients that the vaccines can cause fatal myocarditis. That deserves a black box label. Dead. But, in our analysis here, the religion of vaccines and this overriding principle to promote vaccines and to underplay safety is even coming out in the FDA labeling, even with RFK and the new crew.
So they're still covering it up.
Time is the cruelest illusion.
They don't stay on topic. They plan to add warning to it.
The next witness is Dr. Jordan Vaughn. Dr. Vaughn is a physician and clinical researcher in Birmingham, Alabama. As owner and CEO of MedHealth Clinics, Dr. Vaughn has directed his organization to the leading edge of early outpatient treatment of COVID-19 for his patients and greater Birmingham community. Dr. Vaughn has treated over 4,000 long COVID and COVID vaccine injured patients. Dr. Vaughn.
Thank you. Chairman Johnson and Ranking Member Blumenthal, thank you for having me. I'm going to dovetail a little bit off what Dr. McCullough said. And one of the things that, as a clinician who also had about 200 people working for him and actually seeing about 170,000 patients a year, when COVID came along, I had to really figure out how to not only help my staff make sure they're safe, but also help the patients that my organization was responsible for. And that really made me dive into understanding the pathology. And what I came away with was understanding that the spike protein, the S1 subunit specifically, is not a benign protein. It triggers inflammation, it disrupts endothelial barriers, it induces fibrin-resistant to breakdown, and it promotes a lot of amyloid aggregates, which is what I research. These effects impair oxygen delivery, damage blood vessels, contribute to clotting pathologies that manifest with a lot of the symptoms that we're seeing in the long COVID and vaccine injured, which to this day is a huge amount of people. We're talking upwards of 10 to 15 million people in America that are being affected by the consequences of COVID in the long form or vaccine injury.
Shout out to you, women.
The typical symptoms are things like heart racing, brain fog,
mother must be an ugly bitch.
Malaise. In my clinic, I actually use immunofluorescent microscopy to be able to actually see what's going on in the blood and look for these amyloid aggregates. Some as young as teenagers that are unable to stand. Others are previously active adults suffering small strokes without typical identifiable causes. These are not abstract theories. They are the lived realities of my patients in Alabama and beyond. The mRNA injection, heralded as a solution, introduced a novel mechanism, lipid nanoparticles delivering modified mRNA that instructs the cells to produce a stabilized spike protein. Unlike traditional vaccines, this approach resulted in uncontrolled production of the spike protein for an unknown duration and distributes it widely across organs, including the heart, brain, and vasculature, and ovaries and testes. The actual EMA, their assessment of Fludarity, which is Pfizer's vaccine, noted biodistribution beyond the injection site, contradicting claims that the vaccine stays in the arm. And a recent groundbreaking study using single-cell precision nanocarrier identification revealed LNP accumulation in the heart tissue of mice with adverse proteomic changes in immune and vascular proteins, raising concerns about the cardiac complications that dovetail with what we were seeing when we were looking at the COVID-19 vaccine myocarditis. I will tell my first encounter with a vaccine injury came in winter of 2021. 69-year-old man from Alabama presented with
They killed funding for COVID, thank God. Fucking idiots. I forgot what animal it was that they tested it on. I don't know if it was ferrets, it was something, and every last single one of them died. Man, what the fuck you keep taking me off of the goddamn thing I'm typing on? I hate when it does that. You gonna start killing lions at the zoo? Dumbass motherfuckers.
The study is so promising. Should we take it to mean that there is an end in sight?
4 years, this says it prevents death. Now they're talking about everyone it killed.
Hello, I'm Luke O'Neill. Hey guys, welcome to another video.
My name is Brooke Jackson. I was fired in September of 2020.
They gave animals in the zoo to shots. Yep.
I was working on Pfizer's phase 3 pivotal trial on their COVID-19 vaccine. My first day on the job was the 8th of September, and from the very beginning, I noticed irregularities, things that were questionable. I would bring up the concerns to my managers, and it was always, we're understaffed, we're really trying hard to, make this work. At one point when I was going through emails, there were emails from ICON begging Ventavia to follow up on severe adverse events that had been reported. There were several emails about mislabeled specimens, blood specimens, and the nasal swabs. There were specimens that were labeled with another participant's information. It was a nightmare. And on the 16th of September, I stayed late in clinic one evening, and I was the only one in the clinic. I walked into an area where the vaccines were refrigerated, or frozen rather. And when I walked in, I saw a biohazard bag. The plastic biohazard bag contained used needles, and I realized how unorganized and sloppy.
So they're incompetent putting this together.
Everything in that same room.
So people who put it together sucked, and they were understaffed on top of that.
Now, do you know what?
But all that money though, all them billions though.
It's not a traditional vaccine, is it? Do you realize that? This is the basic operation. Do you know how it works? It doesn't appear like you do. Just yes or no. I mean, do you know that or not? Because I talk to a lot of doctors who don't have a clue.
Don't even know how the fucking shit works.
That there's DNA contamination in, particularly the Pfizer. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Do you know at what levels it exceeds the FDA recommended amounts? Again, I'm just kind of laying out why people are outraged, because people have been held accountable. This is a history of autism. This is a chart showing from, again, hard to say, but with CDC numbers starting in around 2000, from 1 in 150 to now 1 in 31. According to your testimony back in 1970, it might have been 1 in 10,000, a little less certain than using CDC numbers, but there's been an explosion. What are we doing about it?
Nothing.
Who's asleep at the wheel? Who's trying to determine what caused this? As Dr. Chris Palmer said, when it comes to chronic illness, and I'd throw autism in there, they don't want the root causes discovered. That's why people are outraged. That's why people may put on Twitter things that they may regret later. Let's put up the next chart, number 3.
They don't want to be sued.
This is probably my most censored chart. Dr. Scott, were you aware that worldwide on VAERS we've reported 38,742 deaths worldwide associated with the COVID vaccine? Were you aware of that carnage?
I'm not aware of that figure in particular. No.
In America, I believe the number 19,000, correct? Again,
but VAERS does not prove causality.
Oh, I've heard that time and time again. So let's take a look at the bottom figure down here. Of those 38,000 deaths, 9,252, 23.9%, it's called 24%, occurred on the day of vaccination or within 1 or 2 days. I know that doesn't prove causation, but man, that's a correlation that we ought to look at. Do you know to what extent VAERS is reported to understate adverse events? Do you have any idea? Have you ever seen studies on that?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
To what extent does VAERS underreport adverse events? Again, it's a pain to report something to VAERS. Okay, doctors are busy, takes half hour, 45 minutes. A lot of people don't know about it.
Don't even have all the data.
The vast majority of adverse events from a vaccine or a drug doesn't get reported to VAERS. So again, they've actually done studies on this. Do you know what percent actually get reported versus what doesn't get reported?
No.
Somewhere between 1 to 10%, correct, Mr. Siri?
No, it's less than 1% according to an AHRQ-funded study of Harvard researchers.
So if it's less than 1%, let's just use U.S. figures. Okay, by the way, what is it, 17,000 or 19,000 U.S. deaths? It's close, okay? It's one of those, 17,000 or 19,000 deaths reported in the U.S. based on VAERS. If we're only recording 1 out of 100, that would mean deaths from the vaccine somewhere between like 170,000 in the U.S. 170, again, that's at that kind of reporting rate. This is why people are outraged. And what people are denying, they're not denying the potential effectiveness of vaccines. I think most of us think, yeah, they probably work to a certain extent.
Oh, they ain't gonna show. I gotta find these guys' names.
So you don't want to be bombarding your genome with random mutations. And that's our fear of what could be going on with these vaccines. That the moment you start including DNA in these vaccines,
there's DNA in them.
Particularly DNA that has sequences that instruct it to go to the nucleus and make a change, you're running the risk of the vaccines causing cancer.
The RNA vaccines, the RNA part of it was supposed to give a temporary instruction to your body?
Yes.
And it's not doing that?
And they told you to last, what, 48 hours, right? And now the papers that have come out are showing detection out to 60 days. From the Rolchen paper, we have the Krausen paper showing it out in 30 days in the heart tissue. People are finding it in placentas. People are finding it in breast milk. People are finding it in plasma 28 days later. So there's this persistence problem that no one seems to understand or predict.
So something is staying in your body that is continuing, presumably, to give instructions far beyond what we thought.
Yes.
Make spike protein.
Right. So you don't want to be bombarding your genome with random mutations. And that's
where the turbo cancers are coming from. The mRNA is telling your body to make more cancer, if you have it. And they know this. You see them talking about it all casually. Yeah, you know. Ain't enough people dead, but it is happening, you know. We fucking suck at science. Vaccine, mRNA. No. What's that shit called? Blood clots. That was 4 years ago, they knew that.
At a local hospital. Doctors believe a man's death may be linked to one of the coronavirus vaccines. Channel 11's Michelle News
4 years
spoke
ago,
to
they were talking
doctors
about
the symptom.
I'm not. Clots are showing up inside people who have recently died.
Those.
Some embalmers say the clots are found in. Clots are showing up inside people who have recently died. Some embalmers say the clots are found in most corpses these days, and they've never seen anything like it before.
They report the phenomenon started either in 2020 or 2021. They say the clots stand out because they're exceptionally big, at a maximum as long as a human leg, and as thick as a pinky finger. The embalmers also say that clots in corpses have become much more common, 50 to 70% of all corpses he works with these days, up from 5 to 10% prior to the pandemic. Some doctors speculate that the spike protein used in the vaccines can cause string-like structures which the body doesn't break down. The clots found are lacking iron, potassium, magnesium, and zinc, which according to experts shows that these aren't just normal post-mortem clots, because normal human blood always has those nutrients.
Most doctors aren't going to see what I see. I have to get it out there because I feel like humanity might be at stake.
He said he want to save humanity, and they ain't listen to his ass. Imagine that. Imagine that. Up to 4 years they've been
15
talking about.
million people in our country have gotten the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Only 4 are known to have died from a blood clot after taking it. And now we know a woman from King County is one of them.
Nah, it's in 50 to 70% of the dead people, baby. 50 to 70% of the dead people embalmed have blood clots. They're just not reporting it as a cause of death, because why would you do that?
Friday's a big day when it comes to the Johnson.
This is all from years ago too. I'm looking for new shit. This is all old. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they can't say like, oh, all of a sudden it's Trump and fucking, no, this is during Biden, bitch. Biden didn't report that shit. Whoever his fucking people were, which is the CDC, by the way. So blood clots and mRNA. Hate to fucking see it. The ones that are dead. 50 to 70% have blood clots with none of the ingredients of your blood in it, meaning it was using all those ingredients the mRNA was using those ingredients to make the things. Doctor testimony 4 months ago. Yeah, same doctor.
Dr. Vaughn, you were really specializing in the blood clots. You know, I've seen video after video, picture after picture of these long white blood clots in autopsy. We've also, you know, throughout COVID, autopsies were really discouraged.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't seeking the scientific truth. I see Dr. McCullough, I'll have you kind of answer that, but you know, Dr. Vaughn, first talk about the clotting we saw and what you know in terms of what was discovered under autopsy.
Well, first of all, early in COVID, the spring of 2020, my collaborator, Jacques Lobscher in South Africa, was the first one to kind of alert people to say that this was primarily a vascular disease, not a pulmonary disease. And that's one of the reasons that ventilators are probably one of the most ineffective things you could have done to people, because if you have a vascular disease of the lungs, increasing the intrathoracic pressure just closes down more vessels and ultimately kills them.
Which is what happened.
And what we also saw was if you went into the hospital in the spring or summer of 2020, you were twice as likely to leave alive if you were already on a blood thinner. Now, I will tell you, most of your friends that are on blood thinners probably aren't healthier than you. So it's kind of interesting to find out that the people that were on blood thinners had a protection. So again, those were signals that were really downplayed. Unfortunately, after a lot of the treatment was codified by the CARES Act, it resulted in basically a protocol-based treatment for in-hospital care. But what we uniquely found, and my collaborators
shout
in South
out to Elon Musk for killing all those people with his ventilators.
At the University of Liverpool, was that the spike protein was able to induce fibrin from fibrinogen, which is a fancy word for saying, hey, forming the backbone of clotting. But it did it in a way that was different, that we had not seen. And it was what we would similarly think of fibrin as kind of like spaghetti coming out of the colander that you could pull apart when you didn't need it. It was easy to break down. But the actual clot that was formed in COVID or from the spike protein from the vaccine was like burnt spaghetti casserole that you have to get a Brillo pad to get off the dish. And a lot of people, their issue is their inability to break down that clotting mechanism. We all need to clot, but we all need to actually get rid of the clot. And that is the problem.
Dr. Vaughn, you were really specializing in the blood clots. You know,
imagine fucking that. Imagine fucking that. All my people dead because these assholes suck at fucking science. Trust the science, though. Fuck the science. Fuck the scientists who kept it quiet because they're afraid of losing their job and their fucking money. And the fucking whole world with all these dead people and all these dead spirits is wondering why all of them are losing money now. Hopefully they enjoyed it in 2020 and 2021 when everything was locked down and they're going to Vegas and traveling the world and shit, because that'd be the fucking last time they'll do it. You feel me? Like, they fucked up. Royally. That's a royal fuck up. You can't bounce back from that. You can't bring back the dead. You can't trust science. I never trusted it, but now I know, like, that don't mean shit. Trust what? Trust that their greedy ass, they pussy ass, they bitch ass is gonna stay fucking quiet because they worry about their goddamn job and not millions of people fucking dying because they're failing to do their job. That's the science we got here.
Got a bunch of bitch-ass niggas. That shit don't even address COVID, by the way, if you noticed. If it's turning your fucking blood clots into fucking burnt spaghetti noodles, nigga, and then you fucking die, and 50 to 70% of the people they're embalming to get the blood out your veins, rigor mortis, is that. It's that type of blood clot. It ain't the regular ones. AKA, you only have those blood clots because you got the vaccine. So what's worse? A cold that you can shake in 3 days, or blood clots that your body can't shake at all? Which one's better? For a cold, by the way. Shit, they told you to stay home, and you got better. But you come to that hospital and they put you on a ventilator, cooked. But you go to the hospital and they give you 16 boosters, cooked. All of a sudden they got something called turbo cancer. Never before in human history. Yeah, so they created turbo cancers, turbo Lyme diseases, rare blood clots, and all kind of other issues which we ain't talk about yet, which is the mental ones. If that shit's affecting your heart, it's affecting your mind. Now we're 5 years later and everyone's having mind issues and anxiety issues and don't know what's going on and feeling discombobulated, memory issues, all kind of shit. And we're gonna go, I wonder what's happening. Nigga, you got vaccinated. That's what the fuck's wrong with everybody. They're fucking vaccinated. That's what's fucking wrong with the United States right now. Most of the fucking people are vaccinated. And most of the vaccinated are having fucking issues. In case you're trying to figure it out. That's what the fucking problem is. The vaccine. That's what the problem is. All across the board. While people are losing their couth and their temperament and all these things. The mRNA goes to your brain, bitch. So what is it doing up there? Don't worry about it. They know already. That's why they created it. Hence, we already seen that video 15 years ago. Religious zeal discontinued. Come on now. New kind facts. Come on now. They're trying to reprogram your brain and then fucked around and killed a whole bunch of people in the way. Like, oh, well, you know, most people still alive. At least we got the brain thing going now. Now the fucking narcissists are burning out. Narcissists can't even put their fucking mask on no more. That's what you noticing at work. That's what you noticing at home. That's what you noticing with that boy or that girl. Something happened to their brain. They don't know how to front no more. Beautiful revelations, by the way, if you're dealing with a fucking narcissist around you. Here you go. They ain't the same no more. Have you noticed? Have you fucking noticed? What is the only thing that changes in their ass? Next time you see a person having a meltdown, ask them if they're vaccinated. But do it at a distance, so they don't want to fucking lash out on you for the suggesting that the science caused it. Bitch. What else could it be? What else could it be? Your job security caused it? Shut the fuck up. No one had job security ever in the United States. Y'all remember Enron? Y'all remember 9/11? Y'all remember 2008? Like, the fuck are we talking about? Short-term memory ass niggas. Hence, I wonder what's causing the short-term memory ass niggas. All of a sudden, people got memory issues, bro. I'm inherited. Everything that people are talking about has something like their feelings and their emotions. It's like, where did the last 5 years go? Bitch, where were you for 5 years? You don't got 5 years worth of memories? Sorry, I had to put all my shit on the charger and sit on this squeaky ass air mattress. Nah. These motherfuckers try to hold me back. Nah. I can say that because I was warning motherfuckers since day one. I ain't no Johnny come lately to this bullshit. At all. I was like, we better learn how to use elderberry and chaga in the meantime. Fuck it. Better start walking. Heart, cardiovascular, same story. That's why I walk all the goddamn time. Because I'm watching people die.
Dismissed, minimized, no one should be impugned.
Cunt Falls right after it. Rat Summer is their final mass episode. Sicko Mode. Harut, New Kind, Mr. Now.
Protect all and to find a way to protect people so that they can also help protect
the people around them, which is why the research is important, the spending is important, why I'm very concerned about the announcement yesterday that we will only be recommending vaccinations for people over 65 or those with chronic disease. All, and I'm sure many of you had this experience, the chairman mentioned going to Swarthmore College, which is my alma mater. The president of our class, named Nick,
they said the CDC had one job.
51 years old, unvaccinated because the vaccinations were not yet
The
available.
motherfuckers was crying that they getting fired.
A marathon
They
runner
suck.
died of a COVID infection. He was a prominent writer, an extraordinary human being, but utterly healthy.
So I'm watching the hearings on my, computer screen at home. I'm yelling at the screen. The COVID shots have negative efficacy after 6 months. Tell me how a shot with negative efficacy is saving lives and it has the worst side effect profile of any vaccine in human history. So how?
He said in human fucking history. That has the worst side effects than anything in fucking human history. And then he says it has a negative efficacy. So when they said there was a 97% efficacy, it was in a negative. It was relative, not absolute. Number games. Men lie, women lie. No, the numbers fucking lied to everybody too.
How exactly is a vaccine with the worst side effects and negative efficacy saving lives? That's a preposterous claim. What ended the COVID pandemic was the Omicron variant that was more transmissible but less lethal.
We weren't using remdesivir because we were paid to use remdesivir. And remdesivir, I have to say, I never thought was, a game changer. But it also, it's not that.
By the way, the hospitals were paid handsomely for using remdesivir.
Okay, well, I never saw that.
And coding studies, the COVID patient as well. But
I never saw that. But in terms of, whether or not the vaccine saved lives, it's not just that one study. I mean, there's there's a Stanford Ioannidis study from
this is U.S. Senate committees, by the way.
That showed that the COVID vaccines probably averted 2.5 million deaths.
So this is CDC data. So in 2019, total deaths in the U.S. were 2.85 million. Okay, then we have the pandemic year, 2020, 3.38 million, a little under 3.4 million. So that's an increase of a little more than 500,000 people died in the first year of COVID. The following year, 3.46 million people, more people in the second year of the pandemic, 2021, when the vaccines were rolling out. And I think we were close to 70% take up of vaccines by fall of 2021, I believe.
Some of the estimates are that by the second quarter, over 60% of Americans in some form.
Then in 2022, we started backing down. Now, I think Mr. Siri kind of argues in your piece that, if the vaccines really worked, you'd think even by 2021, because those things are being rolled out pretty quick, you'd probably see those death counts come down, but they didn't. But here's the point I'm trying to make with this Commonwealth Fund study. They estimated 3.2 million people's lives were saved in 2021 and 2022. So if you add that to the actual death count.
Yeah, you're right. They don't ever tell you, like, these are millions of people that are dead either way. It didn't go from 3 to 4 in 2 years. 7 million died. Yep. Millions of people died.
Look.
And the vaccine's killing other millions. Safe. And then the blood clots and the heart issues are killing other millions.
You cannot sue the manufacturer for injuries to claim it was made safer. It's been 1980s, it's been over 30 years they're telling you Hep B safe, Hib safe, these are safe. You still need immunity? Okay, let me tell you my definition of vaccine, Senator. It's a product that causes so much injury that it has to have liability for the injuries that it's causing, immunity for the injuries that it's causing. That's what a vaccine is. We sued the CDC for the
18 million people died in their 1% report density because they didn't report on everybody death, and every death wasn't reported, and every doctor didn't give a fuck. Yes, correct. That's the bare minimum numbers. You're correct, because they lie about that too. They ain't talk to me. They ain't talk to my grandma. They ain't talk to my grandfather. They ain't talk to my uncle. They ain't talk to nobody that I know fucking died for no fucking reason, all different fucking ages.
Senator Paul. Dr. Menarez, I agree with you completely that we need to restore trust in public health.
But in order to do so, we have to have a discussion about the actual science, and we can't have discussions this, about all vaccines are good, all vaccines are bad. This is about specific vaccines. It's about specific age groups. It's about specific policies. Does the COVID vaccine prevent transmission?
The COVID vaccine can reduce viral load in individuals who are
Does it prevent transmission?
When you have reduced viral load, you will have reduced transmission.
But in other words, it doesn't prevent transmission. You can still transmit the virus if you've had the vaccine. In fact, there's been reduced ability to interfere with transmission over time. And what we've found is the most recent one since Omicron is down around 16%.
You see her bitch ass trying to play word games?
If there is a reduction. Does the COVID vaccine reduce hospitalization for children under 18?
It can.
It doesn't. The statistics are inconclusive, and the reason you can't prove that it does is there's so few people under 18 that go to the hospital. The numbers are extraordinarily small. There's like 76 million kids under 18 in our country. 183 died, and a few thousand went to the hospital in 2020 and 2021.
17 years ago, they were wondering if vaccines are killing children, by the way. When YouTube came out, they were talking about infant deaths and vaccines.
A new salvo tonight in the fight over who should get COVID vaccines this year. A source confirming to NBC News that FDA officials will present data they claim links 25 deaths of children to the COVID vaccine. The presentation will be made to the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee, a development startling health officials.
I think what we're going to see is a fountain of lies, junk science, and fear-mongering.
Fears based on Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s comments before he was Health and Human Services Secretary.
This is the deadliest vaccine ever made.
Three sources tell NBC the FDA's data comes from the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS, run by the CDC. Anyone can report an event, but that doesn't mean it was caused by the vaccine, as is emphasized many times on the website. The CDC collects information.
Why would a baby just die if the baby was alive before the vaccine? You put your baby through all that trauma and they just die in 7 days. Oh, Band-Aid and lollipop. Enjoy the week, the rest of your week living. Why are they not? They don't want to do the babies ones, huh? YouTube.
A new salvo tonight in the fight.
YouTube don't want you with the girls to start crying. Yeah, the polio vaccine fucking sucked too, didn't it? We know. Don't MSNBC these nuts, bitch. 10 years ago, vaccine deaths. It don't kill everybody, but it definitely gives them a whole bunch of allergies. They know that now. It's causing autism. They know that now because of the mercury and aluminum. They put in all of the vaccines. 51 useless ingredients. Vitamin K shots are killing babies 2 years ago. Okay. This is a year ago. What are you talking about? Ableton Live ass
you from getting infected, symptomatic infection for 2 months, but that declines very sharply after just 2 or 3 months. Right? So it doesn't really prevent you from getting COVID. You're very likely to get COVID afterwards.
I got the shot, the Pfizer shot. I've had COVID twice since, as an example, personally. Yeah.
I mean, I got the 2 Pfizer shots in April 2021, and in August 2021, I got COVID. It's so the marginal impact on the likelihood of getting COVID, and therefore the myocarditis associated with the COVID is still basically the same. The marginal impact of the vaccine on.
Because you still so you take the shot.
So the vaccine is useless.
COVID anyway, so whatever COVID was going to do to you, it's still going to do to you.
Yeah, it's like 2 draws on the myocarditis, slot machine. Right?
So it doesn't stop COVID, and then it increases your risk of heart issues. Great, fucking amazing. Great work, CDC. Great work, Pfizer. Great work, Israel. Great fucking job. fucking useless. But maybe that was the intention.
New study sounding alarms
Can't wait for them to spin that fucking
mRNA
dreidel.
vaccines, directly challenging claims from public health officials and raising urgent questions about transparency and trust. So using hard data from disease trends, from patient outcomes, and immune system analysis, multiple research reports show that heart inflammation risks tied to the vaccines may be far greater and maybe even more dangerous than previously reported, particularly among young men. Joining us now to discuss this is Independent Medical Alliance Senior Fellow of Pediatric Cardiology, Dr. Kirk Milholm. Good morning to you, Doctor. Welcome to the National News Desk. Great to have you.
The white boys.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
This new study about the safety of COVID mRNA vaccines was published in the International Journal of Cardiovascular Research and Innovation, as I understand it. Tell us about the scope of this research and really your top findings from it.
So it's a compilation of studies that really have been out there since 2021. We saw a signal in
I saw the signal in 2019.
Causing problems, especially in the young adults, especially young males, that was causing heart inflammation. And so what we have done is compiled all those different peer-reviewed journals, articles, and data, and put them in one place, easily accessible, with 42 pages and 341 references of our concerns that this is a real issue and these vaccines do little good for healthy children and young adults.
Right. Were you able to distinguish the cause of myocarditis, the differential between a COVID infection versus it being just an adverse reaction to the COVID vaccine?
Yes, it's very clear from a number of reasons that we've been able to evaluate. And primarily, there was a great study out of the Nordic countries that studied 23 million children and young adults, and they found that the people who had the least amount of myocarditis were the unvaccinated. And as you increase the number of vaccine doses, or you use Moderna versus Pfizer, your risk just kept stepping up in terms of your risk for myocarditis. Once again, in a disease state that is really...
So you try to stop you from having fucking the sniffles, but you end up fucking having a heart disease. How the fuck does that even do? In what science doctor lab do they just keep giving it to you? They're fucking evil, bro. If they weren't paid to give it to you, they wouldn't even fucking offer it. Faggots? Hold on. What's the other one? I don't know why the millennials are dying. I don't know what's going on.
American millennials are dying at an absolutely alarming and completely unprecedented rate.
That's the problem.
An estimate suggests that 62% of deaths in people ages 25 to 44 in America are preventable. That's 2/3 of those people. 2/3. Between 2022 and 2023, the United States saw 1.5 million, quote, missing Americans, or people who wouldn't have died if we, Americans, were as healthy as other high-income countries.
Why are we not healthy? I wonder what happened.
So I just got done reading this article, and it was something along the lines, it was titled, like, millennials in America, here in America. They are dying prematurely. They're dying from premature deaths caused by colon cancer, all types of cancers, really.
All kind of cancers.
Unhealthy
the turbo cancer causer. I wonder what's doing it.
Lack of exercise, alcoholism,
yeah, diet and exercise. But they talk about alcoholism, but they said we consume the least alcohol in any generation. Fuck out my face.
I was born in 1995. And unfortunately, I can tell you, I had friends and family members who passed away. It also mentioned car accidents that seemed to be really taking us about
accidents. Yep.
I had friends and
I was in
family
one
pass
of them.
away from lupus.
They pass out.
Self-deletion. One of my closest cousins last October.
Premature mortality among young Americans is a growing concern. Many are unaware of the extent of the problem. Young adults in the United States are experiencing a significant health crisis. This is not due to random chance. Premature death rates in the U.S. are increasing. Millennials and older members of Generation Z are most affected. 62% of these deaths were preventable. The main causes include drug overdoses, suicide, motor vehicle accidents, treatable diseases. Since 1999, these numbers have continued to rise.
Caused by vaccines.
The study found that among adults aged 18 to 34, more than half had at least one chronic condition.
Damn.
Obesity and depression depression being the most common, and nearly a quarter had multiple conditions.
Turbo obesity is crazy.
It doesn't just stop there. A workplace health study.
All them kids are fat now.
Millennials and Gen Z deserve better than to be another grim statistic.
Because if your heart ain't good, then you ain't gonna fucking lose no weight.
Crisis. Drop your thoughts below and let's start a conversation. Millennials and Gen Z deserve better than to be another grim statistic. What do you think is the biggest cause of this crisis? Drop your thoughts below.
So not only do you have a money problem, you have a population collapse. Let's check out to the homie that they love so much. What did he say?
Women need to be very clear that if you do not have children before the age of 30, there's only a 50% chance that you will have children. That's a fact. It's a fact. The most depressed people in America are women without children. Young single women in their early 30s.
Good for pharma though. They get to buy all the drugs and wine and dogs.
That women should prioritize family and.
Yeah, at current birth rates, in 3 generations, Korea will be about 4% of its current size.
That's insane.
Yeah, maybe even less than that. They're only at 1/3 replacement rate. So if you have 3 generations, that's your 1/27th of your current population, which is 3%ish. Yeah, at current birth rates,
The problem the world will face in 20 years is population collapse. Collapse. I want to emphasize this. The biggest issue in 20 years,
what we face is population collapse. Collapse. Like people have no idea how.
So you have everyone dying and no one having children.
What are we Japan is pretty far along in that. Like Japan actually lost like 600,000, went down by 600,000 people last year.
The Japanese are not in the bedroom at all then.
And they're 100. They have the most 100-year-olds anywhere else.
What about the U.S.? We got an increase, right?
Yeah, what I'm saying is the U.S. has been below replacement rate for 50 years. The only
50
reason the
years.
population has increased.
That's why we never go past 400 million.
Yeah, since the early 70s, since like 71, 72.
A lot of guys are scared right now.
It's true.
Well, that's not the only thing, but yeah.
I mean, it's true.
China is currently, according to geopolitical strategist Peter Zeihan, the fastest aging society.
And 1/27th of 300 million, which is what we have, is only 11 million people remaining, which is all the black people, basically. Same story. It's rewinding everything. They don't blame feminism, they don't blame this, they don't blame that, but they forgot that them vaccines made a lot of people infertile, too. So it's not like you can just start fucking. And all these girls like 36 and 42, 52 talking about their aging like fine wine. What the fuck? We don't care how you aging, bitch. You need 3 kids. Because by the time you age like you're 60, everyone else is going to be fucking dead already. He playing some shit for October. Let's see. Is he talking about population numbers?
What I'm going to say is going to upset you. And so I want you to remember that I'm just the messenger. I didn't make these things happen. But I do want to honestly tell you, because we live now in a weird time. Weirder and in different ways from what we were used to.
Yeah, white people got the most COVID
This
shots.
country is at a time of decline. And when an empire declines, which is something we haven't gone through because empires don't decline very often. But
Shout
let me
out to
tell you
Chief
from the
Heartbeat.
history books, a little bit we can tell, it's not fun to be in a declining empire.
No.
Much more fun when the empire is going up.
On a
Which was
Tuesday.
the last century or a century and a half of this country, the ride up. We are now on the ride down. We haven't been prepared because we have leaders who cannot say a word about that. I want to just drive that home because the split in this country is really about that. So let me start with the split in the obvious way. And that split is everywhere now. And if you haven't noticed it yet, you will, because it's going to impact your life in all kinds of
That's
ways.
the problem. It's going to affect all of us no matter fucking
Is
what.
a little bit
If you're
about
prepared or not.
what a declining empire means, to give you the context. The United States lost the war in Vietnam. When I say that in my classes, my students look at me. They never heard such a thought. America, as they know from the comic books they read as children, only wins wars. It doesn't lose wars. But we lost. The war was fought against the Communist Party of North Vietnam, which has been running that country since the United States was driven out in 1975. Go check all of this. You will find I'm not making it up. After we lost the war in Vietnam, we went and had a big war in Afghanistan, which we also lost. That war was against the Taliban,
And the
which
Taliban
now
runs
runs that country. It's a good sign that you lost. We lost the war in Iraq. We are in the process of losing the war in Ukraine. If I were in certain audiences, I wouldn't dare say what I just said. They couldn't hear it. They could not hear
Because
it.
their belief.
But it is the reality. Let me give you a couple of more, just bits of getting what decline means.
We lost the war against COVID,
Last
too.
week, something happened on the part of a country called Indonesia. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a remarkable country in Asia made up of 18,000 islands in the Pacific. It's a huge country. The population of Indonesia is 280 million people.
Almost as big as
It's one of
America.
the largest countries in the world. Let me remind you, the population of the United States is 330 million. 280 isn't that far less.
Israel has
than
the highest efficacy, and I think New Zealand was second.
Enormous thing what they
All the
did.
new white people.
They
Yep.
joined the BRICS. They joined a full partner.
Indonesia joined BRICS, the size of America.
BRICS, by the way,
Game over.
means it's the first letters of the countries Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South
Now they got
Africa.
Indonesia. Game over.
A dozen years ago, they began to form an alliance of what came to be called the Global South, to be independent, relatively, from the domination
Of the
of
West,
the
aka white
United
people.
States. And the core economy there, the biggest one, the most powerful, is, sorry to tell you this, I know it'll come as an upset, the People's Republic of China. Remember, I'm the messenger. I have no responsibility for this at all. China and
That's
the
sad you
BRICS,
got to do all those disclaimers for
Indonesia
emotional
joined
bitch ass niggas who can't
Together
read.
now, the BRICS, built around China, have as the population of the countries that are part of the BRICS.
She says they Voltroning. I know they got to.
The federal government has shut down.
Their populations. Oh, he was good during COVID. PPP loans. What does it mean for your taxes or some shit? Shout out to my homeboy Genghis cousin Khan the third. I need to get me a new beverage. Hold on. Let me see if I have any drinks left. I think we got some Kool-Aid in this motherfucker. I talk about Kool-Aid so much, someone brought me Kool-Aid. I tell you, you can't make this magic shit up, boy. I'm a millionaire. I got $1 billion in fucking BRICS currency. Y'all better start manifesting BRICS money, boy. I'm telling you. I ain't playing. It says it takes a while for it to download anyway. You better start visualizing your BRICS account. I am not playing with you. I pray that a BRICS account is easy to set up. I pray it doesn't need too much paperwork and proof of IDs, whatever. If it does, I got it, you know. Because look at us. How these niggas finish all this Kool-Aid? Like, it's 2 old men. How the fuck you drink all the Kool-Aid? They don't have no chill, that's all. They don't have no chill. Everyone's hyper-consuming. Fuck hyperinflation, they're hyper-consuming. I got one. No sucralose. It's the good old-fashioned high fructose corn syrup. It tastes delicious. No aspartame. Ugh. Sucralose. Ugh. Give me that high fructose corn syrup. I could have sworn they killed my ancestors because we had corn. They had corn fuel before they got here. So that means we had powered transportation before they got here. We did. It's on all the pins. We can fly already, Otis. But yeah, I think better start manifesting some BRICS accounts. Indonesia got 300 million people. Shit. America can't keep up. Like the brother Eamon Ross said, a lot of that shit on your back come from Indonesia. I had no idea. I had no idea it was 18,000 islands. You look at that shit on the map, you're like, Japan or something. No. Nothing like that, I guess. 300 million people? And our number dropped. You saw that, right? He said we only have about 330 million. We're declining already. The number used to be almost 400 million. And I used to say 350. So we down 20 million on the official number. And we know it's lower than that because of the increase of deaths, especially babies. So you know how it is. The number floats because people are dying and people are being born. Now the babies are dying after being born, so they're not replacing the population. So I don't know when they update that metric to reflect that an ungodly amount of infants are dying within their first week of life. Imagine it. You don't have to, it's happening. Suddenly. I wonder what causes it. Could it be because their mothers are vaccinated? There's nothing else that happened. They weren't doing that 10 years ago. Stress don't help. Losing jobs and worry don't help. Fighting and biting and Tinder don't help. But definitely the vaccines don't help either.
So it's multiple reasons for it. Trust me, I know. But which one is taking niggas out instantly?
Because the politicians could not come to an agreement and pass a funding bill.
Gotta figure out how many bricks bucks for the snow crab info. Come on, compose your son.
So we're just going to stick to that topic.
I will not build that bricks wall.
Covering this government shutdown.
Bro, I'm in Australia and the population is only increasing from migrants.
I'm going to be covering what the
right, but then the migrants are decreasing the population they're leaving. So it's not increasing at all.
Because we want to get a sense of how long the situation is going to go on for. Now, let's begin here. What gets shut down in a federal government shutdown? Essential services will continue. Programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, VA benefits remain funded.
Okay.
TSA is still going to be working. Federal courts are still going.
Yeah.
But there's going to be things and services that will be closed. So we're talking about certain national parks, the SBA, and economic
Can you
data
imagine if they treated black people right?
reports.
What their country would look like?
Now, this is very important because
Never mind, that's
the
impossible.
jobs reports are released the first Friday of each month. So the jobs reports was scheduled to be released tomorrow on Friday, October 3rd. However, because of the shutdown, the jobs report's going to be delayed until who knows when.
How convenient for the Federal
The
Reserve.
Department of Labor actually came up with a contingency plan in the event of a shutdown. Now, I want to show it to you. So here's what it says on page 9 of the plan. Agency activities that will cease during a lapse. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, or the BLS, will suspend all operations.
Damn.
Economic data that are scheduled to be released during the lapse.
So they don't want to report the numbers no more.
All
they ain't
active
slick.
data collection activities for BLS surveys
They ain't
will
slick.
cease. So basically, in a nutshell, the jobs reports is going to be delayed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the CPI inflation report was scheduled
The
to be
stock
released
market
on
influence
October
of it.
15th, but this one
They don't
too,
want
so
the
this
stock market
report's
to be so
also in
volatile.
jeopardy of being delayed. And I want you to think about that. That's a big deal because the Federal Reserve is, you have to remember, they're being data dependent and making their interest rate decisions based on the jobs reports and the inflation reports. Okay, so, with that in mind, I just want to say that the next Federal Reserve meeting is going to take place on October 29th. So there's still time, there's still going to be time for these reports to be generated to
Damn strong.
decisions. But of course, that's under the assumption that the politicians are going to come to an agreement. They're going to settle this agreement in the governments relatively quickly. Otherwise, if this thing drags out, then they're not going to produce the reports, and the Federal Reserve is going to have to make the decisions just
blindly
in the dark. Now, another issue is that the government was planning on announcing the Social Security cost of living adjustment on October 15th.
Oh my God.
But that's another thing. If the inflation report is delayed, then the cost of living adjustment announcement is going to be
They ain't
delayed
got money
as
for
well.
Social Security anyway.
But I just want to be crystal clear about this. Beneficiaries are still going to get their cost of living adjustments on time for 2026. However, I'm just pointing out that it's going to be frustrating that people are going to have to wait longer to get the official amounts, to get the official announcements.
$3.
Moving on, I want to show you this. I thought this was very important to know, especially if you're in the stock markets. What does a government shutdown mean for the stock markets? The stats show that a government shutdown does not have a big impact on the stock markets.
Too bad
I
the
don't know
stock
if
market
that's a
don't pay
good
my
thing or a
rent,
bad
nigga.
thing for you. Maybe some people are hoping that a government shutdown would scare the stock market, it would crash the stock market, and then you could buy the dip, create a buying opportunity, but that's not what history shows. You can see here when the shutdown started and when it ended, and how the stock market performed during the shutdown period. And you're going to see that the average performance during a shutdown was up 0.3%. The median performance was up 0.1%. So it's a fraction of a percent. It's not much impact.
That's a
Now,
Obama
this is
cable.
very important for you to know if you're a precious metals investor. Okay, when a government shuts down, obviously that's not a good look. That screams political instability and it hurts a country's currency. It's common that a U.S. government shutdown weakens the U.S. dollar, which
we know.
But during the shutdown, workers are going to be placed on leave without pay. However, these federal employees, they're still going to be paid retroactively. It's basically back pay once the shutdown is over because of the Government Employee Fair Treatment Act.
But they're
So
firing
the CEO
them.
says that essential federal employees will have to work without pay during the shutdown.
Damn.
However, again, there's going to be
Wait.
back pay. For the
Nah. Let's talk about it. You telling me they're gonna freeze your paycheck, all million of you, and if you're an essential employee, They're like, yo, we need you to do your job, a great job, with the highest cost of living ever, with granny dying, with the cousins and babies wilding, and they be like, nah, we gonna pay you eventually. So far, I've seen the longest shutdown that they had on that list was 22 days. And that was recent. That was 2019. So, potentially, this could be a 2-day shutdown. Not with this economy. But they talking about reconvening with the Federal Reserve on the 29th. All right, so you telling me potentially all these motherfuckers gonna have to figure out how to pay rents for the next month without a paycheck? Car notes, subscriptions, food, all these things. In the meantime, it's supposed to what? Now, fuck the numbers in the back end. This, with people already crashing out, where people already have instability, when people are already like feeling away. You then want to tell all these federal employees to do a great job at their essential job for free, for the free, my nigga? You might be able to pull that off for a week, but if they pull this furlough off for more than a pay period, bro, that means all the services are going to suck. People will start quitting anyway. And maybe that's what they're going to do, boy, because you know how these companies are. Because since y'all forgot, the United States is a company, corporation, service corporation. They might be doing that to get them to quit. It would not surprise me if this fucking shutdown pushes on for like two weeks or more. And then you're going to see, while they're firing all those federal employees right fucking now so they don't have to pay them retroactively, it's going to cause even more to fucking quit. So they can't even get fucking federal unemployment benefits. Stay fucking woke with these demons. They're trying to save money, not you. Let's go to response videos.
Hey guys, peace, good luck. Done. Donezo. Send the Mac back. Put it in the mail today. That's what they said.
Send it to me.
Man, corporate is...
I really don't think a lot of people in corporate America really understand
It is
what's
evil,
going to happen
Jonathan.
over the next
But the politicians still getting paid, though.
Particularly at really large corporate companies.
The Democrats get
They're
paid, though.
calling it the Great Restructuring.
Republicans get paid.
Just laid off 11,000 people citing AI. I think it's just the beginning, unfortunately.
All right, so here we are. There's more job losses happening right now. We saw the data come out. It wasn't great. And now we're fighting inflation or job losses. Pick your poison. We got the shutdown coming. We got mass layoffs. And we got AI doing a lot of business that's hurting a lot of people. And the Federal Reserve is picking one over the other, and they're starting to lower interest rates because they know they're in trouble. Let's jump into this. We're hearing from people that are actually getting laid off
A lot of federal employees put out a protest because Trump did it. Yep.
And some companies are saying we got to cut employees, the number one cost of our business, because we got to increase profit.
Ain't that
This is wild.
It is confirmed. My company just sent
No unemployment if they quit. Correct now. You gotta play the long game while you try to figure out how to pay your bills.
In case you're new here, I was laid off in March this year. It took me 6 months to find a new job. Got a new job.
A bed cushion or a car seat in most of the videos. You're right.
Job has announced hundreds of layoffs. What am I supposed to do here? Is this like a last one in, first one out situation? Is it like get rid of all the like highest paid people?
Duh.
Is it like keep the new hires because they were hired under a secret pretense of like knowing that these layoffs would be coming, and so we like definitely want the new people? That's gotta be it, right? I'm not even eligible for my corporate benefits. That's how little time I've been at this new job. I'm not even eligible for PTO. I'm not eligible for medical benefits yet. I still have a week to go. You're telling me that I might get laid off before I even get a chance to sign up for that shit? Part of me
You worrying about the shit. You about to get laid off, nigga. What the fuck you talking about? Worry about benefits for?
All of your thoughts. A lot of this is a little this and a little that.
Quick in the tech world, like, just got off a Zoom call not even 15 seconds ago. My computer restarts, now it's locked. They're so
strong, independent women, though. Oh, you crazy, Jonathan. They are strong and independent, though. They gonna make it, man. They gonna get through it by themselves.
good number of colleagues that I worked with on this team that I actually really enjoyed working with. And I would have loved to just send them a message and be like, hey guys, peace, good luck. Done.
She can't even sign into the computer.
Back. Said, put it in the mail today, bitch. That's what they said. Like, I don't know what I did in a past life. I know I'm doing great things.
It ain't you.
Current life, like maybe in a past life.
The only thing you did was believe the wrong shit. It was gonna happen no matter what.
People. You know,
They're broke, baby.
Accenture just laid off 11,000.
Didn't you show that in the beginning of the video? Give me the new clips, bitch.
Related. This is going to be very interesting. Hopefully, this is not a .com boom and bust.
Wake up, scroll on TikTok,
That's true.
get coffee, checking emails to see we regret to inform you,
Get injections.
locking in and applying to more jobs, refreshing LinkedIn, getting ghosted,
Lying to niggas in your DMs.
applying to more jobs,
She adding past life narrative to a corporate fire spree.
dinner,
She reprobate. That's funny,
scroll
listen
some more
out.
on TikTok, and then sleep.
I get she's being funny, and I think this is becoming.
She is not being funny, brother.
She's got some nice stuff behind her. Aren't
She had
you
a
worried
nice
about
job.
making money, or is everybody
should be
just
tricking on
that well
niggas.
off? Because I know if I was unemployed, I'd be like, well, we gotta get a move on this for a day.
Nah, you wouldn't. You ain't shit you can move on, nigga. They firing everybody they would work for. How do you gonna get a move on this? The fuck they talking about? They using today's stats with yesterday's reality. They goofy as hell, boy.
Large corporate companies. They're calling it the Great Restructure.
Wow, shit,
And
listen
essentially, what they're doing is looking at each position,
Motivate parties
each
is
role
crazy,
within the
Jonathan.
company, and looking at what the processes are and seeing where the repetitive work is. And they're figuring out whether or not they can augment
TBFB
or
said
even
3.
replace positions with technology, with AI. And so if you're doing a job that has a lot of repetitive tasks, or maybe you're working on a lot of cross-functional teams, and you're working on projects that are taking years and years, companies are actively looking at how they can replace you.
Because your job fucking sucks if it takes you years to finish the damn task, nigga. If it's repetitive, they don't even hear themselves saying all the. He said, just as corporations, fuck all the fact that they're bankrupt, but just saying a normal day of efficiency. He's saying if you have a job that's repetitive task, a lot of crossplay between different departments, and it takes years to get the fucking shit done, then they're looking to replace you. No fucking shit, Sherlock. What are they paying you for? To be inefficient longer? They understand money and business. No, they don't. They understand benefits. They don't understand, like, what business is. Like, why is this new to motherfuckers who went to college? Can someone, I didn't go to college. Can someone answer this for me? Why are these motherfuckers acting like your company trying to cut dead weight and inefficiency is like, oh my God, a game changer. I'm under attack now. Without even realizing, wait a minute, I'm getting cut because I'm in a useless fucking position to begin with. Right? Like, I'm so proud that I'm in the fucking company that never gets shit done. What the fuck are they talking about? That's the vaccine doing that shit. There's no fucking way their frontal lobe is cooked. Oh, he just said it too. Might need that liquid motorbike quick hard in the frontal lobe. They understand Starbucks, their desk, and their spreadsheet, and the lobotomy. Trust the science, Mr. Al Jonathan. A lot of people are for real. They're not for real, bro. They can't be in college and working at corporate and be that fucking stupid about business and then wondering why everyone's fucking bankrupt and losing money. I wonder if there's a correlation at least.
Massive amounts of federal employees
Probably
looking
not.
at either quitting or being
Conspiracies.
laid off or furloughed or both. You've got government ready to shut down, which I heard.
I want to see his video on that shit. Give him a few more days.
Do I really want to pay these employees that much?
The new ones are
over the
even
course
worse out
of this?
here.
How stop?
Any more
This is going to be
testimonies, buddy?
so interesting. I think a lot of these corporations are semi-hurting anyways, and they cook the books so much. They got to make it up. with
That's to the brother.
employees.
Remember the brother told me about truck driving? That's why I say I'm going to chill on that for now.
For truckers is dying. It is being sucked dry
Pause.
by these soulless corporations and lobbyists And it's got to change. There has got to be a change. There got to be
Probably Stoner with the actual
a
rocks.
minimum freight cost of $4 a mile. There has got to be a minimum driver wage of $1 a mile.
All right, let's talk about the trucking. The trucking industry is one of those things that's always been the backbone of our labor force. And it's in real trouble. Let's look at some of what the professionals are saying, some of the truck drivers, and we'll get the story from them. Because as somebody that's been in the trucking world, both interact...
Because all these companies, you can't...
New NPC sold out already? Damn. I ain't even see it yet, bro.
$0.38 a mile when it costs $2.25.
Don't worry, they're going to get fired soon. They're going to put that shit on reverb. I'll get one.
And get the stuff moved. That leaves nothing for the drivers and the people at the office
Hate to say
and the people involved. That's nothing. Brokers the pie. You know, this is ridiculous.
We know.
Just like
everything is ridiculous. It's the fucking
truck driver.
Be like table ornaments.
It's a great time to learn it, but not a great time to earn it. I know, bro.
You can't afford to hire no drivers because it's not worth it. That's number one. There is no work.
There is no work part is the part that's weird.
This trucking recession, I guess we're going to call it. I don't know. And the few guys that are doing okay, the only reason they're doing okay is they're doing Amazon Relay. If you don't know what Amazon Relay is, it's like an app where you pick certain moves that you want to do. And the only good moves on that app are called crosstowns, intermodal work. That's the only thing that's moving these guys around right now. Other than that...
Two things. One, the economy's slowing down. People aren't ordering as much as they were. I mean, look at UPS look at USPS numbers. Two, these port problems. These politicians keep creating where they're shutting down a port, they're beating up a port in San Francisco.
Don't skip tariffs.
And there's just one thing that people are just not talking about enough. And look, every market, has boom cycles and recessions and things
I like this one, buddy.
And recoveries. And
Cap.
Trucking is going to have its recovery as well.
I don't know about that AI, man.
That people are just not really talking about.
They think the old life coming back.
Capitulation. If you look at every market crash out there, it starts going on a downtrend,
and then tons of businesses never come back to life.
Recoveries here and there, some bear traps, and then all of a sudden
We're Radio Shack.
That big sudden downturn.
We're Circuit City.
The world is going to end and things are never going to be the same again. Then after that,
they forget all the businesses and blockbusters and everything we lost. Sam Goody, FYE. Nah, 2008 killed mad corporations you grew up with since the 70s, my nigga.
This is the worst year for the trucking industry. Worst year.
So there's no products.
Then I came to a truck stop, I reserved a shower. There were 23 people in front of me in the line. 23 people. It's been 4 hours. I'm waiting for the shower. And they still, 3 people ahead of me. Still. So you can imagine that how many people are sitting at this truck stop without a load. All the truck drivers, we have nothing else to do besides taking shower all day.
He said they ain't got nothing else to do but to take a shower all day. Ain't that what I was talking about? I was talking about I could live like that, but I just need to make sure I got the hygiene. So we gotta go to the truck stops. So the truck drivers ain't trucking, we gotta get in line at the truck stops to see if we get the showers. Nigga, please. Nah, someone lying out here. He said this like any other recession. Nah, no, it's not, nigga. Your government shut down. This ain't like any other. You got a shutdown, a tariff war, a world war, a UAP war, a health war, a COVID crisis, a trust crisis, a faith crisis, a population crisis, a gender crisis, a repopulation crisis. Yeah, this is just like 2008. Shut the fuck door. Shut the fuck door, bro. What the fuck are they talking about? This is just like what? This ain't like nothing. I've been paying attention the whole time. It's been like something. They ain't never been like this. They gotta go to the other channel, his other videos, see the other people crying about their plush job with benefits. They don't do this shit. What are they shutting that down for? They're not making any money. They need their profits. That's what's wrong with the bipolar ass language model. Up or down, profits or no profits. You don't see the nuance.
I read, write, and speak English pretty damn good. It's no problem.
They call and make sure you can do English. Also, they're not doing foreign truckers.
It's a heads up. If you're booking these loads,
shower all day between the lot. This is crazy.
Make sure you can cover it. Make sure you by speaking English. It's changing times, man.
Well, he got some Negro in his ancestry. I see it.
I don't disagree.
for it. Call me all you want. Hell, you should have gave him more money for being able to speak
If the
English.
truckers switch to moving or car repos, they'll say busy during the crash. You're a thinking man. You're a thinking man.
They're at truck stops. They're giving the English test. They're checking for legal residency.
Oh, they get ICE is doing
visas
this.
are shut
Sure.
down. It's working. We're doing a great job. Me and you, all of us, everybody who's talking about it.
Truck off.
I'm pretty sure there's a big statistic.
5 of them bitches, bro. These 5 different companies, bro, is accepting motherfuckers off the street. No CDL needed. They will pay for your CDL. And they tell them why I have to wait a year or 2 for them. I'm like, damn, what you mean? A year or 2? Like a year or 2 experience? It was like, no, we just need 7 years from your gun case and 2 years from your speeding ticket. I'm like, damn.
His surgeons got him called up.
650,000 foreign truck drivers in this country. A percentage of those that don't speak a word of English because they're being pulled over and they're being ticketed, and their companies that they work for are being notified that, hey, you can't have drivers out here that can't speak decent English.
You know, one thing I've noticed that if you have a record, criminal record, it's
That's crazy.
really answer to that is. I think if you did your time, maybe you should.
Jonathan says illegal truckers have been causing catastrophic accidents with mass death out here on interstate, Texas. Jonathan says, but not like the Mexican or South Americans, but the Sudanese and Africans. Yeah. You see how they traffic look out there? They don't got no paved roads either. They got them big ass loop-de-loop circles and no traffic signs, of course. They didn't learn how to drive like this. That's what I was looking for. How many people got fired from the government?
The jobs numbers are about to get substantially worse.
And they're not going to count the job numbers, which is hilarious.
Why? It's estimated between 140 and 165,000 federal employees took the deferred resignation program.
Deferred resignation.
And nobody has a solid number because the government can't agree on their own numbers.
And they're not doing
so we're just
numbers
going to go
right
with
now.
150,000.
Hi everyone.
Lowballing.
Please pardon my appearance as it is after 4 a.m. on Tuesday, February 18th. And I wanted to come on here as one of the thousands of federal employees who lost their job with the federal government this weekend.
Government shutdowns begin as Trump is threatening layoffs. So right now, if you guys don't know what's going on, they actually shut down the government. I wasn't expecting it. A lot of people wasn't expecting it, but it did happen. I say
We were expecting it. Something like
federal
that.
people, this amount is becoming higher than ever before. It's scary stuff when you have 70,000 people just basically out of a job. This got the 100,000 federal job cuts this year. No plan to relocate jobs from DC.
With the Asian
so
sisters
we'll be seeing through her.
Expensive. My rent is about over $3,000 each month, and I got laid off back in May, and I have been trying so hard to find a job, but it hasn't been working out in my favor. With that being
They try to track their paperwork and leads to shell truck companies that can't be contacted. Their social and birth dates are usually all fake or the same. Yep.
for the next couple months because
Phantoms.
I don't know what's gonna happen. So if you're currently in California and you receive any government benefits and aid, what is it like? What do you receive? How's the process? And yeah, just like any tips or advice to
She's asking TikTok
get
for
over
recommendation.
this.
Team's gone. But here's the part
Hold on, run it back, run it back, run it back, run it back.
the government. What it actually did trigger one of the largest mass firings in U.S. history. More than 260,000 federal workers were forced out.
For being inefficient though. Don't miss that, sis.
Gutted. Climate scientists, VA nurses, EPA enforcement teams gone. But here's the part I need you to pay attention to. Over 150,000 people are still being paid full salaries
To do nothing.
to do nothing. Trump's brilliant deferred resignation plan has cost taxpayers $21.7 billion for employees not even allowed to work. Meanwhile, the IRS can't process taxes,
Catch that fly.
the EPA can't test drinking water, the VA is canceling care, and the HHS
is scrambling to rehire the public health staff it just fired.
They ain't going to,
They're calling
because they're gonna end up hiring them less money.
Agencies are in chaos. Services are.
You said Australia always follows Big Bro America shit.
It's
Yep.
quietly being reshaped behind the scenes. Elon's out. Trump loyalists are in, and the AI.
It's not a Trump loyalist problem, sis.
Still coming.
Y'all gotta stop the political part of this. Your country is broke, baby.
Late, or your medication's held up. Yeah, that's not a glitch. That's Trump's government reform.
Nah, it's your
I'll be
government.
breaking this story down even more
On America.
on my Patreon and Substack.
They look like you.
Both
Stop playing with me.
links are in the bio.
Y'all get to change your genders and political parties. Don't do that.
I lurk on people from my hometown. Take their profile pic, change the picture a little bit on a face app, like make them bald or something, change the thing. But as my profile pic, follow them, and I never believe them. I don't think I just kind of just like their picture until I notice.
She
Don't
weird.
do it.
Update on the job that I interviewed for 3 weeks ago. I
Don't
just
cry,
got
sis.
my rejection email.
Please don't cry, sis, on
I'm
camera.
pretty sure that the recruiter was just gonna ghost me.
It's not Tinder,
I
baby.
kept reaching out to her, and so I kind of forced her to respond and let her know that they filled the spot already. And I knew that 2 weeks ago when my friend told me that he got one of the positions. They were hiring for 5 or 6. And then I asked her if she could shed any light as to why, I wasn't chosen.
'Cause you
because
cry.
I thought I was a really good fit for the role. Thought I got along with the team really well. And she just didn't respond.
She is strong and
So,
independent. Look at that thing. Strong, independent bridge.
I don't know why I am so emotional about it, but I just feel like fucking shit. And
You're emotional about it, bitch, because you need money. Stop lying. What the fuck they be talking about? They don't know why they're emotional about they paying their damn rent. Got $3,000 mid-rise, and she talking about she don't know why.
With barely anybody responding back to me.
These are all federal employees, by the way.
Got to multiple
And you wonder why your
rounds.
government sucks.
Always got the same feedback that they went with somebody with more experience, but I was a great candidate.
Breaking news. Pill monster panics.
to
Mr.
over
Now's
1,000
crazy.
jobs.
Crying with the liberal filters, Harut? That's crazy. She did have filters on.
I've applied to even low-paying jobs. I've applied to internships. I don't know what else to do.
Gotta get a cat.
I asked questions at the end of the
What if you was
interview.
married to a
I
man?
get to know them. Like, I don't know what else they want from me.
The jobs numbers are about to get substantially worse for Donald Trump. Let me tell you why.
Ain't for Donald Trump, nigga. You gotta go outside the Starbucks. Closed.
165,000 federal
They better get off of that. Don't blame no Trump for this one, baby. Your federal government is your federal government, baby. They the same federal government that was there during Obama. Don't play with me. They said they ain't making no money, baby. That's why they firing you. You ain't making no money.
Now, I've been thinking about that recently in terms of a relationship. A lot of y'all know, I recently found out that my boyfriend of over a year was married the entire time.
Wait. She said that like she and her boyfriend of over. Nah, your post-pandemic boyfriend that was married. Nah, he was taking a break from his wife. Stop lying about these men. You knew it. That's why you liked them. You hypergamous little people. You.
The story times on my page if you want to check that out.
We don't want to
now
check that out. That's trauma.
Here, online, and just watching story after story after story of all of these federal employees, federal workers getting laid off, losing their jobs. That's
She can't find out her boyfriend married, so I know she can't do no work in the federal government.
from our own government when you really think about it. And I think people are actually underestimating how much trauma is being brought on
Oh my God, the therapy talk. What's with our sisters, boy? You niggas is cooked.
everyday Americans right now. And the implications of that.
She
of
talking.
the
She
mental
talks on
health
Twitter.
of everyday Americans. Because these federal workers took these jobs, took the
No, shut your ass up. They took the paycheck and the benefits. Please stop acting like the mental health virtue ever matters in America. They hired children working chimneys, my nigga. Let's move past that slavery. I need normalization on your audio, sweetheart.
I wanted to make dental care more accessible and affordable for people, and I felt like I finally had that opportunity in this job that I was just let go of. One of the hardest parts of all of this is that I don't really made a difference.
You didn't make a difference because you gotta pay your rent. Come on, stop playing with me. They need to stop making up fucking nice narratives about how they're failing and just be pissed.
Just
For
started a
real.
new degree and then you can't even get a job in your field. I'm doing my master's right now, and I just started a new class.
She's
and there's an
African, isn't she?
introductory discussion board. You scroll through and reply to 2 other peers. I'm looking for somebody's discussion post to reply to, and I came across this girl's own, and she said her name is da 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 da, and she graduated last year with a degree, a Bachelor of Science in Biological Science. And she works as a senior marketing research analysis for a marketing firm. The bitch is a scientist and works
In marketing.
for a marketing firm.
Because marketing makes
Like,
money.
what
And
sense
science
does that even
isn't
make?
sciencing. We don't understand. Science ain't making money right now.
Being a fired federal employee, just sharing my journey because I wanted to document because this never has ever happened in the federal government before, and I've had
Wow.
experience and I've never seen anything like this. So I'm just sharing it, and I have a YouTube page because everybody has TikTok.
She's strong and independent too, Jonathan.
Help others.
In 22 years, she never been married. That's crazy.
So they're getting these comments
She was married to the federal government.
on YouTube, these negative comments, and I'm just like, these people are crazy. Like, one person told me, what are you gonna do? You can't handle it for yourself. Like, girl, no one should ever be fired like this. This should
True
never
story.
happen, to be honest with you. Like, the
It
way
shouldn't
it
never
happened,
happen,
no one
but
should have to
it
fend
happens
for
for 300-400 years in a row.
themselves, figure out what does this mean. You should never fire someone and then deal with it later. You should always do everything up front, and then you fire the person. Not in
Does she do that when she break up with all them boys?
this way, just like somebody say, I gotta fire you, someone fire you today. This is stupid. So then I got another comment talking about the inaccuracies, right? I've been talking about that, like how the communication with my agency.
Kevin Samuels on the PhD button is crazy. Yep, Italy been at it since 2001. Physics and paper makers marketing. Yep, Dender Mufflin.
The person said, well, what do you think the public has been dealing with inaccuracy?
I don't get why they get on camera crying about a job like someone's going to set up a GoFundMe or Cashapp for them. Well, I mean, I do. You got the covert narcissist crocodiles here play. And then you got the people who've been in a bubble where they did all the things and had the support, and they've been at that job, and that's their life. Like, they're just starting, like the younger ones. So they've never ran into no before. This is their first access denied. Right? This is their first access denied. They got the best kind of job you can get in America. And now they're saying they're being fired. But it's not them being fired like another day in the neighborhood. You gotta remember, in their head, it's like, I'm getting fired, and people older, more qualified, and better jobs of me in a federal job than me, they're being fired too, meaning, what are the chances? So the logic, the intuitive, the intellectual mind takes over, the monkey mind, and it goes, well, I ain't got a chance in Hades right now. That's why the emotional part will happen. But then the crying for attention for the older ones, that's just covert narcissism, really. They wasn't doing shit at their job half the damn time anyway, especially if they're covert narcissists. So, you know, you can't judge everybody, but you live long enough and work with people long enough, you know the type. So, it's unfortunate because this system is corporate. And yes, people who are working their jobs or won the job lottery with these type of cushy jobs, everything that they're missing in this, though, is they think because it's a federal job, they should be secure and have a paycheck no matter what. Not knowing that the federal owes the Federal Reserve, which are not the same company. They're two different federals. Federal is just a word. It's not an allegiance. So they, from what I'm listening to, which is mind-blowing, is that they can't understand that their jobs are being cut because it doesn't make money. But they want to be paid. And they go in their head, well, the United States or the federal government has money, so it should be able to pay its federal employees. No. The federal corporation is the umbrella of many corporations. Your particular sector is not making money, or is not needed, or is being automated, or they're going to a wartime scenario and they don't have no time for you to be on Zoom all day
talking about the cost of dental care, like some of their jobs are, like strategy trying to figure out how to give like immigrants that don't have IDs yet benefits. $1 trillion worth, which goes into the job creation, by the way. So they're cutting the jobs ahead of time, which affects that budget ahead of time. And then all the other things that are wrong, including the war and Israel's influence and all this goofy shit. So yeah, a lot of those Israeli created fake jobs and phantom jobs that other people, 6 people were able to get with the 30 others. They're canceling that because they're non-profitable. I don't understand why they don't understand that. Your job doesn't make money. It's a corporation. It's a federal corporation. It's a federalized corporate. The United States of America is the United States Service Corporation out of Morocco. It's not its own thing. And they're in the federal government and they don't know the history of it. Strike one. Job security. Why you would pick a job like that as a fucking African American? Betrayed your ancestors. Strike two. And then you got like, what? So you gotta think like, so a lot of people I've noticed, especially women, build the meaning of their life around their position in their job. So if they don't have that job no more, and like some of them said, the younger ones, like I try to get a normal job or I try to get a lower paying job, that takes them out of their narcissistic friend group, right? It changes everything. The Asian girl, another girl was like, they rent is over $3,000. You live by yourself. Why the fuck do you have a $3,000 anything payment? You're by your damn self. You at work all the damn time. And half of y'all niggas been working since the pandemic at home. If you don't get you a fucking studio apartment and save all your goddamn money and pay off your student debt at least, why are y'all trying to move into these 3-bedroom apartments by yourself? So you can talk about it. They're social creatures. So they can do all the keeping up with the Joneses. So they can do the things and have the things. So the thing that's breaking them down outside of losing their job is not the job itself. They don't give a fuck about that job. They give a fuck about the lifestyle that the job afforded them. Mind you, this was the promise, this was the consensus, this is the way it was before the pandemic. But before pandemic profits and after pandemic profits have never went back to pre-pandemic, by the way. That's why the cost of everything is up, because no one's making money. So they're trying to make the one thing they're selling cost more to make you pay for it. And now people have been paying for it, depleting their credit, depleting their savings. And that's the New World Order agenda that you heard about. But they're running out of money too, so they did it to themselves. It's weird. It's dumb and dumber in terms of the agenda, but as the poor people who are just working and thugging it, they don't have a better branch to monkey on. It's just like women when they hit the wall. They think there's going to be a better dude than the dudes they dated during the summer who had things but didn't want to marry them. They think like later, like 5-10 years later, they'll run into another sucker. No. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen at all. And your chances to have children drop 50% as soon as you get to that age. So, and then you have the COVID thing, and then you have that, and these men ain't going to want you if they're that type of man. No. So then they sit alone at these jobs and girl powering it up. And now the men are out there too, but the men ain't on there crying on TikTok. But the girls what we're noticing is that most of these federal employees are women. As I was saying the other day, this country is ran by women. These are the women that are running it. Obviously, they're creating the programs, they're creating the logic, they're creating the model for profits, and it's not working. And then they get fired and be like, at the end of the day, I just feel like I really didn't get a chance to really make a difference with the people. Name them. Go ahead and name me a foreign immigrant. Go ahead and name somebody. What about all them people in your family? You get them health care yet? All right then. So yeah, so like, no. There's a lot of cap, there's a lot of romance, but more importantly, it's a lifestyle. They told you don't wipe out the upper middle class and shit. It's a lifestyle adjustment period that they're grieving. They're competent enough to work a federal job. They're competent enough to work at Kohl's. Like they'll find something eventually. And then the thing that sucks, I think for the women at least, is they don't realize they can't afford to do it by themselves. But they can't walk back all the men and all the relationships that they bailed on being important. Like, well, I got my degree and I work for this and that, and we seen this. I seen this as men that are dating. I know the attitude, so they can't lie and act like that's not how they were. All of them were like that I've talked to, by the way. It's a consensus. It's the attitude. It's the flavor of the month. So now they got to eat that. Now they got to eat all the people that they turned down. Now I switch to the red pill real quick. They got to eat that all the men they turned down with regular jobs. Now they ass got to go get a regular job. That's why they crying. Now they got to say that good guy that really cared about him, but he wasn't making more than $50,000 yet. She ain't making that no more. Now she got to worry about how to pay $3,000 rent. What is that? $26,000 to $30,000 a year she got to come up with just to keep her apartment. That's what would cause the emotionalism. We know. We come on now. We told him that. Kevin Samuels told him this was gonna happen. We knew. We knew. There's no such thing as corporate loyalty and longevity. What reality is this? Your country go bankrupt every decade. Like OpenAI, Circle Back, Australia's. Oh, yeah, that was it. It's narcissism. They don't understand it because their therapists plus the entire internet is you're worth more than what you say you are. The delusion. Self-worth being the #1 topic in mental health discussion. It is. It's not a problem with self-worth. It's a problem with the reality of what you're worth, and they can't confront that. They're buying designer air fryers. At this point, Cartier is making a toaster. They have it 1 for sale on TikTok. Newell says too macho to admit they were wrong. Ego, pride, narcissism. Same story. Mr. Now says not even a different one. Newell says everyone's saving up now to become nurses and lawyers now. And the medical industry is fried because of all the vaccine and the funding of the CDC and everything. So they're going to put themselves in another loan, and they're not going to get hired. Meanwhile, we can define what it means to thug it out due to experience. We didn't have a choice. We didn't have a fucking choice in Hades. Maybe that's why we sound insensitive.
What inaccuracies has the public received from federal aid? A lot of false, so let's fire them all. Get out of here.
People wake up. Look at this. The Trump administration begins to strip federal workers of union protections. That's
Dante's
right.
Inferno.
And the first agency to do it is the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Your brothers have been waiting
They're
for
starting to terminate contracts, and it's going to affect over 400,000 workers. And if you're thinking this isn't your fight, you're already losing it. The American Federation of Government Employees is under attack. The union rights of over 400,000 Veterans Affairs
guarantees of payment, because they can't guarantee to pay it.
Protection's gone.
Elon's Automotive Prime is their competition. That's correct. That's crazy.
Don't tell me, well, that's just federal workers, not construction workers. That's not me. Bullshit. We're all union here. We rise together or we fall together. Well, tell me, do you think they'll stop here at the federal workers? You think they're not?
I mean, if they take out their own employees first, of course it doesn't stop there. But the other people could be private, which had nothing to do with the federal, by the way. Stay woke out here.
And I want to tell you a little bit about how that happened and why is the American
For clerical jobs and for being freaky frogs. Jesus,
Early on as a Fed, you go through something called the probationary period, which sounds like something negative, but really it's just the either 1 or 2 years after you were first hired, where you don't have the full tenure or protections that other senior career federal employees have. So if you're hired with a disability, which is also called Schedule A, as I was, your probationary period lasts for 2 years. So I was hired as a contractor to the NIH in March of 2022. I was hired on as a Fed in September of 2023, and now here we are in 2025, and I still have about.
This is our federal government, for real?
Probationary period, if my math is correct. This might sound really boring, but this is important, okay, so pay attention. The Trump administration has decided that in order to do a wide-scale reduction in force, they are going to just, without any regard for who the people are, what their positions are, or their seniority, whatever, any probationary employee that is still within their 1 to 2 year period is just fired. And that's what happened this weekend in the Department of Health and Human Services and its sister agencies like the National Institutes of Health.
They're getting rid of all the noobs first.
Okay, so probationary employees fired. My colleagues and I all got the same form letter from an unknown HR account saying that we had been fired for performance issues, okay, which, as you can imagine, with no proof to back up performance issues,
That's no unemployment.
Form letter sent to all employees. The performance issues really aren't the problem here. So obviously, I'm upset, right?
There's a performance issue. You're not making money.
My grandmother and some other family members, and at 10 o'clock at night, I was checking my work email to find this form, termination letter that was sent to everyone else in my position at the agency. So it sucks, right? Like, you don't want to lose your job, you don't want to be fired for political reasons, and there will be class action lawsuits to fight back against this. But that's not really what I'm worried about here, and this is why I want you to pay attention. The team that I worked for at the NIH is the team that directs all of the HIV funding for the entire National Institutes of Health. And HIV funding is what allows researchers to study how to find a cure, for example, or how to
You work for
implement
Fauci.
the treatments that are available so that people who either don't have health insurance or who are poor or who have disabilities or who are homeless are able to access HIV treatment in order to live happy, healthy lives. Okay, so
What is
people are
happy and
just
healthy
being
about staying with
indiscriminately
HIV
fired
instead of you
programs like
faggots curing it?
There are also programs at the NIH that study cancer. You know, if your mom got breast cancer last year,
Everything that's legacy, we don't fix it. We just help you live with it. They're cutting. Thank God. It's fucking useless. How the fuck you supposed to be taking niggas to the Mars and quantum teleporting, but your ass can't fix a fucking cluster of cells? For billions of dollars a year. That's crazy, man. So yeah, this shit will keep pouring in. Someone just said they were training to be nurses. Let's see what the nurses talking about real quick.
What if I told you that nurses are going through crisis right now? Lifestyle inflation, nurses are going broke due to the economy.
They making
It's
Ultimas
really
no more.
getting bad out here, y'all. A lot of them are mentally unstable.
Yes, they are.
Because
I
some
met
of them
them.
are lack of sleep. Some of them can't afford to pay
Some of
their
them fuck
bills.
too many people and lie about
including
it.
so many responsibilities that comes with it.
Nursing today is in dire straits. It is one of the most high-risk careers in the United
Now they
States.
about to prepare to be
Listen to
nurses,
some
right?
of this information. It's ranked one of the top 5 jobs that people are leaving in the United States today. It's one of the top 10 most dangerous jobs according to multiple
True.
news and science surveys. 40% of nurses have high risk of long-term sick leave. That's according to the Journal of Occupational Medicine. The average nurse over 35 years old is on 5 medications.
Yes,
They
I know
cite
'em.
limited time off, swing shifts, understaffing, patient volumes,
Wait.
and high stress in the work.
You said these bitches is on 5 medications? So 5 different chances for hormone disorders, 5 different chances for side effects, and 5 different chances the reason why they can't take accountability for all the bullshit they be on. But they work hard. Man, nigga, no. Hold on. I did not know that. I did not know that was a stat. That they don't. And remember, some of those medications are mental health. 5? 5.
Place. You can't make women work 12 hours and not be allowed adequate amounts of time to eat and drink water.
You don't say that about men with the goddamn oil fields and all of that back-breaking shit and all that military shit, but you can't make women do it? The fuck they talking about, boy?
Throughout the day. It leads to metabolism adaptations that slows their metabolism down, builds oxidative stress,
That's what happens.
causes reactive
They get
hyperglycemia.
fat.
Now they're stressed. Now they're tired. Now they're using caffeine all the time. Nearly 40 to
Pill monsters are
55%
no joke,
of
man.
nurses,
Birth
depending
control,
on what study you
clonazepam,
read,
Vyvanse, Xanax,
are
Prozac.
overweight.
And then all the
it is
opiates they buy
not
from my cousin.
From overeating. These
Nurses
women
eat their
are
own lifestyle
underfed,
creep. Damn.
overstressed, and they are some of the sickest in our community, and they are the people who are responsible for taking care of us. How in the hell can we count on a medical healthcare system that can't even take care of its own people?
Your government can't afford healthcare. What the fuck are you talking about? When did it take care of anyone? It just sells you medicine.
That closed in March and in April.
Weiss Hospital in Uptown officially closed its emergency room doors today, August 8th, after losing access to Medicare and Medicaid, the
Yep.
lifeblood of its operation.
I knew that was going to happen.
Says, are you concerned about layoffs? So right now we're seeing a lot of layoffs in the nursing industry. Not to mention nurses are always so incredibly stressed. The burnout for
100
nurses are
CNAs.
also incredibly seeing.
We know.
These hospital layoffs and nursing layoffs will continue. And a lot of nurses are also saying
Brand new and they hate it
so
already.
incredibly burnt out. Like this person says, graduate nursing school back all the way.
Because of
May.
COVID. It's causing the people to be weird. They're very, very rude. Yup. The patients suck. I know. I'm living with some.
Exhausting patients are rude.
It's a vaccine.
You know, wanting to be a nurse, maybe this is a problem.
Come on now. It's all collective. It's all adding up at once.
You know, hospital layoffs are escalating. Impact spreads from support staff to nurse. This isn't really.
Shout out to the travel nurses out there.
Miss, I said no. My nurse
All
also
side effects
asked
of the
me,
drugs. You got it.
what's the only thing that you mix with blood? I said plasma. I said plasma. It's saline. Another nurse asked me, what color is this patient? And I was like, my color. He's my skin color. Just a little lighter. He's a little pale. He was laughing in my face. He's like, really? What color is he? And I was like, I don't know. Like, he's our color. Like, our color. Like, you know? He was like, he's yellow. He has jaundice. Oh. Well,
This
messages
These
for
basic
nurses
bitches are nurses?
who don't want to be a nurse anymore. I have been a nurse for 12, almost 13 years.
Pre-pandemic.
I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to be in healthcare anymore. That's all I know how to do. What do you do next? Open for any and all suggestions.
That burned me out, y'all. I mean, the pay was great. I was getting incentives.
It is sick care.
Holiday pay,
Not getting well
pay.
care. Correct.
I was working 3 days a week.
They sustain
12-hour
people's
shifts,
death.
and I was creating my own schedule. And to me, that sounded like the life. But somehow I still was burned out. Although I was working 3 days and 12-hour shifts, somehow that exhaustion led on into my off days. Like, it got to the point where I didn't even feel like I could really do much throughout
Yeah,
the
a lot
rest
of them
of
do it
my
just for the
days or my
money.
off
Yep.
days. And I couldn't even give all of my energy to my family, my friends. And when I would get
Open
home
for
from
suggestions.
work,
You
I
have
felt
PDF
like I
on
had
XYZ in
nothing
terms of
left
taking
to
those
give
suggestions.
myself.
That's crazy.
Even on health, just like
I know, sis. You ain't working as a nurse, but you dress as a nurse with makeup on. Doesn't make
Nurses
sense.
shouldn't share their frustrations because it can damage the profession. It can harm the public trust. But let's be real, it's more of the same.
We don't trust you
propaganda that
already,
we've
dude.
heard. Nurses should just suck it up. What's going on?
They get mad
It's like
because it's a battle they can't win. The hospitals are not making money. If they took Medicare and Medicaid away, then they have to shut it down. They don't make profits, and nor do they heal people.
Worked in the same department this whole time. I really have liked where I work, but we have had like
Lady Gaga's cousin.
crazy high turnover in the last, even the last
Yeah, they're
few
on drugs.
months.
You can tell
We
how
have
big their
lost
eyes are.
some of the best nurses I've
The
ever
crazy
met,
eyes, yep.
and it's getting a
That's at
little scary
Klonopin or some shit.
because, like, I am one of the people
Well, most of them.
now in this department who has
She
been
is too.
there
Yeah,
the
you can see it.
longest, and I don't feel
Or
like
cocaine.
I
It might be that
a
Puro.
grown-up nurse enough to be the person that people come to and ask questions. I'm not ready for that. It's a little scary.
Heavy drug use.
I don't like that.
You even seen her jawline.
We've had just such high turnover lately, and it's sad. It's disheartening and scary.
Birds are burnt out right now. Let me paint a little picture for you. Hi, my name's Nicole.
You burnt out of all them drugs y'all been abusing too.
And I'm currently working night shift.
Because they got filler in them pills now. I told y'all. They burnt out because them pills ain't pilling. That Starbucks ain't Starbucking. Come on now. They ain't slick. Grandmama and auntie was nurses way before they was born. Nah, they won't talk about no burnout. Y'all burnt out because of your damn substances and your damn Starbucks.
And I know it's frustrating. It's not only frustrating for you as
I know it.
patients, but
And
it's
people
frustrating
suck.
for us as
We know.
providers and for your nurses.
Especially when you got a society that makes them
does
sick.
not give you the right to be rude. I had a patient last night.
They're going to keep talking about the vaccine patients. The attitude adjustments.
My name's Nicole. I'm going to be your provider today. And they looked at me and said, so you're going to be my doctor? I said, no, I'm not a doctor. I'm a PA, but I'll be the one to
Think they
take care
removed
of you,
nicotine from the
providing
Starbucks? Probably did.
And they looked me straight in the face and said, how about you provide me with a sandwich since I've been here for 3 hours? A sandwich. That's what my $180,000 master degree is worth. So I can provide you a sandwich? How about we talk about what brings you to the emergency department today?
You said it tastes like instant
No.
coffee now? I haven't had
I'm
Starbucks
not
in a minute, bro.
talking to you until you get me a sandwich because I've
Or
been here for
Newports.
3 hours. I don't even have words. I don't have words.
I'm a PhD button. She ain't pay off that $180,000 yet either.
Can't control her. Give me a new bed. Level care that's sitting in a recliner right now. And I don't know what it is. The audacity.
Yes.
The rudeness.
All time
We're
high.
just there. We're trying to help you out. We're trying to make sure that you're okay, that you're spat reviewed.
You make him okay? He said he hungry, bitch. Make him a
That's
sandwich.
why we're short-staffed.
What is she confused about?
With decency and respect. And everything will get a little bit better.
Ain't gonna happen, sis.
And that's just my 2 cents.
You're passive aggressive as fuck.
And it was pretty awful. But I think what was even more awful was last night I finally just like broke down and I just let all this pent up emotion out of me and was sobbing and sobbing and I just was talking to my boyfriend and I was like, I'm trying so hard. I'm working myself to the bone.
She about
I'm
to cheat
pushing
on
through
him.
so much just like deep nursing resentment
That's how they act.
and
Right before they cheat.
frustration and just absolute utter like bottom of the barrel fatigue. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm trying to save for a future, for a house, for a wedding, and I'm just like, why am I doing all this if I literally am so miserable in the life I'm in now?
Because life changes, you goofy hoe.
That it just came to me, I'm just gonna quit.
Oh.
I have no idea what I'm gonna do.
Exciting.
I just don't know. But life is just not meant to be suffered like this. So I've decided I'm going to leave my current job.
Nice.
In the next 4 to 6 weeks.
She wants to save some money. She got to figure out a new guy to be with.
And I'm just going to see where it goes. I'm going to document the whole thing. I just feel like
follow her account. She gonna break up with that boy she with because she had a meltdown. That's what they all do. They'll get tired of life that they picked, that they live, that they paid for, and then break up with you.
My layoff is part of my severance package, so I'm taking advantage and doing everything I need to do now. So all my dental work, I need to get my new prescription, so I'm gonna lay off.
Benefits.
Presbyterian Hospital has announced its plans to lay off about 2% of its workforce, which equates to about 1,000 employees. Don't know yet exactly
you
what
were
the
charging for the
breakdown
drip,
of
but
those
not for the
employees
sandwich. That's hilarious.
but we do know that it includes nurse practitioners and nurses. They are allegedly laying off all of their nurse practitioners except the ones that were hired before 2010.
Damn.
And have allegedly already laid off 50 RNs from the Columbia campus, from what I'm told.
God damn. They saying the young nurses ain't shit because they sit in their car doing TikToks. We know it already. We knew that already. Nurses also the highest single demographic again. Have them on Tinder. Trust me, I was outside.
One thing that I hate about nursing.
They be just like her.
So if you've been watching my page,
just not as round.
2 weeks ago, my grandmother passed away.
My bad, yo.
And the thing that I didn't think about, like becoming a nurse, and I don't know why it just never crossed my mind, is that I feel like we are the first people to know when our family member is about to go. My grandmother's death was very sudden. She had an appointment that morning to get her dialysis catheter replaced. The replacement was successful and she coded. My grandmother raised me, so this is something that I knew was going to happen, but it's something that I wasn't prepared for mentally. But when I went to the hospital and seen my grandmother and looked at her, my nursing intuition went off first, and I just knew that my grandmother was gone. It sucks. It really sucks.
While I have more
it didn't look like it sucked at her. That was the weirdest emotional response I've seen to some dumb shit like that.
Which is a very well-known primary care provider. You often see them times attached to Walgreens. I just saw my primary care physician, and he gave me some updates on news that I very much did not expect in the Florida market. If you work in healthcare, you know that Village MD announced back in October that they were going to be shutting down a significant amount of their ability.
They're not making money. They're not getting federal benefits no more. I told y'all, man. This is all federal stuff. They got all their subsidies and all their payment from Medicare, Medicaid, all that shit. They're never for profit.
Completely changing their entire strategy in terms of patient care if they're shutting down that many sites.
Mm-hmm.
That's we'll have to find out.
You guys, I'm quitting my job today.
Damn.
I'm scared. I've been a nurse for like 5 minutes, but I can't do it. I'm putting in my 2 weeks today, but I'm doing a week. I gotta get out of here. So I'm a nurse, and I've been on my med-surg floor for maybe 7 months now, and I can't do it. I literally can't do it. I hate it. I hate it so much. And like, imagine coming to work and you have 7 patients and they're just all shit. I just can't, so I'm scared. And then I also just feel like a failure because I just started and I'm quitting already, but you know what? People are like, stick it out, stick it out. I literally cannot stick it out.
They can't thug it out, Jonathan.
To get out of here. And it does make me feel a little bit sad, and I feel we'll find it bad.
Okay, so we're back for another TED Talk. This is something that I have been thinking about for a while now, and I feel that a lot of people might be in the same boat as me. I have been in the ER for over 3 years now, and
they're all fairly new too.
Just at a point in my life where I just feel stuck, and I just know where I am, I'm not supposed to be, or supposed to be there for too much longer. And I'm
What's the reason, sis?
and doing something completely different, or leaving the ER and doing like something outpatient and something that's less stressful and just more slower paced. And I know that is where we need to be, but just sometimes it's so hard to be patient. And his plan.
They can't do the waiting. But at least she brought up God, though.
Know what everybody else does for work, and if you really love your nursing job, you can look into. We should get out eventually. If you're going into work today, like me.
Why did nobody tell me that you can still be in debt while going to community college? I went to community college to avoid debt, and I'm still gonna be in debt. So, with that being said, I will never be buying anything that I don't need ever again. Here's my coffee then.
That's all of us, sis.
I made today from home. Will never buy a coffee again. Just kidding, I'm lying. But like, I can't just go around spending money anymore.
You never could, sis. But
anyways, yeah,
I'm glad you learned that.
I officially resigned from my job from nursing in general. I didn't want to say anything until it was official, but it's now pretty official. I've been a nurse for about 5 years now, and lately
Yeah, they're all very new nurses too. Was it Gen Z?
Burnt out, stuck, whatever you want to call it. Outgrowing the career.
They're Gen Z, ain't they?
All of my family is shift workers, and I'm moving into a job that's Monday to Friday. Coming with me, we're gonna get through this together. But thank you guys for.
No, we're not. The hell are you talking about, sis? Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on. So ponder on this. The number one reason why they hate their job is because people suck. Hold that. I want to do this science correctly. From what I heard from these younger women, they're obviously under 30, most of them. They said that they want to dedicate themselves to helping and assisting sickly people. But they can't do it because sickly people got fucked up energy. Did they think they're going to be saving puppies? They're saying that they cannot deal with the stress load of ungrateful people who are on Medicare and Medicaid, as if they're the rich people. Like, they thought they were only going to be helping people. Like, they be thinking sick people would be like pleasant. Is that what they're thinking? They think like sick people are like the people who are up and up, like with all your overdose people, all your vagabonds, all your people who are down and outs, just like they're on their down and out currently, but didn't make it to the Olympics by the time they were 40. They thought that somewhere in this universe, there's on this trick, all these sick people, all these vaccinated people, all these poor people who don't have good health insurance, they thought that they were going to be like, so happy to see you, nurse. Yeah, give me a sandwich, bitch. I've worked in healthcare before. I was a patient care assistant at Rex Hospital when shit was booming. They sucked back then. Which is the reason why I never went back. You know what I'm saying? I guess it was a good paying job. Not really. Not for me. You know, you got to get degrees and stuff. You got to go to community college and go into debt to get the real money. And all the nurses and all the other dudes that did that, they were doing that, like, because I was younger and they were younger. So that was peak. That hustle was growing for people who look like me. I was like, I don't think I want to be a male nurse. First of all, I'll end up knocking out one of these surgeons because they think they hot shit because they got an ugly ass car in the damn parking lot. They don't even got swag to pick the right kind of car. Short stroking geniuses. And then I can see how hoe-like all these nurses are working next to them, by the way. And then yeah, the shifts are ridiculous. Like, you're literally at the hospital most of your fucking life. So I didn't see the silver lining in any of that, especially being single with no kids. So it was like, meh. For me personally, right? My temperament ain't built for that anyway. But it taught me a lot. It taught me about taking care of people. You know, I got certified and like all that goofy shit you got to get certified in. And learned about the surgery game. Learned about the doctor game. I had a few people who bestowed wisdom on me, who weren't assholes. A lot of people who work in hospitals are assholes too. They be complaining about the patients, but the actual staff are assholes. Like, from other jobs and temperaments, nurses and doctors and stuff, they some asshole-ish ass people, boy. They blame it on stress and stuff. Like, stress don't make you an asshole, though. You choosing to be an asshole makes you an asshole. You can be stressed out and pleasant. You can be stressed out and use a different vocabulary model. You can be stressed out and not take it out on other people. So it's a very highly, it's a narcissistic ass playing field for real. I'll be honest with you. Even when I didn't get the permanent job there, it's because of two narcissists. Like, hospitals have the highest narcissists per capita, both sick and working on the sick. It's like a match made in Hades. Tell me I'm lying. Every girl I ever tried to talk to or date at a goddamn hospital got some fucking gossipy ass bullshit going on with another staff person or another nurse. It's like, it's always backbiting and bullshit behind the scenes. It's sloppier than General Hospital in this bitch. I swear, I ain't lying to you. I was like, I don't ever want to work with these people. Now I'm in a Suedo patient care assistant position right now, actually. The craziest thing about it, my background experience and my aura, I guess, made me the guy for this job. But no. Hell no. With these people, those new girls, hell no. I wouldn't work with them. Hell no. Going to debt again? I already got debts I gotta pay off. I'm going to another debt to get educated to work with a bunch of Gen Z narcs who don't know the game already. Hell no. But that's what they're saying. They're saying they can't handle the narcissism. That's what it is. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about their patients are narcissists. Yes. They can't handle narcissism. Ain't nothing else. Ain't nothing else wrong. Trust me. Ain't nothing else wrong. Why are narcissists getting sick? Oh my God, can you fucking imagine being an asshole and lying to yourself all the time and gaslighting people has a recursive effect when you get older? It does. That's why I'm trying to get my shit together now. So they projected another jet. They thought it was going to be a movie about saving lives, Mr. Now. Oh, thank you so much, doctor. Like in the movies, Haru says, oh, they thought it was real life Hollywood. Mr. Now says, in the movies, people are on meth, at least on camera. They don't look like it. I believe it, like the TV shows. Gossip is reprobate. That's what the new ones thought it was going to be like. They thought it was going to be a fucking TV show. They thought this was a Netflix. They thought this was like that movie where the baddie of the family is like the doctor or the nurse, and like, you know, they saw the romance and everything connected to it. I need to tell y'all that these people believe that and they went to fucking school. So school is useless. Obviously. It does not prepare no one for life. Obviously. Fucking obviously. It shows you how to do procedures and do things and all the things they're trying to automate with AI. But they don't teach you that you don't pick what you're going to do the rest of your life based on cap. You really got to like love whatever it is that you want to do ultimately and not make it about the money per se.
or find a way to max out the money for the thing that you love to do, which will take you the same. It's like an apprenticeship. It's gonna take you the same amount of time to get to that level anyway. It's gonna take you 20 fucking years either way you do it. So you might as well spec, or just become a survivalist. Just do what you gotta do while you're alive and make dope moments and experiences and get around people that are not so fucking neurotic and, you know, fuck the Joneses. Like, we ain't gotta keep up with nobody. And that's the thing, that's the illest thing about it, because that's the dream that sold to them. So it's not like they didn't get there because that wasn't a nudge. They nudged the fuck out of these girls to be nurses back when pharma was booming and they knew that this damn collapse was coming. Mm-hmm. And it's just beginning. I'm not scared, but I'm scared of. That is just beginning. Like the collapse. And it didn't start yet. Those videos are just, you know, they call it micros or samples of a bigger picture. Like I said, I've been in that game before. Got family members in that game. My grandmother is a lifelong ICU nurse. I got mad sick people, boomers and up in my family. People died because of it. Like, that profession's been in my face my whole life. And then I've dealt with women who've done it recently. So it's the beginning. If they're burnt out already, and not all of them are narcissists, by the way. The ones who like to do videos and cry, probably. But I'm just saying, a lot of people who are just genuinely sweet people who do it for the right reasons, they can't handle it either. Because these little goofy girls go in there thinking it's a movie, and they get fired, and now they double up their workload, whether that's for a couple of weeks or months until they get more staff, right? Then they get burnt out. Then they taking it out on their husband. You know what I'm saying? Just the circle of grief. And then you got to deal with the grief of losing your people, and then going to work and seeing someone that reminds you of your grandmother or something, and just deal with the fact that a lot of sick people, older people, especially the sick boomers, they don't listen to you anyway. They want to die how they want to die. You feel me? I've seen this with the drug users. You can't tell them stop doing drugs. They'll curse you out. They know. They know. They're signing up for death. They know. It can't come fast enough. Trust me, they know. The ones who have it bad. So it makes you, it can make you feel hopeless if you don't have the right context for what's going on in people. It's not the government. It's not this, it's not this, it's not that. Those are all after people. You ain't got no government if you ain't got people. You ain't got no money if you ain't got people. You ain't got a market if you ain't got people. You ain't capitalism if you ain't got people. It's a people problem. People are crashing out. People are losing their mind. People are changing directions. People want more. People are losing. People are losing people. It's people. We have the beginning of a population collapse, number-wise, but that's because of people. People don't want to do this. People don't want to do that because the context of our society doesn't match the happiness quotient that's promised. And unfortunately, it's not going to for the majority of people. That's why when I tell you about metaphysics and God and like hitting the white brick level in your faith and keeping your head held high, the reason why it's going to work for most of us is because most people don't do that. Most people can't afford to. Like, they're just so caught up in the loop and the grief and all the bullshit they were sold and all the bullshit they're seeing. It's going to take them years to come out the other side of this, emotionally, let alone mentally. And if they're already using drugs and things, like 5 drugs per nurse, after, like, what the fuck are we talking about? Why is there that many of them on drugs, bro? Vaccines and medications are drugs, guys. They're drug users. So let's not be disillusioned. They're drugs. They're on drugs. They're drug addicts. They have to have it every month. So for so many people to be some type of drug addict on top of that, and that changes your mood, your hormones, like, come on. Come on. And they're more likely to be the ones to use their benefits and do it because that's what they do every day. They think that's normal or that's the best outcome, and it's not. But the fact that the patients are losing their cool more often, and that's what's causing these girls to like be turned off by it, which is reasonable, by the way, is crazy. They don't have the tolerance or the stomach. They don't have the tolerance or the stomach for reality. Can you imagine that? It's not going to be better at a call center. It's not going to be better in fast food or anything public for service facing. It's not going to be better in marketing anytime you got to like try to trick people out of their money. They can't deal with the fact that everyone ain't peachy. They can't deal with the fact that everyone ain't happy. They can't deal with the fact that everyone ain't got it. They can't deal with the fact that most people are thugging it. Because they're sold a dream that if you do A, B, and C, that everything's just smooth sailing versus if you didn't. They're seeing firsthand that there's people who did it better than they ever did it. And they still in that fucking hospital miserable, dying of something. That's the first thing I noticed. I didn't come, mine was in the surgery side, OR. So a lot of those people had the money or the insurance or the jobs and benefits, man. And then a lot of the old nurses, you know, they had multiple houses and stuff as investments and stuff. And they were just equally as miserable. It was the wildest thing to see. So, you know, I was only like 19 or 20 when I did that. So, and I was peeping game. I was awake. So, yeah, I see it though. Ain't no judgment of them. I get it. They shouldn't do it if their heart ain't in it. It's uncivilized. But for that to be different nurses, different locations, different states, different benefit tiers, and they're all complaining about the same 2 or 3 things, aka it's system-wide. And if it's system-wide, and we have a spike in health issues, and it's system-wide, that's system-wide. And then you have a spike in deaths, all ages, system-wide. You have a corruption problem within the integrity of the government and the federal government, system-wide. You have an issue in your, just your Federal Reserve and the value of things, the cost of things, the quality of things, system-wide. You have international relations being strained right now, which is going to affect everybody's job because you don't have that demographic to sell to or to work for cheap labor, which causes your products and your cost of living to go up as the tenure citizen. People haven't even realized that that's what the Ponzi scheme is because they can't imagine that they benefit off of the slave labor that they cry about. I'm gonna run that back. People haven't even fathomed yet that their cushy life that they thought they were living is threatened because of the trafficking and slave labor that they cry about. So when things get out of control, they don't see no correlation or causation to the fact that, yeah, that's because they're exploiting women, children, and foreigners. So if they're banning them and sending them away and then all the little, mind you, they're doing it to themselves too now. It's not just the white guys, like the foreigners, the Mexican cartel women, they're bringing them people here. You know what I'm saying? It's a two-way highway of profits. So however, you know, you can watch that Vice documentary on your own, but what I'm saying is ultimately the American dream is more of an American illusion. It puts the horse blinders on you where you can't see how you are where you are in the position that you pick. So when things fall apart, you're just looking at what you always looked at. And it's like, it doesn't make sense that this is falling apart because this is one of the things that I was told, and now that they predicted. My back 333. What did comments say? I'm gonna run the comments back real quick. They picked hell to not come and thug it out. That's crazy. Smart. What thugged it out was the prerequisite class. Mr. Now says, I can't just go around spending money, huh? And they're people too. So they must, projecting on the others, real life Hollywood, reprobate, composure Simpsons, unfortunately. Same level of romanticizing produces, but when it comes to use a fader and route some shit, now I don't think that part is for me. Like being a nurse but scared of injecting people or blood. Newell says, they heard, quote, I want to be a forensic investigator from girls that watch too much CSI. That's crazy. 3. We back, but was froze for a bit. Yeah. Wi-Fi reconnects faster than the LTE version of this. But yeah. So they're cooked. And that's just some of the variables of why things are cooked. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't even finish the list. We don't need to. We don't need to. We don't need to keep going down this road because we know that these systems are new. We know these corporate policies are new. We know this whole way of living life as humans is new anyway. So it's not like there's billions more people that lived before us that did it a different way to get us here. So we'll find another way. Maybe not making sickness for profit. You feel me? Maybe not poisoning the food supply, the water, and all the dumb shit. Maybe not colonizing and pillaging and raping resources and people's time. Maybe we might try to be decent humans first and then build a system based off of that principle. And then course correct all the mental health and all the scarcity things that cause people to go the other way. Maybe we'll focus on the root issue, humans. The problem with everything right now is humanity itself. Everything else is a side effect of humanity. All this shit we made up. All this shit is from the imaginations and thoughts of men who try to come up with systems for profit, and all the yuppies in the middle who try to turn that into a good thing because it's the least they can do. I get it. Most people mean well, but the system itself is hell. So meaning well in hell is what? It never get you to heaven. Thus. So I'm just talking about systematically. So, yeah. It's like the end of Dante's Inferno or some shit. This is like Plato's cave, but instead of escaping, it collapses. On those ideas, on that paradigm, I mean. So we're gonna inevitably lose a lot of people, as we are. We're gonna inevitably have to reinvent something. We're gonna inevitably have to come to a new consensus based on different values. And even after we do that, just repairing our fucking, and the things we're about to do is just a bandage for our fucking crazy asses. That's not even preparing for, like, once you stabilize that and recover and re-indoctrinate and then get on a different polarity, that the future won't be able to build off of that because they don't have, you know, it's going to be different for the people after us. Like, we just do everything but what God said. They did everything but what God said. That's the illest shit about that, using God's language. Is what it is. But yeah, man. Anything else y'all notice? Any other thoughts, questions, concerns? It's your turn to shine. Shout for the likes. We got 47 likes today, squad. I'm trying not to give myself anxiety going down all their anxieties. Worrying about my own personal nigga dramas and setbacks. I am not immune to the fuck shit. This is definitely the Titanic, and I am on it. But I've been thumbing it out a long time. I cannot afford to overreact to any of it. That's sad. When you cannot afford to be human. Thoughts on NPC Live? I don't do production stuff, brother. I don't have anything music producer wise. I can't have thoughts on it. My man heard the end of the world and wanted to know about the NPC, man. I love y'all. My man heard this whole video and said my thoughts on the NPC, knowing I ain't got no music equipment. Say lo que lo say. He said, Mr. Dow said they always complaining in the car, but they never drive into a solution. That's funny. El Kuja says, I forgot that ship had sailed. I'm doing a great job, man. That shit's still in my aura like that? I must have thought about it good enough last night. No, even when I come back to music, I'm not going to try to be a CMP or a Busy Works Beats type of person. I'm actually going to make music. I want to get back to music to make music. I don't want to talk about it. I talked about it for 10 years. Like Stephen A. Smith or some shit. I want to get back to shooting basketball. So I want to get me, Lord willing, I find a way amidst all the chaos in everyone else's life. Find my little protective bubble where things are building up.
I'll get my setup together and I'll make music. It's like riding a bike for me, man. I'm just gonna make music. Fuck the technology. I'm just gonna make music. Especially 25 years into it. I should be able to do everything I ever wanted to do 25 years ago. With half the shit. Same story. Because I'm good at music. As long as I'm not thinking about it. And just do it. Go with the flow. Flow's sake. Mastery. Once you get the mastery, ain't nothing left but mastering. So yeah, you revisit me about that. Give me a few weeks. Remember, I got all this bullshit with court and everything pending on me. I haven't prioritized it because they could send me away for a year. Be no point. I still gotta beat that. So it ain't your fault. It's just that my life parked me to deal with some family drama. And they robbed me of my inheritance on top of that. So I got all these swords in my back. People who robbed the dead, people who robbed my mother's promise to me, people who lied, while everything else is falling apart. Motherfuckers try to kill me. So, all intents and purposes, fuck an NPC. Until. Real life. Sons of Korah, masters of music and frequency, Jonathan. We are the sons of Korah. Yes. El Kuja says music will help get us through chaos. It always does. Noel says, they just buy it and return it after making the first impression videos. Yeah. This year shorted me and cheated me real bad. It's cool though. I don't mind losing everything. I don't mind people taking their best shot at me. But I'm titanium. I don't fall. So I'm climbing up a different mountain. When I get to the summit, you'll know. And then I'm just gonna fly from there. No Moses. Yep, I know it now. God is good, man. God hasn't stopped being good, at least. No matter what's going on with people, God ain't changed. God's promise hasn't changed. I'm in an impossible scenario. Everything that people typically complain about, I'm going through all of it in one fucking year. That's why I talk about the shit I talk about. I know I'm supposed to lose my mind this year. I knew it. I know I'm supposed to sound like that. I know I'm supposed to be crying and breaking down and all that shit. I knew it. But I was like, yeah, let me furlough the fuckery. Let me try something else. And despite of everything, every weapon formed against me, let me keep my head up. In spite of everything I lost, burn it. In spite of all the people that changed up, fuck them. I'm still going forward. Nigga, I'm still going to White Castle. Nigga, I am still in California. Getting stronger, I'm getting smarter, I'm getting faster. But it's preparing me for something different though. It's not because of the past, it's because of what's required where I'm going. The old me, vibration and polarity doesn't exist in the new reality that I've always wanted to be in. So this is just the trial by fire. This is the walking on the hot coals. There's an end. And who I am and the world, like my local reality, who I am over there, ain't gonna miss none of this shit. Ain't gonna miss none of those people. Ain't gonna miss nothing that I've done already. Your new life always costs you your old one.
which is why it's so important to be able to detach and focus on something bigger and better. Because you're not trying to get it back. You're not trying to rewind it. You're not trying to turn around and fix anything, Sarah. You're going somewhere better. You're going to a new promised land without all the fucking fuck shit and all the fuck people. So there's no fight. There's no resistance. Just let it go. It sucks. You got to process it. You got to rewrite some shit. You got to meditate. You got to pray. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to get tired. And all that shit these nurses talking about. Why they getting paid for it? Nah, you don't get paid for losing everything. You don't get paid for standing up for yourself. You don't get paid for everyone turning their back on you. You don't get paid for none of this. I did this shit for free, but I did it for me. That's where real confidence and pride comes from. Like actually going through some shit. Not by mantras and affirmations where nothing is happening but Netflix running out of shows. Nah. When everything in your life says fuck you at once. I'm your guy. Let me help you through the other side of that. Let me help you to the other side of that. And then you got to do it when your world falling apart in general. Then you got to do it when the government shut down. Then you got to do it when the cost of living is at all-time high. Then you got to do it when everyone's losing their mind. Come on now, I'm your guy. I'm your guide. I'm your guide through bondage, through Egypt, through Tartarus. I'm the guy, man. Tartarus is hell. My grandfather's the king of Tartarus. Look it up. All I got is Winston Churchill's quote and all the 100 other quotes that are similar to it. If you're going through hell, keep on going. I mean, we get used to the bullshit. We get used to delusions. Maybe we'll get used to hell too. Just keep going. You develop a tolerance for it. It's hard earned though. Thank God I'm 40. Discipline over sacrifice. True. Missing out 3, Peru 3, TF3 3. But yeah, let me eat some microwave pizza real quick. I'm waiting for someone to bring something back. And then I'm gonna go buy my last Black and Mild of the day. I appreciate y'all for joining me. Hopefully I got you through your day. Hopefully you get to see some of these topics so you're better armed and informed mentally. And then yeah, man. People are crashing out emotionally and mentally in real life. So keep space for that, compassion for that, but also don't put yourself in the middle of it. Like protect your distance and your energy when people are finally, it's like when Neo, when he woke up out the Matrix, remember he was like sick and he was throwing up and he had to like cry and lay in the room by himself. Same story. A lot of people are being unplugged from whatever Matrix they participated in. And then in the same time, it's not everybody. So yeah, 100,000 people lost their job, but there's 300 million Americans. You feel me? It's, the bad news is always biggest. It's always the loudest, but it's also the most short-lived. Life will find a way. Life always finds a way, bro. Roses through the concrete. Life will find a way. And if you believe in God and the big homies, and if you've been practicing, if you've been praying, you've been trying your best, then just keep turning that bitch up. That's the only thing that makes sense right now, honestly, for me. So I'm just going to keep walking it out. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen, for real. I place my bets on the highest possible good for myself. But that's not known. That's not like, you know, there's no guarantees. I could be worried about months from now. There ain't nothing saying I'm going to make it through tonight. So with that, it's always transient. It's always in the mix. But in the present moment, choose victory. Choose to fear not. Choose the craziest thought ever. Choose the most delusional state ever of that everything's going to work out. For me. For you. And just live in it. Peace.